Chapter 1. You have died. Again. The end of the world was a peaceful place. Calm gray rocks lounged next to pools of clear water that reflected the silvery halo of stormless sky. Towering walls hemmed in a crowd of corpses, throwing shade on ash-filled sarcophagi, gently resting along with crumbling tombstones. The owners hadn't quite gotten the memo that it was past their final bedtime. But alas, a corpse was a corpse, and belonged buried, even if the owner put in a post-mortem protest. Then Elia broke that silence. Quietly, slowly, with as little sound as she could make with her rusted plate mail, she snuck around a bend and climbed a pile of stone coffins to get a better eye on her goal. A building with a round dome, possibly a temple, rose so tantalizingly close beyond the maze she could make out details of the facade and a stone bird sitting atop its roof that seemed much larger from up close. The temple meant food, shelter, and safety. It was a goal, and the maze was fighting her for every inch made towards it. Currently, Elia was experimenting with a new, untried method of getting just that little bit closer. Namely, being quiet, taking it slow, and acting all stealthy-like. 2 militiamen slowly plodded towards her. She hid in a coffin thrown into a nearby growth of vines and brambles, eyes cracked open just the slightest bit. She didn't need to see them. They were hard to miss with their pauldrons rasping against tattered mail and their shambling gait. When they had nearly passed her, 2 clouded eyes fell upon hers like lifeless, fleshy marbles. Well, shit. She shot up, fumbled her footing, and took 2 staggering steps before a thorny vine caught on her armor, and she fell to the floor in a mess of plate and mail. "Mercy for a fellow undead?" The undead answered by bludgeoning her head a dozen times. Thanks to her helmet, only the 13th hit finally turned her insides into porridge. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 325. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 2. The end of the world was a mostly peaceful place. Cold mud clung to soggy boots. Slippery stones betrayed the steps of the mostly innocent, and at every opportunity a gravestone seemed to pop up out of nowhere for Elia to stub her toe on. There were so many gravestones, all a variety of shapes, but hewn from the same gray rock that everything here seemed to be carved of. You'd think someone who bothers making an endless maze would have a sense of taste, of variety. I mean, I don't blame you two for your choice of employer, you know. Life's tough when the economy's down in the gutters. I mean, look at me. I don't even have a job and I look 200. I didn't even get a pension. Elia turned to look at the 2 corpses of the undead militiamen beneath her. 2-on-1 wasn't fair, but neither was dying, reviving, and tracking your murderer for half a mile, only to fillet him and his buddy from behind. She poked the first one, whose face gave her the impression of a pickle. "Hey, you guys listening?" You have regained. Soul times 325. You have regained. Bone shard, common, times 2. You have gained. Soul times 158. Guess not. Militiamen. Less than a soldier, more than the common undead that were only wrapped in the bandages or simple rags they had been buried with. Wonder if these guys even are undead, she mumbled under her breath as she finished looting the corpses. You have gained. Bone shard, common, times 2. 1 shard a pop? Jeez Louise, must be my lucky loop. She tugged on her broken short sword that was embedded into the second guy's back. It came loose with as much practiced effort as it had entered with. As an undead, Elia didn't have much in the department of functioning muscles, but she made do. Everyone else being undead leveled the playing field somewhat. It didn't matter to her much that everyone was a head taller than her. She had gotten over that complex years ago. As far as she was concerned, any obstacle could be overcome given practice, determination, and good old-fashioned awesomeness. Like everything in this grey-on-grey world. She took one step forward, and a crossbow bolt embedded itself into the side of her neck. Blurg. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 483. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 4. The end of the world could go screw itself sideways, with its stacked old walls, brown plants determinedly clinging to craggy peaks, and wind blowing up her face. The air had no business being this crisp, especially not for someone who ostensibly shouldn't be able to feel it, for lack of a functioning nervous system. Her body protested, gaslighting itself into believing everything was all right, while smelling like a mixture of old shoe and expired milk. Presently, her impromptu climb was pushing it to the brink of strike. One hand reached for a loose rock and discarded it to the side, silencing the groaning, undead swordsman beneath Elia. Her left foot finally found a misaligned brick, and with a single push, she was out of breath, but up the wall. I am never climbing in full armor again. With shaking knees, she stood upright and beheld the distant temple. It didn't feel far away anymore, now that she had the right perspective. Cheating the labyrinth by staying up here was not a workable plan, and she counted the seconds as she planned her way ahead through the rest of it. 10 seconds left. She made for her descent, blinked twice, and a stone eagle the size of a cement mixer tore her off the wall, launching her a few hundred feet through the air like a silvery frisbee. This isn't fair. I demand a redo. You have died. You have lost. Elia woke up, and not for the first time in recent memory, decided to change her approach yet again. If playing smart gets me killed, maybe the opposite might not? The answer was a clear and decisive no. For the gazillionth time, the gentle silence of a world devoid of all things nice was cut in two by Elia vigorously screaming and running across a treacherous cobblestone pathway. Her metal armor both slowed her escape and made an unnecessary, but very knightly, ruckus. 7 or 8 hooded figures chased in a disorderly pursuit. Their fashion sense was so last millennia, their dull purple and blue rags barely even qualified to keep their decency. Their chase game, however, was on point. This was not a good thing. She bounded over a small puddle, rousing another figure from an alcove it had been sitting in. It brandished its sword, like all the others, and ran after the dead girl running. "Stop following me!" she yelled to the sky. "Gurgle burgle!" the figures gurgled. Most undead looked human, though they weren't truly alive. She'd seen them up close often enough during her short scuffles and exchanges of polite stabbings. They looked less like zombies, and more like old, shriveled-up husks of man. Walking prunes. LARPing geriatric senior citizens. The horde was not exactly slow. No matter how many sharp turns she took, Elia already knew how this run was going to end. They were relentless and would not stop until she was dead. But she was so close. An overgrown passage hidden behind dead vines flickered by her eyes, and she skidded to a halt before doubling back and dashing into the alley she hoped wasn't a dead end. Her bare feet sunk into muddy water, quickly reaching up to knee height. A figure rose from the waters, desiccated skin and bones not showing an inch of bloat. She rammed her sword into its gut, twisted her ankle, and promptly fell onto the already dying foe. She clattered to the ground in a tumble, coughed up a mouthful of water, and pulled her sword from the undead's guts. You have gained Soul times 63. The notification hung in the air like smoky vapor, but it wasn't important. A perfectly round mote of light, barely larger than a firefly, rose from the lifeless corpse, settling on its chest. Elia snatched it quicker than she had thought possible and wrenched herself onto her feet just as the horde came pouring around the corner. You have gained Bone Shard, common, ×1. Yes! The shard went into her pouch. Ho, you're all royally shafted now. You have fused Bone Shard, common, ×12, into Bones of Boons, common, ×1. From the same pouch along her belt, she pulled a small, many-sided gray die and kissed it. Please be a fireball. Please be super strength. Please be infinite gummy bears. Please don't be shit. She threw the dice, and the world ground to a halt. You have used Bones of Boons, common. All light seemed to be sucked in towards her until she could barely see further than her arms. This part always made her heart race. Gambling did that, especially with the outlook of winning a magical boon or not being carved up into fricassee. Elia was a fervent believer in the cruelty of absolute power, but the endless experience of the same rotten graveyard again and again made her pray for an ounce for herself anyways. The die entered her vision, and her dead heart spiked. Elia watched it tumbled over a nearby sarcophagus, taking in its million sides and wondering for the 1,000th time how she could see each and every one of them without the die being a circle. Magic made magic happen, she guessed, as common gray symbols made way for uncommon greens and the rarest blues, all differentiated by entire orders of magnitude in number. It fell, only to bounce off one of her pursuer's boots and roll across the uneven cobblestone floor, coming to a stop in a clear puddle right in front of her eyes. A million pictures flashed before her eyes. Giants, dogs, swords, frying pans, fishing hooks, pebbles, and fractal flowers. Her gaze was pulled towards a change in color as the die slowly teetered and landed on a green symbol. You have gained a divine boon. Psychometry. Uncommon. Now there was a new word. Psychometry. But what did it do? Psychometry, uncommon, through a touch, a thought, a flight of anger or tear of grief, an imprint of the soul is made upon even unliving objects. Read the traces of an object's soul and reveal a history long past. Elia stared at the die, then at the familiar pop-up made of translucent smoke, then at the die again, with a unique and renewed sense of disdain, as nothing changed. No fireball materialized in her hand, no skill burnt itself onto her mind, nor did the world look sharper or her steps feel lighter. The small picture on the die, 2 circles joined by a pitiable string, seemed like it was mocking her specifically. The frozen moment passed, and as time sped up, Elia only had one thing to say. Fuck! She missed the next turn in the road, slipping on a particularly algae-infested puddle, and slammed face first into a broken stone statue some deranged architect had orchestrated to be put right in the way of her fall. The impact resounded through her skull with a sickening crunch and a gong. Bowl of respite. A proper death denied, the water within these bowls gives comfort and respite to those weary souls cursed with undeath. I thig my nobs brogan again. Ow! Slowly, she got back up, the heaviness of defeat, a concussion, and fun facts about ecclesiastical architecture weighing her down. It was a bad time to be out of breath, out of clever ideas, and out of options besides how and where to die. The chase was well and truly over. There was no way she was making it to the next checkpoint, even if she knew where it was. Ignoring the sharp pain, with a practiced motion, the nose cracked roughly back into place. Elia snorted a bloody glob onto the floor and turned to face her pursuers.
All right, Chucklefugs.
Who wants a facial piercing or three? Steady, with her back against the statue and blood running down her face, she would have struck an imposing figure brandishing a sword of her own and ready to die in a last stand for the ages. But it was a very short sword, a rusted thing. A dagger, the blade snapped at the halfway point. Nevertheless, with the right motivation, everything became a deadly tool in her hands. The undead horde tore around the corner in a tumbling mess of moans and groans. Through a combination of predictable movements and lack of object permanence, the first one impaled itself on her blade. You have gained soul times 54. Cha-ching! 1 customer served. All skill, all me. A strike deflected off her chest plate. Next! The second one nearly batted the sword from her shaking hands, her short arms just about as weak as the desiccated undead's, making the ensuing duel all the more pitiful to behold, like 2 toddlers wrestling over a stick. Can't touch this, she ducked. You suck! She nearly failed to bob. Your balls have fleas and your mother's a horse. She weaved her head to the side, and the sword bit into her neck instead. The undead never heard of proper sword care. Apply seed oil once a month, or once every week when in heavy use, else she might have lost her head. Instead, she eked out a win against the second undead, before the third one threw itself at her face. She failed to disembowel it as it cracked her head against the wall. Then came a fourth, a fifth, and the rest of the horde, all piling onto her in a press of limbs and bad breath. Swords sunk into cracks between her armor, a spear caught her in the neck, and a feathered bolt to her armpit made her convulse over. She'd had worse, but it still hurt. No matter how many times it happened, Elia never could completely ignore the pain of dying.
I'll be back, she gurgled, and with a defiant one-finger salute drowned in the raving mass of bodies, the white smoke mocking her with a much-needed notification. You have died. The matte blue sky filled with nothing, nothing, and nothing again, greeted Elia as she blinked back awake. It was a vista she was used to seeing. The most common position for coming back from the dead was lying on her back next to a large stone bowl. It was a checkpoint, a place where she always returned after death. Every checkpoint was like it, carved of an old rock, weathered to the point of having lost all ornamentation, and filled with crystal-clear water that soothed the body and soul. You have lost soul times 1,507. You have lost bone shard, common, times 0. Even when she was just trying to settle her thoughts, the damnable smoke wouldn't leave her unnotified. Not even closing her eyes gave her an escape, though there, the background at least provided a clean contrast. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 15 minutes. She breathed in once, heavily, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a squat green toad, her only friend in this world. All right, Cribbles, which route do we try next? Ribbit? Yeah, keeping right is a bust. God has conspired against us, made a maze that leads us in circles when we only choose right. Totally unfair, I know, but it's what we're working with here. God must die. Croak. Oh, I agree, we're not going the tower route. I've had enough of giant spiders for a few hundred more runs. Ribbit? Go back? Quibbles, are you insane? We'd have to go through the mulcher, past the prickle fiend of infinite prickling, and through the bridge of doom all over again. The doom is in the name. Would you want to return to a place called the Lake of Drowning, the Road of Roadkill, or the Sepulchre of Dentists?
Ribbit?
Elia stared into the dark, wiggly pupils of her amphibian friend. I'm pretty sure that last one was my own ribbit. I'm not going insane from talking to a toad about my next choice of death again, am I? Quibbles croaked. What a good conversationalist. No, you're right. I did hit my head pretty hard.
She patted Quibbles and stuffed him back in his moist bag of leaves before returning to stare at the peaceful sky.
It wouldn't last forever. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 11 minutes. With an idle breath, she materialized a window of white on gray smoke. Whatever a psychometry was, it didn't help her out mid-combat. All it did was tell her a fun fact about some random architecture the moment it obliterated her nose. The memory of how she did it was slightly hazy, but as she held out her trusty sword, a focus of will reformed smoke that normally told her so little into a novel shape. Broken short sword. The broken remnants of a once trusty weapon. Only a fool or the insane would consider using this. Huh. A description for objects. That was new. Intrigued and only mildly insulted, Elia rummaged further through her pockets. Rubbish. A useless collection of pebbles, bark, and fleece. Hey, now it was just being judgmental. The fleece had use because it was soft, the bark too because she could imagine she was eating jerky while chewing it, and the pebble had sentimental value. No pictures accompanied them this time. It seemed swords just had good memories. Pebble. A pebble, shapely and small. Sadly, the pebble's value truly was purely sentimental. No hidden power of friendship here. Oh well, Elia had a whole slew of other bits and bobs to try out, and her mood was lightening as she realized the weight of her newly acquired boon. Information was options. Information was power. Blue brilliant beetle. A beetle with a shell of brilliant blue hue slightly increases magic resistance for a short period when consumed. These insects are commonly found in the Viln or upon the graves of mages, consuming the plants that grow nearby. Well, well, well. Her eyes bounced between the beetle in hand and the oddly educative vapor. This boon is good. Beyond good. This is Wumbo. To top it all off, there was an emptiness hidden inside her chest where the boon resided. A small receptacle. A female USB port, in non-fantastical terms. And she had just the thing she was itching to stick in there. She reached for a weird little ball deeply nested inside a pocket, no larger than a marble. It looked like a pearl, and she would most certainly have thrown it away long ago if she wasn't certain that the milky white substance surrounding tendrils of black smoke was moving. Please be good, please be good, please be good. Essence of ego. An essence of ego caught within a glossy shell of a pearl-like substance. Swallow to imbue a boon with essence. Her face was threatening to tear in half from the manic smile stretching from cheek to cheek. The information on the pearl, the essence, was a neat bonus, and she had used dozens of them in the past to upgrade boons now lost. But this boon? This loot encyclopedia? Psychometry was not a word, but it could be her ticket out. Maybe. A long pink tongue zipped up, and with one smack, the pearl was gone. No! Quibbles, you traitor!
Elia snatched the toad that had snuck out of his little pocket. His happy chewing accelerated, like a dog that knew the food wasn't really meant for him. "Give it back! Give it back! Give it back! This is the first magic item beside the dice in forever. I am not letting you sabotage our efforts just because your little gremlin ass can't resist the allure of shinies." Elia stared at the toad, applying gentle physical pressure and, once that failed, a lot less gentle pressure. "Give it back!" She was holding him like a hamburger and had barely moments to register the telltale signs of bucking, convulsing, and looking cross-eyed before the ball was regurgitated at blistering speeds, shooting out of its mouth and, still slippery with ick, lodged itself in the back of her throat. Elia swallowed the ball. It tasted faintly like heartburn. "Oh no."
Then it tasted like someone encased her heart in natrium and dropped it into a generously chlorinated swimming pool. Like boiling alive, except everywhere and all at once. Agony was another word for it, but the flash that burned through nerves up her arms disappeared as quickly as it had come. Ilya was on her side, heaving and hacking, but with the presence of mind to take actual breaths in between. It went by, like all pain did, and Ilya didn't have the time to pry the amphibious traitor out from the bag he had already crawled back into. Something changed with her only boon, her magic, and she summoned up the smoke to tell her what was new in town. Psychometry, uncommon. Through a touch, a thought, a flight of anger or tear of grief, an imprint of the soul is made upon even unliving objects. Read the traces of an object's soul or your own, and reveal a history long past. Huh, so it can affect myself now? She coughed up a lungful of nothing, the blistering of nerves fading like ash in the wind. How does that even work? It was a stupid question, because seconds later she was already touching herself. Magically. It didn't feel like a burning hellfire this time. It didn't make the world go purple and sideways. It didn't give her a notification like the games she used to play, or make her die and restart for having the audacity to try something new. Nothing happened. Nothing but a tired yawn that did not belong to her, echoing as it rang inside her head. "Mom? 5 more minutes. The sun isn't even out. Oh gods, where am I?" Ilya ummed. The ethereal voice in her head echoed, moderately more distressed. "Oh, great," Ilya sighed. "My new superpower is a multiple personality disorder."
Chapter 2. Room for Two.
"I'm not a disorder. Who are you? Where am I? What's going on?" The voice in Ilya's head was real, small, and becoming increasingly distressed. "Ilya, Ohio. A 2 girls, 1 cranium bargain. What does that even mean?" "It means time until lost items and souls dissipate. 8 minutes. "Ack, what was that?" She sighed. "My alarm clock." Ilya wasn't getting up, not after that last fuck-up. There was not a shred of doubt that she would regret it later, but such was the price for mental health. Some days, you just needed a break. "So, what's your deal, oh voice of my mind? You got a name?" The vague image of a mousy girl with blonde hair standing half in the shadows formed in her mind. But the moment she tried to focus, the picture hushed back into the darkness. I'm Rye. I don't know how I got here, or what here even means. What's an Ohio?" "An in-joke." She stared forward emptily, before swatting another notification smokescreen away. Don't worry, you're not in Ohio. This place is barely half as bad. Oh, that's good? Yep, it's the end of the world. The medieval post-apocalypse, baby. Undead and loot boxes dominate the land, while the battle pass lords and fickle developers rule from towers of green bills and the tears of addicted broke teenagers. Welcome to Limbo, where God has decreed that life is a maze and the only way forward is 10 steps back. Welcome to gamified suffering. Welcome to hell. The ensuing silence hung awkwardly, like unaired laundry. Eventually, Elia found it within her unending benevolence to say something to her new roommate. Not out of any sense of selflessness, but because the girl was hyperventilating, and the sound of her breathing made forming any single thought a chore. Look, girl. Rye, was it? Make yourself at home in my head, but if you don't stop filling it with your mind breathing, I will put Last Christmas and Feliz Navidad on repeat until your ears start bleeding chocolate frosting and marzipan.
What does any of that even mean? You've barely given me an answer. Everything feels wrong, and all I can see is whatever you're looking at. I can't be here. I need to help Mum make breakfast, clean out the grug stalls, and I'm in your head, aren't I? Oh, gods. Oh, gods, oh, gods, oh, gods. I'm gonna stop you right there, my little sentient panic attack. You're in my head, yes, but look on the bright side. There's a bright side to all this? Yes, this is all a mighty coincidence that is technically not my fault at all. She shot a glare to the bulging pocket at her side. Quibbles could sleep remarkably well on a bad conscience. Your mother's a frog, and your dad shags goldfish. Excuse me? Oh, not you. Talking to the toad in my tote bag. Everything's gonna be all right, because, say it with me, class, I'm a Wessam. Elia flung her arms to the sky in a grand gesture, and finally got a laugh out of her companion. Gods, you're insane. No, I'm Elia. Need a demonstration? I'm convinced already. In all seriousness, where even are we? Good, because I'm fairly busy at the moment. Busy with what, you ask? Waiting, of course. Waiting for a fresh slate, for all stakes to disappear. There was another silence. Elia had barely closed her eyes when the voice piped up again. What stakes? Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 6 minutes. The death penalty. Rather, the penalty for dying. I don't even know how to start talking to you, but shouldn't you do something about that? The girl named Rye, who had every reason to be as scared and confused as she was, had a point. A point that had been noted, processed, and filed for deletion from mid-term memory, if it ever got that far. But the little voice didn't let up. It seems kind of important. It says you'll lose your souls? As in multiple? That doesn't seem right. But if you lose your own soul, doesn't that mean that you... What? Oh, no, don't worry. I'm awesome. Also, immortal. Immortal with a slew of caveats. Everything is under control, citizen. Carry on, nothing to see here. Time until lost items and souls dissipate, 5 minutes. Oh, would you shut up? I'm not making it past 30 dudes with swords and crossbows in 15, let alone 5. Might as well give up, not stress it. You know you can just choose to have that kind of message suppressed, right? Now that got Elia to perk up. Literally, as she shot from casually lying with her hands folded behind her head to sat up straight within moments. How do I do that? This funky smoke didn't exactly come with a manual. I barely figured out how to dismiss it manually. It's Hansarp's Handy Haze. It has a fancier name, but that's how I remembered it. It's an elementary technique, taught in the capital, first given unto us by the great god Ruthe, blessed be his name. When you learned it, you must have been taught to associate certain ideas with its diverse functions. For me, I took the image of a silver sieve to sort out what I don't like. You're a knight, by the looks of your armor. You should really take better care of it, by the way. And so, as a servant of the capital, you should have already learned it. It should be as easy as, well, breathing. Time until lost items and souls dissipate, 4 minutes. Elia never really learned anything. She was simply reborn into this world with this power when God decided to reincarnate her. For lack of a better alternative, she tried to imagine a silver sieve, something she never thought she'd ever naturally do. The constant messages stopped in that instance, delegated to muted background pings. Huh. Good. See, as long as you were a diligent student, you won't ever forget. It's like swimming in that regard, though I never learned how to swim. Can you swim? What is it like? Is there a difference between swimming in an ocean and a river? Hold your horses. She heaved her body towards a nearby fountain. All this talking was straining her rather neglected voice. The bowl she respawned at when time turned backwards and she came back from the dead always had a pool of crystal clear blue water in it, a pool that never ran out and tasted like whatever she wished for. Say, what's your favorite drink? Apple juice mixed with water and half a pressed lemon? Apple lemon juice it is. She drank deeply and calmly from the water. There was no rush, nobody to tell her how to drink or what to eat. Not that she'd have much of an alternative besides exploring cannibalism. When she felt full enough, Elia raised her head and wiped away the lingering wetness. That was surprisingly refreshing. I dig it. You know, I think we might just make a good team, you and I. You really think so? Sure. Long as you help me like you just did, I'll take you wherever you need to be. Once I get out of this fucking maze. Language? Yes, indeed. You are the language person. However many deaths it takes, I will get out of here. She raised her chin a respectable degree. With my unshakable will and your extensive vocabulary, nothing shall get in our way. Bless the 12. I'm glad I happened upon you, Miss Knight. We can go on a quest. No, an adventure together to, I don't know, solve this. Solve me. I don't want to be stuck in here for the rest of my life. I need a new body. Admittedly, I thought you a lunatic, but whoa! Elia shot to her feet, ignoring her passenger's surprised yelps as she threw her head left and right. She was sure she didn't make it to the next fountain bowl, the next checkpoint. There was an epic last stand, a one-liner and everything. But the last checkpoint didn't have a half-crumbled statue sitting in the middle of the water bowl. This one did, and Elia could see where she had stumbled and broke her nose against the bowl's rim. This was new, and being revived this far ahead instead of at the point before meant, I can still make it. Make what? Oh, sorry, don't mind me. I can bear being like this for a while longer. We don't need to embark on our adventure just yet, right? Preparation is key, as they say, and your poorly upkept getup doesn't inspire me with confidence. Sorry. In the few seconds it took for Elia to regain her bearings, 3 exits, a toppled lion statue next to an exit to the front, one under a Roman arch engraved with flowers to the right, one behind where she had come from, she had summoned up the smoke the way she knew it. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 2 minutes. If she could make it back to where she died, then she could regain her lost souls and shards. Shit, where is it? She remembered dying close by, But just as the bubbling joy shot to her head, she blinked once, and the timer ticked down. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 1 minute. Where is what? Where is what? Shit! Elia turned, and with a start exploded back into the maze where she had died, old and chipped armor rattling and squealing against itself along the way. It was right here, right around the corner. She turned past the wall, and a figure in rags rose from where it sat among the shin-high water. Elia paid it no mind, ran past it, then screeched to a halt and turned back around. Please talk to me. What is it? Why are you worried? What? There it is! A small orb of silvery light floated contentedly above the water. Elia took 1 step towards it, and the mindless undead brandished its sword. The orb was right at its feet. Ah, shit. It's never that easy. Hey, bozo! I called dibs exactly 1 lifetime ago! The undead took 1 more step, squashing the glowing orb. It broke, dissolved. Wisps of vapor flowed from underfoot, snaking their way up its pant leg before disappearing up the undead's nose. Its eyes, dull almonds sunk way into the skull, grew focused and gleamed red. With shaking jaws, its mouth of horribly decayed teeth jittered open. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 45 seconds. Yeah, no. Elia stabbed it through the chest, where the heart ought to be. The voice in her head, meanwhile, did not like that. What are you doing? You're killing him. Help! Murder! I've been murder-napped! Someone! Ignoring the pleas for parley and peace, Elia was once again glad that undead still died from simple sword wounds to the chest or face, or from any number of lethal injuries, really. As if to prove the rule by exception, instead of dying, the one in front howled like a banshee and backhanded her against the wall. Her broken sword stayed stuck in its chest. The undead swung at her, missing as it staggered back. Cool. You know what else is cool? She sidestepped a stab she had seen 1,000 times before with ease and kicked out the undead's knee from under it. It didn't dodge because undead were slow, weak, and so predictable. It fell to the floor, trying to get up, but a sudden weight on its back forced it to the ground. Elia pushed its head under water, straddling its back while savagely elbowing it in the head again and again and again. Please, someone, help! Why are you doing this? Why? Only after the water had turned entirely crimson did she use the undead's own short sword to finish it off. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 2 seconds. You have regained soul times 1,507. You have gained soul times 49. The vapor lingered for an uncomfortable minute in front of her eyes. Bloodied and tired, Elia got up and stood above the lifeless corpse, dripping, wet, and a little bit satisfied with herself. That was a close one. Reminds me of the time with the bristle fiend, eh, Quibbles? Quibbles remained pointedly silent because he was a toad. Not like we really know what souls do anyways, but can't have anything go to waste. Isn't that right, Quibbles? A hesitant croak crept from her pocket, and then it was silent, all but the dripping of water and blood. It's okay. In my benevolence, I have chosen to forgive you, she said with a fake, haughty voice, as if she hadn't just stabbed someone. Elia casually plucked a desiccated tooth that had embedded itself in her fist before noting a splotch of blood in her reflection and leaning down to clean it. So, Rai, you said something about getting you a body?
You... I... You... That was cold-blooded murder. You're not a good person. You're a killer. Elia brushed aside a strand of blonde hair, entirely unperturbed. She could feel those blue eyes in the water, burning a hole in her face. Her borrowed face, rather. It would have been a bit unreasonable to expect an involuntary transit in between worlds or universes to work with her original body intact. Or maybe it wouldn't have? She was new to reincarnation, though that lay long in the past. Even after decades, she still didn't feel at home. Not in this world, nor in her body. That's... Oh. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, no, no. You! Him? Elia pointed at the corpse. No, you! Those are my eyes, my hair, my shriveled up face? Oh gods, is that what happens to sinners? Is that what you did to me? To my body? Well, that certainly unraveled one mystery, though the armor was a pretty sure giveaway already. As best she could remember, she was a hoodie and jogging pants person on Earth. Pauldrons and spalders didn't really fit into her wardrobe. Clearly, this was God's fault. There was no other power that could make this happen while being so indifferent to her taste in clothing. Oh, and that he put her into someone else's body was also fairly problematic, now that that someone could actually complain to her about it. Annoying. If it had to be this way, then maybe the body of someone more than a handspan above 5 foot would have been better. Or someone with boots. How the hell did they even let you become a knight in the first place? You're barely taller than most teenagers. Shut up!
You don't get to say that, you murderer!
Oh, my bad. With that non-apology, Elia immediately went to rummaging through the undead's remains, netting her a new, unbroken short sword. Bronze short sword. A short sword sharpened on both edges of the blade and with a tip for stabbing. A common sword used often as a sidearm by town militias. This one is made of bronze. A wild flash of images and impressions danced across her mind. Some were of stabbing, some of cutting, slicing, and chopping. The sword enjoyed stabbing. Or maybe Elia enjoyed stabbing. Yeah, she was definitely projecting. Better than the last one, at least. An electric fuzz crawled up her nerves and down her arm. A moment later, the hand holding her sword shot to Elia's neck as if possessed. Elia couldn't budge it on her own, and she knew of one very evident suspect with sufficient motive, means, and opportunity. Give my body back. You really want to do this, sweet cake? With a calm voice and face almost approaching a sneer, she exposed her neck with a tilt of her head. Go on. You wanted to, what, blackmail me into giving up my body? That's a problem. I kinda need a healthy one. Lacking that, this one has been enough so far. It's my body. Mine. If she was trying to be threatening, Rai should have played better cards. The blade wasn't even touching her skin. Uh-huh. And when you slit our throat, then what? Are you going to float on to the next person like some vengeful ghost and have them give up their body for you? A last heavy drop fell into the water with a plip. Elia's right hand was trembling, giving all kinds of weird sensory feedback as Rai slowly relinquished control. Another variable. Something to look out for in the future. A potential for unwanted accidents. That's what I thought. The blade of her foe, rusted and marked with frequent nicks, was a welcome distraction.
She hefted it towards the sky, clear blue ringed by an impenetrable storm front in the distance.
Now stuff it. Today isn't a day for drama, but for celebration. To progress. To finding the next checkpoint in this broke-ass world, this medieval zombie apocalypse. To my froggy friend.
Ribbit.
And, most importantly of all,
Elia filled her lungs to the brim and yelled towards the sky.
to the death of God. I know this is your fault, motherfucker. I'll get you back for reincarnating me in this endless loop of limbo. I know how this shit works. Just you wait. I'll get a sword the size of Wisconsin and go Sephiroth your ass.
You're worse than a murderer. You're a blaspheming lunatic. A demon possessing the body of an innocent girl like a puppet. No morals, no ethics, no sense for justice. I bet you don't even offer sacrifices to the gods or brush your teeth before going to bed.
What can I say?
Elia shrugged, rolling her shoulders until they popped.
I'm a true anti-Gnostic. Don't worry. I promise I'll give you your body back once I've spoken to the manager of this place. Until then, you'll have to forgive me for being your designated driver.
I will never forgive you. You're a menace. You're a fiend. I hope you have a bad day and step in grug shit. They were going to get along just peachy. Elia could tell. With a smile on her face and armed with an unbroken weapon for the first time in 100 loops, Elia exploded forth to explore this new part of the endless labyrinth and hopefully find a way out. Chapter 3. You can't spell assist without ass. You know, sometimes I feel like a tourist in an unknown land, visiting famous places like the Great Hole in the Ground, Rapunzel's Tower sans Rapunzel, and hallway number 341 with T-section. Elia peeked around a corner, surveilling the area for any threats to her unlife. In the end, she chose the right path under the Roman arch. Despite technically being in a new area, nothing much changed between the last checkpoint and the current one. The walls and vines were the same shade of gray and brown, the cobblestone was still slick with algae, and the goal was still tantalizingly close, yet oh so far away. But now, I've got someone to share this mediocre existence with, and that's a plus in my book. None of the clouds ever seemed to move, and Elia was thankful for it. Without the North Duck Cloud as a static point, she would have gotten lost and turned around as soon as the towering dome slipped out of sight. Even then, the temple loomed closer one moment, only to appear infinitely far away in the next. The maze awoke impressions of grasping hooked vines, of a swamp pulling at every step and taking every chance to make her walk in circles. But she was getting closer. She could feel it. Hey, voice in my head, brain bud, Rye, you're getting first-row seats to the medieval zombie apocalypse. Don't give me the silent treatment now. She didn't get more of an answer than the vague impression of eyes burning a hole in the back of her neck, which wasn't nice because Elia was getting bored. Hours and hours of careful mapping out of every hall, interspersed with the occasional enemy that she'd already seen in every previous iteration, didn't make for a compelling tourist log. It seemed the task of entertainment fell once more into her lap. I really hope this isn't an undocumented floor of the back rooms. Yellow tapestry and the drone of cheap office LEDs would have definitely driven me insane in my first year. Shambling undead are preferable to those kinds of monsters, I suppose. Only one rule you gotta remember, and that's, undead things can still die. She stopped for a moment, long enough to notice a pile of rags half sticking out of a hole in the wall at the end of the T-section. A corpse, unmoving, unclaimed. Any second opinion on where the hell we even are, oh silent voice in my head? I hate you,
Uh-huh. That's a no, then. And you, Quibbles? Quibbles remained entirely silent. It was much too bright out for a toad of any decency to be awake. As Elia stepped around to the poorly hidden cache, she ducked and swiftly stabbed the undead waiting in ambush behind the next bend. No! Her arm went stiff with 1,000 pinpricks, but the sword was already through the undead's neck. Again, silly undead. Its raspy breath was obvious from 12 feet away. You have gained soul times 65. Sorry, but you brought a crossbow to a sword fight. Your loss. Really lovin' this sword, though. She stared poignantly at her short sword, its tip now pointed at her face. You can stop now, Rye. The only answer was a sad noise of defeat. Rye could only ever take over as much as a single limb, and though Elia thought it odd that she was the dominant one in a body that didn't technically belong to her, she'd take every bone thrown her way. While her brain buddy was in the process of slowly releasing control of her sword arm, Elia took the time to marvel at her loot. Light crossbow. A lighter construction of a standard crossbow. It takes time and effort to load a single shot, but very little time is required to learn to wield this weapon proficiently. It was great, but not as great as the bronze short sword, though the green flakes along its rounded guard and scattered nicks didn't inspire confidence. Still, it was, in her own words, rad as fuck. It would stay sharp enough for a few loops, unlike the crossbow, which was more of a one-use thing.
It didn't come with a crank, and she was pretty sure none of the undead were stronger than her, which left her puzzled as to how they were able to even load it themselves. Hey, Rye, are people in this universe stronger than… never mind. You still hate me. Oh well, one shot was all she'd needed for anything so far. And after Rye's first few attempts at sabotaging her by paralyzing a limb, she was only more thankful that the undead weren't exactly smart enough to aim well. I don't understand how you can live with yourself. This is the 7th person you've murdered. Tell me, why? The sound of heavy metal clanking choked her answer. Elia went completely still. A person. Large, heavy, plate armor that wasn't rusted like hers. Approaching from… the left? No, the other side of the wall. Which meant she was safe. As the clanking footsteps grew distant, Elia let out a breath, then continued ruffling through the corpse's clothes. What was that? A new way to die, probably. What? Oh, great. Now you're looting corpses as well. Great. Nothing's holy to your grubby, dirty demon hands. You have gained bone shard, common, times 1. Under the circumstances, I'd say I've kept to my morals pretty well. Oh? And what kind of demon has morals? The I'm not a demon kind. That's not true. That's not even a… Oh, I get it. Ha ha, funny joke. Monster. Elia sighed while ruffling through the poorly hidden cache. Nothing but poorly smelling clothes. I don't know what you think demons do, but in case you haven't noticed, everything around us, she gestured lazily with her sword, is dead and still moving. They're not people. We're in a medieval apocalypse a la Dawn of the Dead, and you don't seem all that aware of exactly how screwed we are in this sink-or-swim world. Elia stared into a nearby puddle for a few seconds before trying to rub the exhaustion out of her face. Her drawn-back cheeks and sunken eyes, nestled in darkened, shriveling flesh like a pickled plum, had an uncanny resemblance to the other undead. The skin was paper-thin, and clung so tightly to atrophied muscle and bone that she would have seemed more at home in a graveyard or a haunted house on Halloween than wherever this was. She didn't let it bother her too much. Not now, when she was 1, maybe 2 checkpoints away from getting out.
Gaining as much distance between herself and the loud, clanking threat was the current goal, and to that end, she took a left. "Are we undead too?" Rai asked it with such a brittle voice that Elia almost contemplated not to reveal the obvious truth. But the previous hours of nagging and judging had already drained her nerve. "Yeah, in case you haven't noticed, we're only slightly better off than the average brain-rotted schmuck. Everyone else isn't quite there, which is why it's so easy to kill them, physically and morally. We even get loot for it. So don't go all, 'Oh, poor people, wah, don't kill the undead,' and 'they're innocents, they only tried to stab you 20 fucking times' on me. I've had all the time in the world to think this through, and you've only been here for 20 minutes. So take your noggin, add 2 + 2, and stop being such a judgmental bitch." You didn't have to be so mean about it. "Oh yeah? I didn't, did I? Not 5 minutes ago you were trying to get me killed. Get us killed. Sorry if I'm a tiny bit annoyed." Seeing as that answer only gained her a small, sad sniffle, Elia chose the most reliable way to end this conversation. She ignored it and moved on. As it happened, another small glowing orb fell off the undead's corpse. Bone shard, common, ×1. The shard of a divine soul, undefined and undeveloped. Once a common possession, now even a handful can make up a closely guarded treasure of an entire family. Combine 12 for a bone die of appropriate rarity.
Elia's eyebrows perked up an inch as she held the shard in her hands. History lessons were nice and all, but she'd much prefer more practical information.
Is that a boon?
It's pretty neat. She summoned the inscription with a short exhalation. Psychometry, uncommon, essence of ego. Through a touch, a thought, a flight of anger or tear of grief, an imprint of the soul is made upon even unliving objects. Read the traces of your own or an object's soul, and reveal a history long past. Pretty neat. I know people who would kill for having an examinant boon, and it's uncommon. That's rare? There was a derisive mind snort. No, silly, it's uncommon. Rare is one step higher. But even a common boon is worthy of praise, as few can gather enough shards for one. I cannot believe you don't know something so basic. Every village idiot knows the rarities up to rare at the least. Welp, I can only speak from experience, and experience says, common boons are too specific or too weak, and uncommon ones aren't even that much better for their relative rarity. That is simply not true. Even a common boon that tells you the price of fish can make you unfathomably rich. You just need to know how to profit off of it. Gee, what a way to tell me I'm an uncultured moron. At least they found a topic somewhat removed from holier-than-thou rhetoric. See, this is exactly what I need. A good explanation, no lore, no vagueness. Without you telling me that, why, I think I might have needed to gamble for a psychometry for my... Why is blue? Is an essence of ego better than an essence of wrath? How does any of this even work? Nobody told me everything because everyone was busy being dead or trying to stab me in the gut. You really don't know anything? Yes, and I'm tired of being left out of the loop. So, if you have something to contribute to us both getting to civilization, or the end of the level, or whatever, then please, do that instead of sabotaging my proactive self-defense. There was a silence filled only by the crunching of dead, dried leaves and the clatter of her armor as she rounded a corner into a dimly shaded area where she could clearly peek through some holes in the crumbling walls. It was prime spider territory, and Elia decided that now she needed a modicum of focus. Stepping on one of them was one of the worst ways to go. I say I believe that you're not a demon. What then?
Elia shrugged. Then you'd save us both a lot of grief. You're stuck with me, and while having company is nice and all, I am not giving up this second life just to die, or spend the rest of eternity inside someone's head. She paused for a moment. Huh. I never voiced that thought that way, did I? Makes me look like a hypocrite. Because you are. I am stuck in your head. My head. Ugh, this is the worst. You're going to keep killing people on the way there, and I can't stop you, can I? Nope. Not unless you want to kill us both. I'm not stupid, you know. Contrary to common belief, she muttered under her breath. Hush now, O voice of unreason. We've a maze to explore. And just as she said that, her path turned a corner, only to terminate in a dead end. There was a statue sitting on a podium, though its head and arms were broken off, and any details could have been withered representations of clothing, just as much as cracks and grooves in the rough gray stone. That was quick. Don't worry. God is here to spite my every step, but the attention alone is gratifying. It means we're worth divine bullying. Did one of them burn your house down, or why do you talk so poorly about the gods? Elia turned on her heel, but stopped as she realized how little she actually knew about this new world. There's more than one god? Oh yes, plenty. You should be careful, only to stick out in a positive sense, lest you gain their ire. And always remember to give due sacrifice on a day of celebration, especially on wargs days. Always remember to bribe the gods. Noted. By the way she talked, Rai was a native, and even casual conversation could reveal nuggets of knowledge worth their weight in gold. Not that concepts had weight, but the point stood. Knowledge is my strongest stat. What was that? Nothing. Elia started on the path to retrace her steps. Take a left, down 2 hallways, then go straight at the T section. If I ever have to do a Google Earth challenge, I'd absolutely smash it. She stopped straight in her tracks, staring past a waterfall of shriveled ivy. The hallway went on for quite a while to both the right and left, straight ahead and backwards in this case. But at the end of the hall stood a figure, staring at the ground. It was clad in complete plate mail armor, reflecting brightly where the sunlight leaked through a crack in the wall at just the right angle. It looked so small. An illusion of distance. They were both 100 feet away from the corridor back to the familiar part of the labyrinth. It was still too close for Elia. For all her casual outmaneuvering of the undead dregs and militiamen, she had never learned how to properly fight with a sword, even if she was damn good at it. That skill melted when faced with someone covered head to toe in steel plates. No better time to learn than the present. She sighed audibly, catching the attention of her companion. Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. I think I'm about to receive a lesson in my imminent mortality is all. Why? Wait, that's a Knight of Lofton. Oh, we're saved! Saved? She took a step forward, squinting at the familiar figure. If she could get a few feet on it, then maybe she could take the fight to the T section, where she wouldn't be stuck with her back against a wall again. They're the Knights of Lofton. Our capital. Defenders of mortal lands, saviors of lone maidens and the poor, loyal and honorable examples to us all. Even you should know about them. You do know about Lofton, right? 90 feet. Yeah, of course. Sorry, but as a citizen of the glorious US&A, I am legally permitted to only know the names of the nearest 51 states, the length of a football field in washing machines, and the location of the nearest Wendy's. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly from around here. Rai sighed, but couldn't keep the elation in her voice from spilling over. They can help us. Help me.
They are devout to the point that they may even be granted an audience before a servant of the gods. An audience. We can ask them for help, get you sorted out, and go our merry ways.
80 feet.
You're phrasing that in a way that makes me think you just want me out of your life. Is this you filing a divorce? Are you tearing us apart? Because I'm allergic to exorcisms.
70 feet. Now that she was closer, the details on the armor appeared clearer. The cloth that should have held the coat of arms was washed of all color, and though the shield was metal, it was bent and had clearly seen better days, much like the singular enlarged pauldron draped over the left shoulder. The longsword, held tightly in the knight's left, looked mighty sharp, as did the helm, which menaced with a visor reminiscent of a snowplow or a duckbill. A familiar duckbill. Elia stopped in her tracks, frozen. Oh no. In that moment, Rye wormed her way into their body's face and throat, all the way down to the vocal cords, hijacking expressions, gaze, and voice.
Hey, Mr. Knight, sir, or Mrs. I'm a citizen of the Empire. I need help, she yelled.
The knight didn't say anything. It simply lifted its head, instantly zeroing in on the source of the noise. And then, it charged. Chapter 4. Clank, clonk, clonk.
Oh my gosh, look! They want to help us so bad they're running right for us.
Elia didn't bother to wrestle for control over her voice. Rye could have it, for all she cared, as long as she didn't asphyxiate the both of them. As friendly as a French bulldog, Elia thought as she sprinted towards the exit between her and the knight, who was easily 1.5 feet taller than her. Forget fighting. She'd be lucky if she managed to outrun them. They both had plate armor, but while hers was limited to a helmet, shin and arm guards, and a battered breastplate over tattered padding, her soon-to-be death was encased from head to toe like a full metal crab. Contrary to popular belief, good plate armor didn't inhibit the range of movement, nor did it turn someone into a janky marionette. Instead, it worked the numbers on the acceleration and deceleration axis. Elia felt like a child trying to win a fight against an SUV with a snowplow. She had a good 30 feet of lead on the knight, a lead that was rapidly shrinking as they charged towards each other, one to kill, the other to run the hell away. Why do your legs have to be so short? She thought. It occurred to Elia that in the weird and logically impossible interaction between herself and the former owner of her body, thoughts were not transmitted, only willing speech, which meant Rye couldn't hear her, and Elia didn't have time to warn her of the danger via hand signs or interpretative dance, as her face was duly occupied. Rye, of course, was ignoring every sign of both their imminent demise as she frantically tried to win this world's version of the Darwin Award, making both of them the happiest-sounding target for miles. "Hello! We come in peace! We're friend—" Elia tripped. It was not the time to be tripping on things, especially not 20 feet in front of the exit. Her cranial companion had the time to register the shock before biting down on her tongue hard.
Ow! Hey! The pain is gone.
Elia, now in control of both face and voice, really wanted to strangle someone. Sadly, the only options were herself and a 300-pound raging martial maniac. As she rolled to a stop, the knight now stood within stabbing distance and proceeded to do just that, vigorously. She threw her head to the side, an ear-rending screech accompanying the sharp metal biting her helmet's side. She pulled her light crossbow up and pressed the trigger. The thin bolt bounced harmlessly off the beaked visor, and the knight, still towering above her, growled in that way all mindless undead did, as it crushed her crossbow with a smash of its shield. "We're citizens of the Empire! Why are you attacking us?" Ilya was too busy scooting out of the way of sword strikes and shield smashes to drum up enough snark for an answer. She rolled and scrambled backwards, looking for an opening the knight just wouldn't give.
Her back hit a wall. With a heavy thrust that whiffed just inches above Elia's head, she took the chance and crawled under the knight. It gave her just enough time to stumble to a stand and make sure she was still holding her sword before breaking into a sprint. A sprint that lasted for precisely 1 moment before she heard the ominous whooshing of the longsword and a sharp pain erupted up her leg. She bit through it and ran through the maze and past a hole in the ground, around a corner and over a toppled wall. The sounds of heavy metal bootsteps never failed to stay on her heels, and the further she ran, the more the anxiety grew that she was going to run into another dead end. A chance presented itself. A hole in the wall to her right, barely hidden by a desiccated curtain of ivy. She made a snap decision and dove for it. It was barely large enough for a child, and her chest plate got stuck at the narrowest part. Oh, beans. Not now. Shit, fuck. Ilya turned right, then left. The heavy footsteps approached fast. Too fast.
She turned right harder, and finally, her armor dislodged itself. But just as she popped through, an armored glove grasped her ankle and pulled her half a foot back to send her sprawling again. The floor hit her head hard, but she turned around and kicked out in desperation, again and again. Let go! Let go! Let go! When the gauntleted hand finally let go, she scrambled backwards until her back hit the other wall. The knight's hand searched the area around the hole like a dejected centipede, but eventually it gave up. It took minutes before the undead knight's footsteps disappeared back into the distance, and the air was filled with silence and Ilya's ragged breath. Yeah, you better run. An out-of-breath and sweating Ilya leaned against the wall, air swimming with squiggly lines, breaths coming short, and everything tasting like blood. The wraps around her left leg were soaked red. Worst of all was the emotional damage. The knight tried to kill us. But knights are good. They're the good guys. Fuck! A skull went flying as Ilya took her anger out on a skeletonized corpse. It hit the stone with a sickening crack, and she took out some old bandages, cursing as she tightened them around her calf. Why the fuck are you here? Me? She cupped her face in her hands, moaning in exasperation. The Old Maiden. Capital T-O-M. The Old Maiden? Is that a title or a name or... Those rags of yours don't look clean. They're going to make your wounds feverish, you know. If you're going to steal my body, could you at least take care of it a little better? It's the knight's name. And that was that. No reason to elaborate further. Her lips parted, and before she realized, words poured forth like from cracks in a dam. I knew her once. A friend. Oh, that makes sense. You do look knightly yourself. Somewhat. Were you on bad terms? Are you perhaps a runaway hedge knight, or perhaps an exile? No. No. Why was she even talking about this to herself? To Rai? Nothing would come of this, and staying in place was a certain suicide by night. The Old Maiden was a tenacious sort, and not the kind to be deterred by something as trivial as a wall for long. A diversion seemed prudent. Don't worry about the bandages. We'll be dead before the infection sets in. Excuse me? Yeah, we're not making it back to the healing fountain. Bowl, tub, whatever. If the Old Maiden is still back there. Far as I've seen, this place isn't exactly known for its revolutionary medical practices. Besides the one that turns everyone into semi-immortal undead. Weird how that came before penicillin. You're not making sense again, but please don't give up. I don't want to die. Once more, Elia was faced with the conundrum of shutting her mouth
or saying something that would make her brain bud cry. So she decided to compromise. Don't worry, if we get a good one, we won't even see it coming. As far as compromises went, it wasn't a very good one. Rai started crying. A lot. Since the sound came from every angle inside her head, Elia was certain that if this went on, she really would go insane. Perhaps she underestimated the mental fortitude of someone willing to almost kill them both multiple times. It was probably an accident. You're new here, after all. What does that even mean? This was turning into a fiasco. A fiasco that was making her eye a reset. Elia hated those, because nothing in her possession remained sharp for long, and the undead were famously clumsy in their execution of executions. Oh, and she'd rather do it in a place where her souls remained easily retrievable. Rai still hadn't said anything helpful about what they could possibly be used for, but that was fine with her. Elia was just using them to keep a score. There was still another way out. Something that helped Elia through the most trying times. She pulled Quibbles from her bag and held him gently in front of her face. Rai, look at me. Look at what I'm looking at, Rai. The crying turned into wheezing sniffles. It's a frog? This is Quibbles. He is a toad. He is my friend. Do you want to be his friend too? Me? Yes. Just look at him. He is such a good boy. And one of the few things that anchored her own sanity. If it worked for her, it had to work for the sad girl. Isn't he good? Look at his little eyes, his stubby toes, his shapely posterior. He wants you to hold him. I don't know. I don't really like frogs. Good thing he's a toad, then. Elia took a deep breath and ceded control over both her hands. She could feel Rai flowing into one, fitting naturally like water into a cup. The hand moved on its own, first gently in the fingertips, then in roiling wave motions as they squished and massaged the toad all around. He's so squishy. That's right. He is a squishy friend. And now he is yours too. Mission accomplished. Crisis averted. Now, let me do my thing. Both our lives are at stake here. Rai continued petting the toad for a while, Quibbles evidently enjoying the attention. After a few minutes passed, Elia felt her hands return without friction and only moderately moist. Thank fuck. Language. Thank language, too. Now, onwards. Elia slowly looked around and failed to find any sign of the temple or the North Duck Cloud. With only one way forward, she marched on, though her leg was fairly stiff and her walk turned into more of a hobble. She was mentally prepared to face another few hours of walking through endless, hemmed-in corridors until she keeled over, but when she turned the corner, the road opened up behind a flowery arch into an open field. It stretched out hundreds of feet ahead, and at least 90 to each side, sown with half-broken arches, stone benches, and toppled-over gravestones, some as tall as her and taller. More than that, the sheer scale of openness made her gape. Her enthusiasm dampened as none of the sides showed any sign of entry or egress, and a nervous glance to the sky finally tipped the scales towards restrained unease. This place was new. To the left, the temple appeared so much closer now, almost as if she could touch it. Maybe if she crossed to the end of the field and climbed over a few walls, she would be able to, shortly before being pasted by the inevitable rock bird all across the maze again. This place was special. Finally, It's all paying off.
However, the area didn't purely inspire confidence. An eviscerated corpse of a warrior in faded leathers and chainmail sat casually at the entrance. Skittering dozens of black shapes betrayed the true danger hidden between the tombstones. Their outlines appeared fuzzy, and like sea urchins, they were covered over and over in thin, hair-like needles.
Spiders.
Elia watched grimly as one the size of her head crawled across the wall close to her face.
My arch-nemesis.
Looting the corpse next to her was a welcome distraction, though something had turned its chest into a sieve, dozens of holes torn through layers of gambeson.
You have gained. Bone shard, common, ×1. Ooh, lucky me. That makes 4. 8 to go.
The field was anything but empty, and though Elia would have liked to complain about the redundant set pieces, she couldn't help but feel awe at the sheer scale of open space. It felt like a luxury, only having one side hemmed in by sarcophagi stacked 2 stories high like dockyard containers. Few plants grew here and there in the muck, and from between the cobblestone roads crisscrossing through the area. Most of them were shriveled and dead, but a few groups showed hints of yellow and lighter browns, and even a splotch of green.
New place, new plants, new loot, new horrible ways to die.
Elia carefully tiptoed around a cluster of spiders, doing spider things, climbed over an empty sarcophagus, and landed in muddy grass. She shuddered, almost letting out a moan, as she felt something other than stone and sharp rocks between her toes. I think I'm in love with this place. I thought you'd hate it, because of the spiders. Careful, they're tranquil critters, but just as poisonous. And there was Rye, finally sounding like she had something to contribute besides insults and pesky emotions. It's a difficult relationship. I can feel it in my toes. This place is special. A tingle went down her feet, and Elia found herself rooted in place. I don't know. All I feel is mud. And apparently she found her sense of humor as well. Good for her. And since there was nothing much to gain by standing in the mud, she even released control without Elia prompting her. How polite. Taking the muddiest path, Elia soon arrived at a podium, an altar or something of the sort. It wasn't more than a rough stone slab sitting on an elevated platform, but there were corpses aplenty for her to peruse nearby. You have gained Bone Shard, common, ×3. You have gained Blue Brilliant Beetle, ×1. Okay, this just turned from a lucky loop into a suspiciously lucky loop. Elia, could you do something for me? As long as it doesn't involve pointing blades at my throat, sure. Sorry. I was scared and I did something stupid. Wow. Elia's eyebrows remained raised as she deposited the loot in her loot bag. I sure do feel like a piece of toast right about now. Like a what? You know, dry and flavorless, but all buttered up. Are you being weird on purpose again? Beats me. I'm just very lubricated in various animal fats, because you're laying it on thick, and oh boy is it making me feel tasty. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. I'm happy you're not mad, but you sound like you're mad. No comment. Elia smiled, before she realized that Rye couldn't see it. You were saying something about a favor? Yes. Could you put one of those bone shards on the altar? Ooh, more suspicious behavior. I'm in. Anything for a friend of a friend. Elia took the smallest shard and placed it square on the rock. Okay, now repeat after me. Say after me, all things have a price. We offer our due sacrifice. All things have a price. We offer our due sacrifice?
A small gust of wind picked up, and before her very eyes, the shard dissolved into white smoke, leaving behind nothing. You have donated a bone shard. Blessings of the sun upon you. Explain. Well, I wanted to pray to the gods. I gave them an offering so they would listen and grant us a bit of their bounteous fortune. Usually there's more ritual around it, but I figured this was the only chance I'd get, so... And the shard is gone. Like, gone? Elia checked the altar, then next to it, then beneath it. Nothing. Well, yes. That's what a sacrifice means. You give something of your own and gain more in return for your generosity. So, you threw some coins at the rich in the hopes more would trickle back down to you? This was the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, maybe ever. I'm sorry to say, my little brain bud, but you fell for a pyramid scheme. A what now? It's the oldest trick in the book. You should have asked for money, or a sword, or 2 bone shards. That's not how this works. It's not a bazaar where you bid for godly attention. You have to give willingly before you receive, and I wasn't so sure they'd even accept stolen shards like yours. But they did, and now fortune smiles upon us. Well, you still got ripped off, which means I got ripped off, and for something as intangible as luck. She gently nudged a spider from her path with the tip of her sword. Last time I'm listening to you. Wind whipped past her ear, followed by a stream of whizzing sounds.
Elia didn't even have time to dodge, as a barrage of something missed her face by an inch. She immediately dove behind a row of gravestones, and moments later was showered with powdered and shattered flakes of ice.
Fuck, that's cold! What the hell is this, magic? Yes, I think. We're being attacked. Oh gods, this is horrible. We're going to die! Where's Rye's voice was loud. Elia was rather monotone. Oh no, the humanity. She peeked over the edge just in time to spot a distant distortion, like reflecting shards of glass twinkling in the sunlight. A barrage of icicles ricocheted off the top of her helmet, dissuading her from peeking again any time soon. But she had seen enough. So, Rye, can spiders learn magic? What? No, don't be ridiculous. What about giant spiders? That's still a no? She risked another eye to peek in between 2 gravestones. Well, we've got one enormous shelob hanging out roughly 2 football fields and 5 washing machines in that direction. She seems to be pulling on blue strings and cutting the air with all her many legs. Oh, and she has a wide-brimmed, droopy hat. Oh. Oh, no. The hat all but confirmed it. The giant spider knows magic. A large icicle shattered the stone podium to the side. Elia didn't flinch, not as the huge spider coated her immediate area in a rain of sharpened ice. Gotta be a way out. Gotta run. Any comments? We're gonna die! Yep, thought as much. On 3. 1. Her words were cut off as a single shard found its mark and stabbed her right in the face. The air was filled with a string of inventive curses entirely new to this world, as Elia rolled around on the floor for a good while, the odd stray shot pelting against her armor. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, are you all right? Your face. It's... you... can I knew it. This was... shit, was a boss arena. God, that burns.
Boss? Arena? Like with gladiators and chariot racing? Oh no, What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Hoo-hoo! Just dodge, she laughed mirthlessly to herself. The incoming stream might as well have come from a Gatling gun. There was no way to get back the way she came without being turned into a finely ground mist. Honestly, I've faced better odds. With one hand covering her eye and the other in her pocket, she popped a blue beetle in her mouth in the hopes it would tilt the odds a bit. She never tested how far slightly increased magic resistance went, and now that she was loaded up on 6 whole bone shards, it was a bad time to find out. You have consumed Blue Brilliant Beetle. Your resistance to magic has been temporarily increased. I know! Mute! Elia counted to 3, threw herself upwards, and set into a mad sprint from cover to cover, evading the shots with mixed success. First a pile of sarcophagi, then a 1-story tall gravestone with half an Odyssey inscribed into it, then a particularly gnarled and twisty tree served as temporary cover before the creature adjusted its aim. The barrage of icicles strafed her more than once, and where it barely left a mark on her metal armor, on her skin the projectiles still pierced uncomfortably deep. The protection wore off, like an invisible blanket being lifted, and she felt twice as vulnerable as before. Note to self: blue bug duration is around 40 seconds. Oh, beans, that's not very long. Not very long at all. Oh no, oh no, oh beans! Slow down, Gonzalez. Or stay quiet. I'd much prefer that. She took a quick peek over the edge, eyes bulging out of her head as a blue pillar of condensed ice, at least 10 foot tall and 1 wide, sped towards her like a cruise missile. The impact shook the ground and turned the tree into wood chips as Elia rolled away to protect her face from the worst. She was still blasted away a good dozen feet as the pillar detonated on impact, kicking her like a mule. 2 mules. With track spikes. You have gained soul times 3. You have gained the condition poisoned. Elia's gaze fell on the 3 bristly spiders she had rolled over. The adrenaline had kicked in, and she wasn't feeling the most of it, but a slither of something hot wormed its way up her insides. Rye was screaming, as always, and in that moment, Elia wondered whether this loop could get much worse. The sound of rapidly approaching metal footsteps were a good indication of the how, though the why still remained unclear. The old maiden seemed incredibly driven in finding and killing specifically her and no one else. It made sense that she would eventually find a way around the hole in the wall. Why her once friend was now a mindless undead, she could guess, just not why she was being targeted in specific. Even as she struggled to stand, Elia refused to go down without a fight. It was as much tradition as it was a matter of principle, a show that, in spite of everything, she would not stop. She'd rather be killed by a friend than some random arachnid hopped up on an astral ice slurry anyways. This'll hurt me a lot more than it will hurt you, unless you're an empath. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere this time. There was no time to regret the irony in her words. A second pillar of ice was flung at her from behind, but instead of detonating, it ricocheted off the muddy ground, and, now traveling at a slight upwards tilt, took Elia square in the rear. 1 second, she was facing an old friend, ready to be cut down. In the next, she was soaring mere feet over the labyrinth at blinding speed. The acceleration made her black out for a moment, and when she came to, it was a split second before being pasted against a fountain. Scream, crunch, death. At least this is closer to my checkpoint, I think. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 1,624. You have lost. Bone shard,
common, times 6. This story is only accessible on Royal Road at
https://www.royalroad.com/68755/hour-little-dark-age-souls-like-time loop, or on my Patreon. This story is not on Amazon. If you find my work, or something like it, that seems to have been copied and run through an AI on Amazon, it is the work of a thief. Chapter 5. Have you tried not dying yet? With a start, Ellie awoke from death, greeted by the pale blue sky as she lay next to the checkpoint, the bowl of respite. She shot up to her feet, missing not 1 second before submerging her entire head in the bowl of fruity lemon water.
Oh boy! Oh man! Gosh darn golly gee dang! Wowza, what a death that was, eh, Rye? You got a good one as your first, isn't that right, Quibbles? Nothing like a high-velocity impact to wake you in the morning, eh, Quibbles? She practically tore the sleepy toad from his bag filled with muddy leaves, a confused croak escaping his lips before Elia started kneading him like dough. Quibbles did not want to be bread and managed to struggle his way out of her grip and back into the pocket. But that was fine. Everything was fine. So fine. She unmuted her death penalty notification, calculations flying crisscross inside her head as she drummed up as much gusto as was artificially possible. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 14 minutes. Rye, my bestest of brain buddies, what do you say? How was the flight? Did you enjoy the view? With her best melodramatic voice, she added in a whisper, "Do you believe me now?" Silence was the only answer. It was to be expected. Rye was possibly the toughest single-person crowd she'd ever met. She'd barely even laughed at a single one of her jokes. Who even did that? No one could resist every single one of her rapid-fire strings of nonsense and half-sense. I'm gonna count to 3, and if you don't say anything, I'll take that as permission to go do my thing. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Silence once more. Elia rolled her shoulders until they popped. Oh boy. Here I go killing again. And off she went, sprinting ahead past the toppled lion statue and onwards to unexplored lands. It was in this rough direction that she had landed, and thus where her souls and, more importantly, her bone shards could be found.
The emphasis leaned heavily on that could, as it still was quite the distance, and she'd have to navigate her way there. Actually, now that she thought about it, landing this close by was oddly convenient, almost like something meddled with the chances for this exact line of events. Could it be that the sacrifice of one precious bone shard to whatever force accepted it really had a tangible benefit? Nah. Elia would rather believe in coincidences than benevolent omnipotence. I wonder if I could replicate it. If I found a way to aim my zone of impact, I'd get a free deposit of all my stuff right next to my checkpoint. If I survived it, that would basically be my ticket out of here. I wonder if the effect of the beetles stacks. She casually stabbed an undead in the back, mostly because it had the poor fortune of looking exactly the wrong way at exactly the right time. Thoughts for later. For now, Rye, don't think that giving me the silent treatment again is going to win you any brownie points. I meant it when I threatened you with Christmas jingles. I'll fucking do it. Elia stalked over a line of very uneven ground,
fallen bricks and stones making every step a possible ankle-bender, when she realized that she was being an idiot. Rai wasn't there before the last checkpoint, and time had turned backwards, as time was wont to do whenever it saw her die. It was flattering, or would have been, had there not been a growing pit sinking deeper into her stomach. You have used psychometry, uncommon, essence of ego. The moment she dared to use one hand on herself to activate the boon, an undead with a kettle hat stabbed her in the chest from around a corner. The attack glanced off her armor, but the suddenness made her misstep and tumble over, grabbing onto her attacker and pulling them onto her in the same motion. When she was face to face with a decaying, dried-up militiaman, a recognizable scream filled her head. Glad to have you back too, Rai.
Ah! 1 second. We've got a bit of a situation here. Her sword was stuck under the undead's weight, but she punched it in the side of the head multiple times until her hand ached. It went slack atop her. There. Handled. Ah! What? Where? Who? Why? What is this? What is this?
The poor girl was confused, but that was all right. Dying did that to people. As I was saying, Elia huffed as she pushed the weighty corpse off her. Everyone underestimated the weight of a human body not supported by any muscle at all, and her borrowed body was not of the strongest kind, but the weakest. She could do exactly 1 push-up, and was fairly certain that attempting to bench any respectable weight would tear something in her arms. Enjoy the view? The what? Yes, I know, dying is a bit novel of an experience, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. Rai was far from Elia's own casual experience of dying, but she'd get there. It sucked to be her, but they were stuck together now. It was better than staying dead, Elia figured, and while the road ahead was long and arduous, finally, an end was in sight. She had glimpsed it from high above, and there was no doubt the way out was right ahead. I should climb walls more often, even if it kills me. Why? Stone eagles say no to taking shortcuts. Also, these walls are quite high up. I died from a fall once, you know. Wasn't pretty either. Absolutely ruined my afternoon. All in all, getting yeeted across the sky by a magical spider is an 8.5 out of 10 for me. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 12 minutes. Oops, forgot we're on a timer. Time to scoot. Taking 2 large breaths, she stood up and continued her search at a jog. After less than a minute, another open area presented itself, though much, much smaller than the last one. Roman-style arches stood arrayed in a circle, in what must once have been a garden, though little more than withered stalks peeked from an assortment of wide and tall clay pots. A 3-storied fountain stood in the middle, thick carpets of dirty brown algae and duckweed hugging the tepid water's surface. Broken remnants of walls crisscrossed the scene, and the air was filled with the quiet moans of at least 9 undead, variably sitting or lying on the cold stone floor. Elia stopped at the entrance, crouching low as her eyes fell on a glowing orb sitting atop the fountain, like a crowning star of gold on a Christmas tree. A Christmas tree that smelled like the worst parts of the worst harbor. Not losing her bone shards was a gift she was looking forward to, as was expanding her collection from the pockets of the idol figures all around. Preferably they'd be dead by then, though time was not on her side. 11 minutes, 10 undead. This is going to be a marathon and the puzzle. You like puzzles, Rai? Uh-huh. Good. I hate puzzles. Rai sounded, against all expectation, as calm and collected as she'd ever been, having shaken off her confusion. Delightful. Maybe now they could have a conversation and clear this room. Together. Ooh, maybe Rai could give quick-witted combat commentary, point out weaknesses and stuff. Actually, since she didn't appear to enjoy violence, just narrating the scenery would be fine. Like a post-apocalyptic nature documentary. How good is your David Attenborough impression? Before you continue talking nonsense, I'm going to have to stop you right there. I have questions. Many, many questions. Go on. First, where the heck is this? It's the endless maze, you know. Calm gray rocks lounging next to pools of clear water, reflecting the silvery halo of stormless sky. Elia stopped as a group of 3 individuals stepped out from one of the 3 exits in the room. A crossbowman, 2 militiamen with short swords, one of them carrying a shield, and a surprise 4th thing slinking out behind them. A dog. Mostly colorless skin and patches of fur draped over hollow bones. Things just got a lot more complicated. No, okay, yes, thank you. Next question. What are you doing here? Trying to get out. We already went over my motivation for existence, didn't we? She adjusted her weight, watching the 4 patrol around the fountain once, past another lion statue, marking the path forwards, and then disappear into the left entrance. But I finally found it. The maze ends after just 100 yards that way. After that, we can say goodbye to this recursive hell. I can finally eat a hamburger again, and not just bugs and flavored water. There will be a soft bed, maybe even a roof over our heads. That sounds oddly modest. A microwave meal would be a luxury, or just a pack of noodles, uncooked. She eyed the other undead lying about. Not a sign of life out of them. Not until she got close. Honestly, I'd go for some sidewalk chewing gum. The patrol returned after exactly 1 minute of silence, walking left to right this time. That was not a lot of time at all, however. If she worked her way from right to left, she could fight them one after the other. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 10 minutes. That's our cue. It's nerf or nothing now. Wait! I've got so many more questions. Shut. It's action time. Call out if you notice anything off. Well, for one, that person to the right is looking this way. Elia had indeed overlooked one undead lying right around the corner as she broke cover. The undead met her eyes. It stood up, brandishing a broken sword, but by her experience, she knew how sharp a broken sword could be. Elia had just enough time to block the incoming stab with her arm guards. The stab she gave in turn pierced the unarmored undead right through faded blue rags.
With a twist of the blade, the body fell to the floor. The scuffle didn't go unnoticed as 2 more undead stood and turned on Elia. They stabbed and slashed, or variably slashed and then stabbed, and after a split-second decision, she narrowly took one of the slashes on her armor, dodged the other, and closed into her preferred range. 1 undead fell, and though the next proved more tenacious, it too toppled over after a slash cut its wrists. Elia, panting and sewn with a few shallow cuts, looked up and caught the patrol entering the room. They didn't meet her eyes as she let herself fall to the ground behind a broken half-wall, staring at her latest victim's lifeless face as she listened to the quiet footsteps walking on by.
They just attacked you. You didn't even do anything. Right, she whispered. They are baddies. We kill the baddies. You quiet while I kill baddie? I'm not 12, you... I'll just keep asking questions, and you answer whenever you get a breather, all right? Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 9 minutes. Sure, she replied, and got up on to the next group. This one was a smattering of 4 undead to the left, all arranged closely enough that Elia wasn't sure she could stealthily kill them all. This left her with the next best tactic after stealth, namely speed and great violence. Elia jumped the first one. It raised its head tiredly, and with a mighty two-handed swing, Elia cut it right across the face, smacking it back onto the floor. The next one roused, and Elia was just about to stab them more thoroughly when she noticed the last 2 grabbing for crossbows. Shit! She only gave it a hefty kick to the temple before diverting her attention to the 3rd and 4th enemy. They raised their crossbows, but not quick enough, as Elia tackled one to the ground and wrestled with it for brief seconds before slipping a blade underneath its ribs.
A whack to her head made her vision go sideways, but Elia had the presence of mind to roll away and get back up in time to bat another swing of a wooden cudgel away with her sword, nearly knocking it out of her hand. She recovered a split second sooner and stabbed the sneaky undead in the chest. A twang rang out, and she choked down a scream as a bolt slammed into her thigh. "The crossbow! To the right!" "Eep!" Rye had a good head on her shoulders, as Elia was already reaching for it. Holding the gurgling undead with one hand as a shield, she reached for the crossbow, aimed, and perfectly domed the last opponent between the eyes. "All me, all skill," she huffed, before letting the club swinger fall onto her. She leaned against a wall and played dead as the undead dog entered at the front of the patrol. They passed so close by her that if she extended her hand, she would have been able to touch them with the tip of her sword. "Can I open my eyes yet?" She watched the patrol disappear and tried to stand, but failed. Sure. Ah, fuck, that stings." "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 8 minutes. "A few minutes of rest." "Oh, is it okay if I continue asking you questions?" "Yeah, sure, fuck it." "Language!" A loose tongue invites loose morals, and loose morals open you up to the worst of sins. "Oh yeah?" She focused entirely on her breathing as she pulled out the bolt, binding the wound swiftly with dirty rags. "Fuck, I'm dizzy." Rude. Questions then. "So, I've noticed that you react pretty quickly to all these so-called undead, almost like you know what they're going to do beforehand. But then you stumble, because they're bigger and stronger, but still, you somehow manage to come out on top. How the heck are you so good at this?" "Practice." "That's it? No boon? Not even a common one? I find that hard to believe." "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 strikes once, but one strike 10,000 times." Wow. Elia chuckled. Somehow it was funny that all it took was a Bruce Lee quote to wow Rye. I get all my quotes from the greatest master of all, the Internet. I see. This Internet person must have been wise indeed. I sure wonder why I never heard of them. Were they a saint? Perhaps a divine servant or minor god? You could say something like that, in my world. The patrol came by once again, and Elia let them. For all her swagger and confidence, being an undead was limiting. She didn't have it as bad as the others, but that was like saying an amoeba had more situational awareness than a rock. Her stamina, strength, and just about every part of her body was lacking, and she only vaguely remembered that it was and wasn't always like this. I had to learn everything from the ground up, all the stabs and slashes and whatnot. It was difficult, you know. I wasn't the most physically active person on Earth, more of a shut-in.
On dirt? So you're a barbarian, then, from the land of dirt. Fitting. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Next question. What is with your accent? It's so weird. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 5 minutes. With a sigh, Elia fastened a wrap of cloth around her leg and shoved the corpse off of her. Would you say it is out of this world? Well, if you put it like that, then yes. Yes, I would. 1 + 1. You do the math. With that, Elia carefully walked on over to the remaining 4. They were 2 groups of 2, and by the time Elia had reached the most armored militiaman she had ever seen, she regretted not looting the wooden club. Helmets were lifesavers up until blunt force turned her brain into a slushy. Elia chose to double back for it, then smashed in the brains of the first undead before entering the most awkward sword fight she'd had since having to fight without both her arms.
Escaping out of the undead's reach was impossible with her wounded leg, and so she went about parrying 6 or 7 attacks until it finally whiffed one, allowing her to disarm and disembowel it. Almost done. As she staggered over to the remaining 2 undead, ready for the worst fight yet due to wounds and exhaustion, she nearly barked a laugh as she realized that one of them wasn't actually alive, and the other only had a crossbow. It died. The crossbow changed hands. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 4 minutes. And done. Whew. What an encounter. But there are still 3 left. And a dog. Elia sat down, leaning against the withered lion statue as she waited for the patrol to pass by from the left. Nah, we can do them after we're all healed up again. Now, we just need our souls, then loot this place, and then we're out of here. Awfully pre-planned for self-defense. Some might call it a bit overzealous. Undead are humans too, you know. I'm surprised you're not calling me a murderer or a demon brain bud. And when the patrol didn't enter from her far left, but from right next to her, one word summarized all her thoughts quite well. Fuck. Chapter 6. Again. They weren't really friends, she and the person inside her head. Even if they were, the voice known as Rye was probably not even real. This was all just a stupid hallucination brought on by long-term exposure to this recursive labyrinthine hell. Worse yet, just when she thought something good had happened, and to herself, no less, the world found a way to sour the pot yet again. They couldn't be friends, not like quibbles, not when Rye didn't remember the loops. Without that, there was no way anyone could understand Elia. There came the patrol, but Elia didn't care. Everything was so distant, so muted, so bereft of sense. With a sword in one hand and a crossbow she could only fire once held loosely in another, the world narrowed until it was only Elia, 3 faces, and the dog. The bolt flew. One face moaned, falling on its punctured leg. The shield face came. It was the envy of all its peers, and Elia, too. It swung its sword. It hit metal. Sparks flew. A bolt hit Elia in the side. More sparks. The chest plate saved her life, twice. Elia fainted, staggered forward, and stabbed a face in the face. The dog threw her to the ground. White fur, white teeth, white bleached bones. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Her left hand hurt like 1,000 cuts doused in apple lemon juice, crawling with greedy ants. But she was stronger than some imaginary ants. Brittle bones broke after too many swings against the skull. Someone was screaming. Elia stood.
Another bolt dinged against her helmet, and she didn't care. The haze was back. Not Hansarp's handy haze, nor any kind of watery vapor. A fog of the mind, walls on every side, a narrowing of perspective away from all things pleasant and grim. Nothing mattered. Just one step, then another, then another. She stabbed and was stabbed in turn. The undead died. The dog got back up and died again. The one with the crossbow was still shooting her, and for that, its death was less nice. Silence. Finally.
Still, Elia couldn't find within herself a mote of care. She didn't even know why she was here, why she was standing at all and not sitting on the ground, catching her breath, and binding her wounds to make the haze disappear. No, that wasn't right. Sitting felt wrong. She had to stand, even if it made the ants climb up and down her leg. Elia had to go. Go somewhere. But where to? And why? Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 1 minute. Ah! Her eyes fell on the smoky nonsense, then on the glowing orb atop the fountain. So that was it. That was the goal. She moved as if swimming through mud, pushing the air away with every step. She lifted her legs, one at a time. She fell, then climbed the fountain again. You have regained soul times 2,474. You have regained bone shard common times 6. The smoke felt nice, tingly. But that was it? That was all? She went about, searching for more of the same feeling to clear the haze, to fill the emptiness. First, she searched the corpses. She knew how to search corpses, even half-blinded by the emptiness inside her mind. You have gained bone shard common times 2. You have gained blue brilliant beetle times 1. It was nice, but somehow this wasn't it. Maybe she just needed more? Then she went on to make corpses. She knew how to make corpses. You have gained soul times 61. And more corpses. You have gained soul times 350. You have gained bone shard common times 2. And more still. You have gained soul times 1,891. You have gained bone shard common times 9. The haze was still there. It surprised her that it didn't leave after closing and opening her eyes again. The dissociation at least tended to stop when she left them shut for a while. Perhaps she was just tired then? But being tired meant lying on the ground, and if sitting felt uncomfortable, then lying must feel even worse. But if she couldn't sit, and couldn't lie, and had to stand but didn't know why, what was the point? What was the point of it all? What was the damn point of it all if she couldn't even remember why she was walking in circles? Elia. But she had to walk. Elia, stop. She had to go forward and never look back. Because she didn't do backtracking. Forward was where progress lay. 1 step at a time, no matter how many steps it would take. Please, Elia, I'm sorry. And then the haze was gone, replaced with a soul-deep, soaking fatigue of every cell in her body. A fuzzy feeling known as rye left her arm, leaving her to pull the short sword out of an undead militia's face. Yeep! I killed someone. Oh no. I'm going to hell. This is your fault. Elia! Please, Elia.
Answer me! Her tongue rasped against her lips. Dry. She could go for some water. Need a break. Elia? Brain. Bud. Elia! Oh my gosh, you're back! It's been days! How long? Days! How long? I just said days! It felt like that at least, even if night never came. Elia, you need to eat, drink, sit down, and rest. You've been staggering around, muttering about spiders and shoving them up the gods' unspeakables for so long, I thought that was it. Water. Dry. No, you silly, water is wet. But you're all right. Bless the gods. Bless Warga and Rutha. Bless the 12. The surroundings were familiar, at least. There was the lion head statue, toppled over and completely defaced by time, and there was the fountain. She was right back where she started. As she checked her pockets and her soul count, her eyes bulged. Soul count times 4,776. Bone shard, common, times 17. Enough shards for another boon, and she was approaching her last record in souls. Let's take break. Okay, good. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I lied to you. Lied? I thought this was a dream at first. A horrible, visceral dream, but not real. I can remember how you died. We died together.
I didn't want to admit it. I don't want to now. I still think I'm going crazy, and that the next thing I'll know, I'll be back in bed. Elia wasn't in much of a mood for answering. Steadily plodding along, she walked on the path to return to her last checkpoint, leaving bloody footprints in her wake. Even before, I had been thinking, of all the rude, blasphemous things you said, nothing really felt like it had a point. Like you were playing the madwoman more than being one. I was quite shaken after seeing my own face in the puddle. But later I wondered if you would have acted any different if I hadn't slung those accusations at your face. And so, I pretended I didn't remember. A clean slate for a clean impression. A feeling of indignity and righteous anger warred against the relief she felt that her brain bud, that Rye, wasn't just a manifestation of her magical boon, that she wasn't just like the other undead that didn't change from loop to loop. More than that, hearing anyone's voice after so long was almost a physical pleasure, even if it came from inside her own head. Believe me, if I had known you would become like that, I would never have dared as much. I'm no liar. It's not moral. You were all loopy and mindless, like the other undead, more beast than human. It was scary. But I had some time to think, and over those few days, every undead you came across tried to kill us for no reason at all. I tried to take control of an arm, but that just made everything worse. Elia looked down at the undead, then back to her gore-caked and, admittedly, quite cut-up sword arm. Doesn't count. He ran into it. Thanks, but let's say I have a somewhat clearer perspective now. I was wrong in calling you a mindless murderer and a demon. Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Please believe me when I say I am. I'm sorry. You're not evil, just a little misguided. Lost, uneducated. I don't regret saving you one bit. They reached the checkpoint, and Elia nearly hit her face on the cup's rim as she submerged her head in the clear water. A whole tub of it must have ended up in her stomach,
but the water level didn't decrease in the slightest, nor did she feel any more full. When her thirst was quenched, she sat down, leaned back, and let out the loudest, meanest burp physics would allow her tiny body. I'm already regretting everything. Oh, really? Elia chuckled. I'm just surprised at the reverb of that one. Did you practice while you were alive? Were you a professional belcher? No. Elia laughed out loud as Rye descended into a mixture of embarrassed noises and half-words. By the end of it, she was on her back, both of them in a maniacal giggling fit. Who knew the voice of another human could be so infectious? Not Elia, and Quibbles didn't quite have her sense of humor either. I haven't laughed that well in ages. Must have been what, 200 loops? 300 since? Gosh, was it that long ago already? Loops as in deaths? You've been at it for that long? Don't ask a woman her age. Elia cleared a tear from her eye. I stopped counting after the last time I disassociated like that. But I'm 21 on the inside forever, baby. At those words, Rye instantly sobered up. This has happened before. I mean, yeah. Most of the times I just keep on going until I die of exhaustion or encounter some new monster in the labyrinth. It's not pleasant, because I tend to walk pretty far, and then I can't get my souls and bone shards back afterwards. Elia, how many times did this happen to you? Rye, seriously, stop asking questions you don't want the answer to. There was a lull in the conversation. Elia idly picked at some bandages around her arm. Did Rye apply these with one hand, or did she do it herself? Okay, we are getting you out of this place, now. Hold your horses, young Padawan. Elia pushed herself up, but paused midway.
Wait, do you have horses in this world?
We do.
They are mostly for important messengers and the war effort. Hard to breed, expensive to maintain, yada yada yada.
City people can be so stuck up about the right breed, but everyone else uses the trusty grug. And a grug is 4 legs, 2 eyes, scales, a stubby tail, lays eggs and provides hardy leather as well as some meat good for stewing. Seriously, you must have grown up far away. I grew up on a farm and we had oodles and caboodles of them. Fascinating. How many oodles make a pound? How much is a pound? You're messing with me again. I can feel you smiling. Helia laughed. How awfully perceptive of you. So, what now? Now? Helia stretched, then laid back down again. Now we take our government-mandated 20-minute per life break. And since I didn't take one the time before, we have a whole 40 minutes to ourselves. Wow. Your country must have been a horrible place for you to live in if you only get 20 minutes of break time. Even I had an hour or two of free time before going to bed. She leaned back, making herself comfortable on the smooth cobblestone floor. Well, as the government of this fine body of ours, we are legally allowed to screw the rules. We can do anything we'd like? Anything. A moment of awkward silence spread like jam. Would you like to watch some clouds? Sure. And they did.
A good 2 hours later, they were still lying there, staring at the cloudless halo above them. Like a hole in the sky, it pierced a circle of cumulonimbus that reached from high to low, allowing matted sunlight to shine through forever. And that's the North Duck Cloud. Wow, you are very good at spotting cloud shapes. They all just look like fluffy mounds of cotton to me. Well, I am the 20th world master in spotting clouds back in my world. The Alabaster Eye, they called me. Wow. Yeah,
A few minutes passed. Having another friend that didn't want to kill her was pleasant, and one that could talk back as well, though Quibbles would always be number one in her heart. He was the first to wiggle his way into her life after all, and no matter what, nothing would separate them. They don't really move much, do they? Nope. That's why I use them to navigate. Took me quite a while to figure navigating around that one as well. Why did it take so long then? I thought you said you were a master of clouds. Yeah, in spotting. Oh, that makes sense. Did it really? Now Elia was unsure herself. So, what happens now? What now? You won't disagree with me if I say that I want to spend not 1 minute longer than necessary in this maze-like burial ground, right? Oh, hell no. Good. Because I want out. Elia smiled. I get you. And I'd rather not die a whole bunch of times on the way. Neither do I. We have so much in common. I swear I won't interfere with you anymore. No stealing your arm, threatening your life, and calling you names anymore. Great! But I do have a condition. Elia motioned for her to go on. Once we're out of here, you give me my body back. It's terrifying, being nothing but a passenger in my own body, with no control, no real anything. Even if you didn't take it on purpose, please, give it back. She thought long and hard about it, stroking an imaginary beard to kickstart her neurons.
Tell you what,
If I succeed in getting us out in 10 deaths or less, then I get to keep driving. If I don't, then you're free to take over whenever. Once we figure out the mechanics, of course. Really? Wait, is 10 deaths a lot? Yes, really. I have realized now that I need a longer break. A vacation, if you will. She put her hand on her heart and looked dramatically to the sky. For both our sanity's sake. I shall honor this pinky promise in its entirety. And if I lie or cheat, so shall lightning strike me dead. I feel like you're pulling a fast one on me. I don't have a reference for your average time to die yet. Oh gods, it sounds so horribly morbid and cold when I say it like that. Am I a bad person? A quiet yet pronounced croak crept from her pocket. Quibbles poked his head out, meeting Elia's gaze. Quibbles, she started, do you perchance have something to tell us? Ribbit. Ah, I see. She leaned away and half whispered to her reflection in the water. A matter of grave importance. Croak. Oh, of course. You little rascal, you. Just say that in the first place. Ribbit. Are you talking to a toad? Yes, and he told me that he is a prince under a terrible curse, and he can only be turned back with the kiss of a fair maiden. A what now? A virgin in modern terms. And since I, of course, am quite the experienced woman, a femme fatale of fallacious skill, you must do it. Do it now. But I'm not a virgin. Elia paused, already having ceded control over her lips as she held Quibbles ready for a kiss. Wait, really? Shit, that means... Fuck, damn it, how old are you? 22, last I remember. I came of age last year, if that still applies to what you called the end of the world. Also, language. You have filthy habits. Elia was already ignoring her, one ear perched against the toad's mouth. Oh, what's that, Quibbles? Ribbit. Oh, he says you'll do as well. Oh, if I can help, then I will. Should I just kiss him on the mouth? Yes, now, quick. Time is of the essence.
Rye flowed into their shared face, kissed Quibbles, and immediately released control again. Ew! He tastes like swamp! Wait, where's the prince? Where? Oh. Oh, you lying little... Elia, meanwhile, was buckled over, cackling like a mad witch. I can't believe I fell for that. That was the oldest trick in the book. I should have known better than to trust someone who confers with amphibians. You even made half those ribbits yourself. Force of habit. Wiping tears from her eyes, Elia stood up straight and drank a cupped hand of fresh, strawberry-flavored water. So, we can start on busting out right now. I know where the exit is. Really? How? Remember when we got launched through the air by magic? I'd rather not think about it, but yes, I do. Well, the labyrinth isn't as endless as it would like to seem. I've been at this for years, but now, with a bit of exploring, I think we can find a path to the edge within a few hours. Most of the undead nearby are cleared out anyways, so we should have smooth sailing for most of it. That sounds great. Oh, what about your bone shards? What about them? Well, the word bone shards is very similar to boon shards. And back home, boon shards were just what people colloquially referred to shards of a soul. And enough shards of a soul make a boon. Right, I get it. Quite the deduction, Holmes. And indeed, look at what I have in my pocket. You have fused bone shard, common, times 12, into bones of boons, common, times 1. Elia pulled out the bone die, letting it appear and disappear between blinding flourishes of her hand. Oh, I don't know what that is, but it sure has a lot of sides. This little girl here is our ticket to greatness. It's a boon die. Imagine, fireballs, gummy bears. Infinite peaches? Infinite peaches, I guess, too. Just roll the dice and boom, magic boon got. Wow, that's so simple. You see, where I come from, we don't have little pieces and physical boon dice thingies. The soul shards, bone shards, whatever, are part of your soul, and the number needed to form a boon is a bit wishy-washy. We need priests and all to commune at an altar to even find out that we had a soul shard in us. It was quite the celebration when a kid gained their first, and that one was always given as an offering to the gods, so they would bless us with a long, healthy life. Sounds like a scam. Elia watched the million shapes flash across the die's surface. Someday, she would get a good boon again. Were your boons entirely random as well? I mean, not always. I know of 2 ways to gain a boon, and one is by collecting souls shards through great deeds in your life yourself. Gathering enough for a whole boon yourself is beyond rare, but they tend to take inspiration from your true inner self. Not a single philosopher, alchemist, or magus managed to pin down what that exactly entails. Only the gods and their immortal servants have the power to look so deeply into a soul, which is how they find promising mortals, who they then direct where their talents are required. Rye took a breath, the sound tickling at the inside of Elia's eyelids. The other, and much more frequent way, is to simply buy shards from another. For a fee, temples grant an exchange of shards, though the fee was predictably steep for both sides. And thus, the rich could eat the poor in a completely new context. But those are just random shards, not the ones cultivated in your own body. Which means that the results are a lot more fickle. What that means, well, I know of a handful of people who ever got a boon, endorsed by the wealthy or the divinities themselves, and even then, half of them left the temple in tears. A fisher could get a boon for finding fish, but if he got one that allowed him to run as fast as a horse, well, he would be smart not to be a fisher for much longer.
And they just popped up inside your body.
If you managed a great deed, or showed enough dedication to a craft or art, you were rewarded. Killing someone to just take their shards was not an option. It was simply unheard of, downright impossible. It didn't work. Huh. Well, I guess someone loosened a few restrictions since then. Would explain why everything is so random. Elia cupped her hand, tempered expectations flaring up at the weight upon it. Maybe this time it really would be a fireball, or, no, best to suffocate all hope. The system was rigged, the die weighted, and psychometry, the exception confirming the rule. Why she still got excited for these piddly liar's dice, she didn't know. It was possibly an addiction, or maybe an, "I want to throw." You sure? Yes, I never got a boon in my life, not that I can remember. My family was well off enough, I think, but not rich in soul shards and certainly more invested in the well-being of our lands. Many would count 4 by the age of 20 lucky, especially for someone stuck doing chores and reading. But I still had to offer one to the gods. Oh, you poor thing. At least corporations only tax your time, but God even taxes your very soul. How unforgivable. Gods, plural. And because people didn't often get the boons they wanted, many people offered their fully formed boons to the gods as well. They then gave back something of equal or greater value that the person making the offering could make better use of. Everyone benefits. La la la, I'm not listening. God's bad. Please just let me roll. Elia released control over her good rolling arm, and she watched as the die landed on a result in an instant. No sign of the stopping of time or encroaching darkness that made every previous roll so unnecessarily atmospheric and suspenseful. You have gained a divine boon. Alternating Ruther's Day vigor, common. Wow. It's like magic, except better.
Don't worry, that's just the precursor of a gambling addiction talking. Elia looked for the boon, but couldn't find it anywhere in the smoke. Hey, any clue where my boon is? I think it's in a downloads folder somewhere, and I can't seem to find it. That's weird. Oh no. I thought you knew. You can't collect an unlimited number of boons. Not all souls are born equal, and as a normal human, we are born with a limit between 0 and 3. 0 and 3 are both very rare, unheard of outside of legends and myths. I'm sorry, but I was born with 1. Well, that sucks. Assuming I have more than 1, where would I check that? Well, with Hanzarp's handy haze. Right. Smoke stuff. Don't call it that. It's a very holy technique. I practiced it so much that apparently my body knows how to do it even when I'm not the one holding the reins. Have some respect, please. Respect schmispect. Boons. Psychometry. Uncommon. Essence of ego. Empty. Oh, hey, look. Smoke stuff says I've got 2 more slots. I hate you. Still no idea where the boon went, but I guess that means I gotta have a legendary title to go with my legendary slot number. Please stop. Deathslayer Elia. Elia the Darkstalker. Elia of the Broken Short Sword. Ah! Chapter 7. If at first you don't succeed, die again. Blessed by the good grace of Ruthie for your devotion to a back-breaking craft, you find yourself invigorated on alternating Ruther's days. On these days, your abilities are increased 2-fold. Elia and Rai stared at the smoke,
having finally figured out that it would show itself if Rai was the one summoning the smoke, which had some interesting implications. Sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't know I'd steal your boon. It wasn't on purpose. Elia stared up at the sky that never moved. She didn't feel particularly different, besides a small tingle in her chest where there was previously nothing. It wasn't a Ruther's Day then, and it never would be. In her experience, the useless boons made up the bulk of the million. She wasn't even mad, just disappointed. It's fine, you can keep it. Shame it's no fireball, or super strength, or infinite peaches. She shrugged, massaging her shoulders as the last of her rampage's fatigue bled through and passed to tingling nothingness. The miracle water lived up to its name once more. Welp, time to play the cards we were dealt. Shame about the boon, though. I don't think you understand how significant this is, but I have a boon. A boon! It's my first—
Elia held her short sword against the sky.
This is worth 1,000 times more.
Your weird green sword is not important at all. Every shard of a soul can only manifest within a person because the gods sacrificed a part of their power to create us. And even then, most people's lives aren't even worthy of 12 common shards.
You're holding a life in your hands. No, more than that. You even have an uncommon boon. That is about 10 lives, or maybe one special one. Very, very special. Would it hurt to show a little bit of thankfulness and appreciation? Thank you, RN Jesus, Elia yelled to the sky. Then she continued through the exit with the lion statue, making sure to double-check every single corpse on the way for signs of unlife and loot. Is that the name of your patron god? Patron? Is that like a sugar daddy? You know what? Forget I asked. Barbarian from the land of dirt indeed. They walked for a while, happening on not much besides 3 paths that looped back to the beginning. He's the god of video games and random number generation. So, a god of luck? Yep. That seems a prudent choice of patron then, given your circumstances. Then I'm sure you're happy to see my sacrifice to the altar pay off. Without it, I'm sure none of this would have happened like it did. Elia entered the open area where she had fought over a dozen undead. All was the same as she left it. The fountain, which still exuded a pungent smell of algae, though now it was mixed with a distinct tang of copper. I don't believe in determinism, or that anybody with absolute power is not absolutely corrupt. Well, I will be glad to prove you wrong. There are so many nice gods, too. There's Ruth, Ru, Warga. You have gained Bone Shard, common, ×1. Oh, hey, I overlooked one. Philia, Orana, Milia. You have gained Wyk-Wax, ×1. Oh, look, it's the wax stuff.
Wick-wax, ×1. A dollop of brown cream, made of a variety of blessed loams and used to stitch together corpses disfigured beyond death. Smear over wounds to prevent blood loss and infection. Amani, Rococo. Did I already mention Ru? He's my favorite, even if I don't officially belong to one of his cults. He's the god of friendship, niceties, and— All right, I get it. You're a polytheist with a good memory. Let's focus on the way forward, shall we? They walked in silence past the second lion statue, happening across 3 more corpses that were already liberated of all belongings of import. Elia still double-checked each pocket, just to be absolutely certain. A vague sense of familiarity was stuck in the back of her mind. She must have come through here during the haze. So, you said you saw the way out? In the brief moment of clarity imbued upon me during a short-lived, high-velocity flight, I have come to find 3 ways out. 3? Yes, the first one. We go past the sorceress spider. Spiders oughtn't learn magics. Yeah, they oughtn't, but they don'tn't. That aside, the maze doesn't extend beyond the hillock it was guarding. However, without a shield that blocks magic or a lot more speed and stamina, we're not getting through there. Okay, so number 2? Number 2 is where we're headed, Elia said, retracing her mental map as she peeked around a corner. Ahead, the maze just stops at a big fuck-off gate and all, but that isn't the problem. A moment of tension lingered in the air as an undead shuffled past at the end of a shaded hallway. Elia followed only when she was sure it was gone, sneaking behind before stabbing it through the neck. The problem is that if you go through the door, you'll win the bet and puppeteer my body around for all eternity. As Elia wiped her sword clean on the undead's rags, she took in a large green double door to the right that remained closed, almost as a warning to all would-be trespassers. Braziers balanced on thin sticks held sooty water from the last rain, floats of powdery incense dimpling upon the surface. Images of some dramatic scene were carved into the surrounding masonry, but time and weather had turned them into little more than faded impressions of human figures. The problem is, whatever's between us and there. There was no other way to the Great Gate except through here. One last challenge, I'd guess. The final fuck you of this goddamned maze. More undead? I hope they're friendly. I still feel shakes running up and down me from your recent killing spree. You don't look it, but you sure know how to stab even while semi-lucid. I'd love to have had your dexterity for late nights at a feast. It would have saved me from a few embarrassing moments. I would have liked some embarrassing moments. Actually, she also would have liked a feast. Elia was absolutely prepared to kill for a slice of pickle that had fallen out of a burger, but despite the pervasive magical gambling, this world's economy hadn't quite reached the fast food stage quite yet. All right, enough stalling. I'll figure something out. But by the way, what's the third option? There is no third option. I lied. Elia placed one hand on each door and pushed with her pitiable strength. Much to the surprise of everyone, the doors started to give. A low, grinding squeak of metal hinges, followed by blindingly clear rays of light that fell through from the other side. The gap in between was just wide enough for someone as small as her to fit through, but when she did, all confidence drained from her face. Fuck me. That is one heckin' large coffin. Embraced within the grasp of two gnarled oaks, there lay a gray stone sarcophagus, 6 feet wide and at least 12 tall. The lid was devoid of all embellishments except for the faded emblem of a 3-headed snake twirling around a white tree engraved into the cold rock. The open sky hung high above gravestones growing at the area's edge like stalagmites, the outer walls crumbling into an advanced level of entropy and decay, though they remained just whole enough to squash all hopes of an easy escape. Plastered smooth cobblestone covered the ground, with dead moss growing in between. But of it all, one feature was so unnerving that Elia could not take her eyes from it. Corpses. Dead people lay strewn about in front, to the sides, further away and in every corner, as if a child had decided to clean their room by pushing the trash barely out of sight. Every kind of undead she had ever met in the entire maze could be found there. From the most basic robed lunatic, to militiamen with kettle helmets, swords, and crossbows, to 3 knights tossed to the side like toy figurines. The cadavers lay strewn in between a forest of rotting and rusting weapons, and though the prospect of diving into the treasure trove of scavenging delight would have sparked tears of joy, Elia only felt dread. What a slaughter! You are seeing this too, right? So many people. It's horrible. I really wish I wasn't lying about the third option. Her gaze flicked left and right, nervously appraising every corner for the cause of the massacre.
Except for the giant sarcophagus. It was the obvious answer, and the most dreadful one. Well, look on the bright side. You can loot all those corpses. Not that I approve. You like looting corpses, don't you? You might even find enough shards for another boon. Oh, in addition, if you just get over one more hurdle, you'll be free. Elia released a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Rai was right, wasn't she? Escaping the labyrinth had been such an impossible task that, compared to it, deicide seemed like a more achievable side quest. But now, her chance was right there. It was the final wall, and she just had to apply her head to it enough times to make it fall. What did she have to fear but the loss of a few thousand souls and some bone shards? Then again, she didn't want to die more than 10 times, for more than just the bet. Well, let's see what God has in store for us today. Elia took 2 steps, and the door behind her slammed shut. Ack! No retreat, eh? She spat on the ground and picked up a battered wooden shield from one of the previous challengers. Wooden shield. A shield crafted from a jumble of wooden boards, missing most of the metal rim. Few would bet their lives on the protection it provides. Not like she had much of a choice. Bring it. The lid on the sarcophagus ground open. A single, bandaged hand grabbed out from the crevice and pushed it over, the heavy thud nearly shaking Elia from her feet. A titanic figure, wrapped in tattered gambeson and frayed cloth, took 1 step out. Hateful red beads shone from behind its polished steel mask, a false face embedded in a chainmail coif. Though the impassively cast face was intended to give an impression of humanity, with all the dust and ash and tattered chainmail hanging like strings of drying algae, the giant seemed more like a monster from a swamp or a nightmare. It howled a long, hollow wail of pain and empty rage. Both Elia and Rai held their breaths as it stepped out onto the cold floor, locked eyes with them, and brandished a curved, heavy slab of a sword with one singular arm. The other was missing, and the stump was wrapped in bulging cloth, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Elia laughed as she saw he was missing the other one, a small solace considering how he towered 10 foot high. It's a giant of Morgenthau! Elia, you can't fight! Wait, what are you doing? This is my chance. She took a step, as if she couldn't hear her heart pounding and her breaths weren't coming quick and frantic. It's 2-on-1. He's only twice my size. No pressure, no pressure.
You have challenged Forlorn Giant. Oh, great, he's got a title, Elia muttered, suddenly very insecure about the Smoke's initiative and the comparatively pitiful length of her own short sword. It was decidedly not as long as her opponent was tall. Hey, Limp Dick, you compensating for something? Size isn't everything. It's about how deep your quips can cut, and I'm a master of banter foo. The giant did not quip. The giant charged. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 4,776. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 4. Time until lost items and souls dissipate, 15 minutes. Elia woke up with the vague impression of weightlessness that followed being bisected at the hip. As far as deaths went, it was fairly novel. She couldn't remember the last time she got bisected by the hip, but that was all right. Dying was not conducive to long-term memory, and so she took a minute to reflect, drink some water, and use her psychometry to give Rai a voice again. Can I open my eyes yet? Yeah, it's over. We won. Wait, it is? As she realized that they were still stuck inside the maze,
The cheer in her voice deflated until it was as small as a mouse. You lied.
Yep.
I don't understand why you keep doing that. It's unhealthy. For your friendships and your soul. You could go to hell if you ever died.
Emphasis on if. With a derisive snort, Elia stood up and made her way back to the final boss of the maze. I'm pretty sure this is my personal hell. A world imitating a video game, except the pain is real, there are no friends, and every bit of progress is lost to unfair random bullshit. Where's the fun in that?
I don't know what you're talking about again. I'm getting the feeling you're doing this on purpose.
Elia picked up her toad. Shit. She's found us out. Run for it, Quibbles. I'll keep her busy.
Anyways, maybe just try a different route? The conjuring spider, maybe?
Elia laughed as an undead tried and failed to stab her. Don't worry, I got this. She reached the fountain room and watched just as the last piece of the patrol left. We're gonna have to speedrun this part every single time we die. Shit. At least we'll get some souls and bone shards from random drops.
If you don't die to these folk.
Yeah. If. Contrary to a certain someone's expectations, Elia made it to the dreaded fight against the giant within less than 15 minutes. Entirely contained within common expectation was the fact that a 2-inch-thick oak shield only helped against 1 or 2 glancing strikes from a 6-foot curved greatsword until it was sundered into 1,000 splinters. The metal chest plate that was responsible for deflecting the rest of the force would have, were it not eons old, chipped in places and brittle with rusty spots. Elia didn't die, but she sure as hell screamed. While the giant could hit her from over 7 feet away with ease, she herself needed to close within 1 to even attempt stabbing past his layers of armor, turning the expected duel of the fates into a high-stakes game of chicken. As she rolled to dodge a stomp of the mighty feet thick as tree trunks, she drew second blood with a vindictive slash. Then her back hit a tombstone, and all she saw was the flash of a bronze blade before darkness took her once more. You have died.
Fuck, shit, fuck, shit.
Every jump backwards was accompanied with the minor dread of stepping on a rusting blade or stumbling over the hand of an unlucky previous challenger. Elia was getting the hang of the giant's range, at least, though what she didn't expect was the sheer speed with which he could swing his sword, in only one hand at that. A rapid series of strikes forced her back, reminding her in some ironic way of the basic undead launching into a flurry of flails only to fall over afterwards. On the contrary, the giant did not even stumble, weaving every slash elegantly into the other without pause. Lucky for her, she was starting to see a pattern. If only stretching out the fight wasn't so exhausting. Ah! Eek! Oh my gosh! Rye's commentary also left much to be desired, but that was fine. Elia had a good feeling about this one. As the giant made for an overhead swing, she stepped to the side and ducked under the follow-up backhand strike, which put her directly at the back of her foe. She grabbed her blade like a dagger, dropped her shield, and jumped in an attempt to cling to the giant's back and stab it dead. When the giant kicked her in the gut without even looking, her pride was hurt more than anything else. But the kick itself also hurt quite a lot. You have died.
Oh, would you look at that? He launched us straight over the door. You have regained soul times 5,376. You have regained bone shard, common, times 5. At least I haven't lost my souls and shards yet, and we're getting more from fighting our way through the half-dozen or so undead on the way here every time.
That's great! Yay! Woohoo!
Rye sounded a bit seasick. She was a bit out of it,
But there was no time to rest in between attempts because that would require giving up on all of her shards and souls. She was nearly at her high score, and losing them now would be her greatest defeat. Cheer up. Still got 8 deaths until I lose the bet. We can go try the spider instead afterwards. Elia checked her reflection in a puddle of water. That black vein wasn't there before. 10 deaths would be cutting it close. So, any ideas on how to beat someone twice our size and quadruple our weight? Ask them nicely to leave? All right. Apply head to wall it is.
You have died. Turns out, his headbutts are stronger than mine. He's covered in layers and layers of chainmail as well. You think I should try to mulch his head with a club instead of stabbing him in the legs? If you say mulch one more time, I'm gonna hurl. Oh well, can't hurt to try. Worst case, he pastes us against the cobblestone wall again. Blurg. You have died. How can you just get back up and try again like it's nothing? Aren't you afraid? Me? Scared? I'll have you know I possess extensive experience in the art of dying. But how? If at first you don't succeed, try again. Wait, do you hear that? It sounds like metal clunking footsteps. What is the old maiden doing over here? Ach, sabotage! The agents of God are onto us! No one expects the Spanish Inquisition but me. Quick, we must hide behind this suspiciously heavy door. You have died. Elia buckled over, scratching furiously at her hips and shoulder. She found her armor's clasps, but couldn't undo the leather, and brute forced it with her already much too dull sword. After agonizing seconds, the clasps were undone, and Elia pulled the chest plate that was nearly cleaved in two from where it was piercing through her stomach wall. Elia! Holy grug, you're bleeding all over! Oh gods, I think I'm gonna be sick again. Blurg, Elia said, because bleeding out intestinally was occupying most of her brain power. Hauling herself over a few feet towards the water that healed all was as much of an ordeal as 2 fights with the giant, but after taking a good long time to get her fill, she felt fit to respond. Well, that's our chest plate gone. Not like the shoddy piece did much of anything. At least we've got some thin cloth and mail beneath. It's a bit cut up, but hey, we're not flashing anybody who cares. Oh no. That's bad. Really, really bad. Elia shrugged. It's fine. With how it didn't even deflect that last strike, I think we can agree that it was dead weight. Good riddance, shitty armor. But that was knight's armor. And armor is safe. Armor is nice. I won't deny that, my little pious friend. But don't worry. Everything will be fine. Everything was, in fact, not fine. You have died, Elia shot up, face set into a strained smile. Let's try again. No! You have died. And again, Elia. You have died. And again, stop. Elia froze mid-step, appearing only peripherally aware that she was at her 9th loop already. 10 or less was the bet. It was an odd thing to focus on in the face of repeated deaths. It wasn't even binding. Elia, please listen to me when I say that you can't keep doing this. For every nick you give him, he cuts us in half, or beheads us, or sends us flying clean over the wall, and you don't seem to flinch or care. What kind of mockery of a life is this? This isn't human. Heck, I'm not even sure I'd even want any living being to live through whatever it is you think you're doing. I'm just testing the waters, getting used to the giant's range, learning the groove of his moves. It's not working. You can't win. If there ever was a motivator that got her going, it was spite.
Fuck you, I got unlucky. I just need time. That last life was shorter than some breakfasts I had. Well, first of all, ouch. Elia casually started stretching. It wasn't her waking up routine, but it just felt right at the moment. But Rai, you haven't factored in one atom-sized, mucho important detail. I'm listening. She turned to her reflection in the healing water and set her face into the most charming smile an undead girl could make. Have you ever thought that maybe, just maybe, I have a plan?
Chapter 8. Major Boss Masterclass.
You're going the wrong way. Elia jogged through the flower gate, pointedly not going back towards the boss. That's just what I want you to think. It's all part of the plan. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 14 minutes. All right, I'll bite. What is the plan? The plan, Elia said, taking half a breath to dodge the undead lying in wait, the same as every loop before, starts with a deception. And to make a lie seem true, you have to make yourself believe it. So, what you're saying is you don't have a plan. Of course I do. Now be quiet. I think the old maiden is attracted to the sound of my lovely voice. She set into a faster pace, rounded a corner, and squeezed her way through a familiar hole in the wall before the clonking footsteps could even get within earshot. Past the perforated corpse lay the wide-open field of spiders, magical and mundane. Elia was here for the mundane. Step 1. We need a different weapon. Time to bag some spiders. I can already see a hole in your scheme. Where do you intend on getting a bag from? Elia stopped mid-step, further emboldening Rai's suspicions. I knew you didn't have a plan. You're just making one up as you go. And I'm damn good at improv. Isn't that right, my little brain bean? Don't call me that. Elia returned to the corpse and looted its mostly intact pants. She twisted the pant legs into knots and wasted no time in returning to the field, gunning for the most isolated spiders. Except they kept on skittering away or wiggling their spikes threateningly like a porcupine when her hand approached them. Did you just hiss at me? Get in the bag! The spider hissed at her a second time. She didn't want to die of another poisoning, and these damn arachnids just weren't listening. It was all falling apart. Rai, you don't happen to be a secret spider whisperer? An ethereal snort rang in her mind as her left hand tingled and scratched the ground in skitter-scatter patterns. It was a rhythm, Elia realized, and one that made the spiders lower their needles, almost like they were deflating. Within moments, they were as tame as a sleepy kitten, and Rai started filling the improvised bag with prickly, fist-sized spiders. I have no idea what the hell I just witnessed. Was that a boon? Language. And no, it was not. Spiders are quite smart enough to listen to a few garbled words of Aramaic. I'm not afraid of these little ones. I've had to deal with worse pests where I came from, like frogs and snakes. I hate snakes, even though they eat frogs. They're too smart. Elia blinked. Maybe this world wasn't as boring as she thought. Maybe it was simply too interesting, and she didn't get a tenth of it. All right, that's enough. We're out of here. I can scarcely believe what I'm saying, but why aren't you checking the corpses all around? They had bone shards the last time we were here, and we're only one off getting a new boon. Because unlike random drops, pre-placed loot doesn't respawn between loops. She paused, wriggling spider in hand. Huh. That actually only makes sense if you think about it like a video game. I don't know what this video game is you keep referencing, but if it's anything like this hell, then I want nothing to do with it. Elia tightened the half-rotted belt, closing the pants of wriggly spiders fully. Fair. Just think of it like this. Everything we get from our own kills is a renewable resource. Anything we find in a chest or in the pockets of somebody already long dead is limited. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 9 minutes. With step 1 done, Elia returned back through the hole. Judging by the sounds of nearby clanking metal armor, half a minute later, and she would have been locked in, losing all her souls. She hurried back to the fountain, then down the path of the lion. The fight in the room of 10 undead plus patrol was quick, not because of any trick or grand skill of Elia's, but simply because she only fought the first and last group before sneaking past the second and the patrol without stopping to loot the corpses. Even then, she was cutting it awfully close, with barely a minute left as she arrived at the green double doors of doom and destruction. Her souls and bones were right on the doorstep, just as planned, and she could see the faint light shining through the cracks. With Herculean effort, the doors creaked open, and she reached through, watching the silvery glow dissolve and run back up her arm. You have regained soul times 7,176. You have regained bone shard, common, times 11. Step 2, regain soul stuff. And what's step 3? Feed the giant spiders until he chokes? No. Step 3. Elia sat down in front of the door and crossed her legs in a meditative pose. Wait. Maybe do some pondering. Who built this maze? Why are we here? Are tomatoes vegetables? Do I feel happy in my second life as a Walking Dead reject? How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? The answers are, obviously, God, just to suffer, no, and 10. I assume that's your way of telling me that everything's going fine. Or not. You could be clearer on that. I think I have more of a picture on what this place is now. And it is horrible. A terrible place for terrible people. But you're by far the least of them. Gee, thanks for the compliment. Yeah, well, if we do make it out of here, I will apologize as many times as you want for being so difficult in our first life. You threatened to stab me multiple times. Please don't remind me. I'll bring it up every time you have an unhealthy bout of pacifism. I was just trying. It's not. Murder isn't moral, but. With Rye failing to find the right words, they sat in serene silence for a while. Can you promise me that you're not just trying random things until you succeed? Yes. Good. I don't think I can stomach having my brains dashed out again and again any longer. Wait, did you hear that? Elia stood up, waiting as, somewhere in the distance, metal clanged on metal and cut through skin and flesh. Someone's fighting the other undead. Elia, we're not alone. We're not alone, do you hear? The sounds soon grew quiet, followed only by the dread clanking of metal boots. I sure hope you're a hugger, Rye, Elia said, just as the old maiden turned the corner, boots and sword absolutely caked in gore. She herself was uninjured, like a slasher movie villain who just emerged from pasting a lakeside camp of horny teenagers. Elia threw herself against the knight, hanging on tight as best she could. I'm sorry for leaving without you. Again. I'll make whoever did this to you pay twice over. I swear, she whispered, and the old maiden halted, dropping her sword with a clatter. Elia closed her eyes, waiting for the knife she knew would come. Despite the shittiness of being reborn as an undead, Elia had tried to live a life. But just like before, this place took everything she had tried to build up. Her friends. Her life. You have died, undead curse overflowing. Further deaths will lead to erosion of self. Sacrifice a boon
to gain absolution. Her magic. She was sacrificing no boon today. The process never deigned to give her a choice of which to sacrifice, and without psychometry, she didn't see a future for herself in an unfamiliar world filled with undead. The tools for a victory in detail were hidden well. Every little benefit was earned by clawing her way forward, inch by inch, death by lonely death. Except now, she wasn't alone. Though she knew intellectually that forcing anyone to share in the same ordeal she had been living was wrong, even grotesque, the raised stakes were greater fuel for her determination than petty revenge and spite ever were.
The doors creaked open for what would hopefully be the last time, and out staggered a small figure, scarcely armored on her legs and arms, and panting, fighting for air. "Do you have any more witty comments to give? If it's about the undead's body odor or poor perception, don't bother. I am already well aware." Don't sass me. I just need a second." "Oh, I wasn't trying to sass you. I am just genuinely curious how this is going to go." "Thanks for the vote of confidence." Like watching a natural disaster. "Never mind. This disaster is entirely man-made." From where she'd run, the sounds of violence rang clearly throughout the air, marching closer one step at a time. "All right, I'm good." With a straight back, a sword in one hand and a pair of pants filled with spiders in the other, she swaggered down shallow steps and into the arena of the giant. The coffin lid scraped against stone. It fell to the ground with the same bone-rumbling heavy thud as always. The drama was somewhat missing after the 11th time, but if Elia knew how to provide one thing, it was boundless entertainment. "Lady knights, gentle giants, all in between, below, and above, we're back from our commercial break with the million-dollar question. How are you going to die today? Is it A. Stabbed in the dick by a pint-sized girl? B. Asphyxiation via poisonous spider bag? Is it C. Falling on your own blade? Or is it D. A decapitated head shattered against the floor next to Elia, exploding like an overripe watermelon? The closed bronze doors creaked ominously behind her as gauntleted fingers pried them open, revealing a figure with eyes glowing a brilliant white like 1,000 souls through the visor of its sharp helmet. Like 7,176 souls, to be precise. "Aw, you ruined the surprise. Couldn't you have waited like half a second?" She brushed herself down and pointed at the giant, still slowly making his way out of his oversized stone sarcophagus. "This man called me short. Kill him, please." "In," the old maiden gurgled in a tinny shriek. In." With a howl that would kill a banshee, the old maiden practically flew down the steps and swung her longsword in a wide semi-crescent arc. Elia ducked, but only because she was paying close attention to both the giant and her former friend, juiced up on thousands of souls. She really preferred keeping her head this life. "Kill him, not me." The giant took this as his cue to finish his 11th dramatic entry, and he too stormed forward, gunning straight for Elia. This was precisely the opposite of what was supposed to happen, and for lack of any options, Elia charged straight at him. "Eep!" The heavy, curved sword cracked smooth cobblestone and shook her off her feet. With no time to get in any strikes of opportunity, she rolled out of the way of a stomping giant sandal and scooted through the gap between his legs, just in time to evade yet another wide-set slash of the old maiden. It hit the giant instead, the sword cutting furrows into his strips of padded armor. As she scrambled a safe distance away, she turned around to witness the giant tearing its raised sword earthwards, not towards Elia, but the old maiden. Her full metal kite shield deflected the hit as she failed to give one in return, forced to endure strike after leaden strike during her retreat until she was out of range. "Is this your glorious plan? Have the Knight of the old maiden, fight the giant for us?" "Uh-huh. We're not even on a timer, thanks to—" She checked her recent notifications until she found the relevant one. "Your souls and shards have been usurped by the old maiden. Slay your usurper to regain what is yours." "Oh, so you're not the only one who steals souls, then?" "Everyone does it, far as I know, though I only have every kind of undead as a reference."
Elia breathed out, and once she was sure the fight would take place at an appreciable distance, she sat herself down onto a tuft of dried grass. "All I know is that they don't talk, they don't hesitate beyond their slow reactions, and all look more like mummies than rotted carcasses. I'll have to go up against whoever wins this fight, and it better be the giant. And if your knightly friend wins? Even then, I'll finish it. She is your friend, though, isn't she? Or did you perhaps part on poor terms? I hate how observant you are." Their parting was one of the many memories she had forgotten, lost and left behind in the maze, only a stinging pain left in the void. "If it comes to that, fingers crossed that the student can outrun the mentor. I don't think I'd have it in me to kill anyone that close on purpose either, or anyone at all, for that matter." A yellow rondelle whistling a foot past her ear brought her back to the present. "Let's take a few more steps back." "Agreed." The fight was ongoing and reached a new level of brutality. Their initial clash ended with a clear victory on the giant's side. The old maiden's shield looked like someone had liberally applied a can opener to it. She either didn't seem to realize or care as she held onto the fraying metal to continue parrying deadly blows. The giant advanced, taking advantage of his much longer reach to bully the old maiden into submission. As he reeled back for an overhead strike, she pointed her shield arm at his masked face, and a blue flash shattered upon it. He staggered back, clearly caught off balance, as another conjured bolt of ice, thick as an arm, manifested in front of her shield and shot forward. She did it again. And again. "Oh my grug, Ilia! She knows magic? I knew there was a reason why you put so much trust into her, even in the poor state she is in." Ilia gaped at the sight of the 9-foot-tall giant helplessly staggered by the barrage before catching herself. "Uh-huh. Yeah. Totally." She ducked under an errant shard, only peripherally aware that less than a minute had passed since the start of the battle. And yet it felt like eons as the tide ebbed back and forth, a dance of dodging, parrying, sidestepping, and spells throwing up mountains of dust. Both stood mesmerized at the sight of two great warriors locked in a duel of skill and fates. Both felt some sadness at knowing that no honor awaited the winner, only an execution. There was nothing to be done about it. They were undead, after all, and beyond any help. This feels cheap. The first signs of the fight coming to a close were subtle, such that Elia didn't even notice them at first. A nick to the leg, a pauldron knocked loose, dust clinging to the rapidly staining fabric of the giant's armor. They were at a distance that respected their opponent's range, yet close enough to jump in should they need to even the odds a little. Even then, everything happened too quickly to react. The old maiden half deflected a wide swing upwards, this time paying for it with every healthy bone in her left arm. She got the giant's heart in exchange, thick blood staining a cerulean spear of ice summoned mid-thrust in dark runoffs. The giant fell, and though the worst, a one-sided beatdown, had not happened, Elia was still hesitant to approach.
The fight had turned from impossible odds against a one-armed giant to now uncertain odds against a wounded maiden on steroids and in full plate. "All right, it's showtime. Ready, Rai?" A white bolt burst out of the giant's chest and grabbed the maiden by her face, coiling around until with a wretched crunch, she stilled. Elia looked on in horror as a white thing, like a snake but with no eyes, no scales, no teeth, bared empty gums at her in a bloody faux smile. Where its long, slender body remained attached to the giant's torso, a barely audible drumbeat of his newly resuscitated heart echoed dully from within, the creature shuddering and undulating to the rhythm. "What the heck is that?" An ecologically sourced sentient prosthetic arm, Elia managed a weak chuckle, even as she nervously reassessed the increased range the giant could threaten her at. With the eyeless, scaleless snake, a quarter of the arena was within his range, maybe a third. The old maiden's corpse glowed briefly, before a glowing orb floated out to rest on top of her body. "Shit, if he takes those souls and powers up, we're screwed." She maneuvered herself away from the souls, and the giant stomped on after her without a second glance. The area behind her was open, though not as open as she would have liked. Elia looked at her short sword, barely longer than a foot, then to her improvised bag filled with wriggling, pointy spiders. For a moment, she wondered if maybe collecting crossbows would have been the better plan. "Spiders, I know we had our differences, but it's time for your redemption arc." Then the giant leapt. "Oh gods, he's coming right for us!" It wasn't an earth-shattering superhero landing. He was neither a hero nor super in any category besides size and strength. In fact, the giant only half stuck the landing, slamming into the ground on one of his knees. Elia dodged the following sloppy strike with some level of ease, ducking around and gunning for center mass with a quick stab to the ribs. The white, not snake foiled her as it reached around the giant's back, catching her sword hand in its toothless jaw. Tiny spikes along the bony palate and tongue poked through her glove as she painfully pulled her arm out of the hold. A kick toppled her off her feet as she twisted away. If it had hit her while she was grappled, she would have lost an arm. Elia had no time to shudder, nor listen to the incoherent sounds of panic and displeasure echoing inside her head. She slammed the bag of spiders into the giant's side, but was surprised as the snake reflexively bit into it. Though the giant was saved, it jerked back with a mouth full of black spider spines, hissing angrily. The forlorn giant suffers from the affliction. Yes. Wait. What? The snake and the giant were one. Weird. With quick steps, she retreated out of the giant's range, deciding to wait and see what else he had in store. She circled the giant clockwise, keeping an eye both on his massive body and the angry, not snake. "He can't walk. My girl, the old maiden, messed him up good. The giant's on his last knees in the most literal sense." A sudden lunge nearly skewered her, but she was quick to step aside. Her spider pants weren't so lucky, as a tear launched over a dozen spiky death traps all over the floor. She started into a run, still circling him as she aimed for his back, but the white creature harassed her the entire way, making an approach impossible. "Shit, I can't get close." "Snake!" Elia dodged another attempt as it tried to wrap its body around her. A reddened puddle was forming at the giant's feet, and her eyes flicked between his wounds and the dark blood spilling from the lips of his impassive mask. "But maybe we don't need to." Elia stepped back. As if on command, the giant immediately turned towards her, hefted his body into an unsteady stand, and pounced like a lion the size of an SUV. She dodged the first strike, stepping back, Then the second, ducking below. A third and fourth came in an unaimed flail, pelting her with dirt and stone shrapnel on both sides. Elia tripped, and the fifth one came from right above. Ah! Instincts honed over 1,000 lifetimes saved her as she turned her fall into a split-second tumble.
Her sword did not survive, a fact only noticed when she rammed it into the giant's side in a counterattack. The now flat and broken edge of the blade did precisely jack squat.
Shit!
A knee to her chest sent her flying over a smattering of corpses, tumbling to a stop against a tombstone. It cracked, or maybe that was her back. Her next breath refused to come under her percussion of coughs. Something was broken there, something pinching her in between her ribs. The breath did eventually come to Elia, but it was sharp and painful and tasted like iron. Sprawled out against the tombstone, she had only the finest commentary to enjoy as the giant sunk to his knees before her and the snake stilled a moment before its strike. "We're gonna die! Again!" But the strike never came. Ascender slain. You have gained. Soul times 4,000. You have gained. Bone shard, common, times 10. You have gained. Bone shard, uncommon, times 6. You have gained. Key to the undead garden. We're alive? We're alive! I won? You did it, Elia! I knew you would! She leaned back against the grave, trying not to think, to feel, just to breathe. Never did the air taste so sweet. I won. Yes! And now we can leave, right, Elia? Wait, why's our vision going all blurry? Are you crying? No, Elia lied, shivering as the weight of a mountain lifted from her shoulders. She won. And for the first time in forever, victory meant something. Chapter 9. Day 1. End. Is that a genuine human emotion I spot on your face? Don't call me out like this. I'll cope however I want. Elia wiped away a tear, bathing in the afterglow as she looked down to her pudgy toad, held gently in her hands like a stress relief ball. Squish, squish, squishy, squish. Never would she ever have to wake up in a maze again. It made her feel all fuzzy, but as she propped herself up against a cracked tombstone that wasn't hers, the still dripping corpse of the giant kneeling before her, she realized it was probably just the blood loss. With the way her chest creaked under every movement, she had a few broken ribs and what felt like a punctured lung as well. We're free, Quibbles. Finally free. I still cannot believe it. You fought a giant and won. Damn, I'm awesome. Ribbit. I fully agree, Quibbles. We'll kill God. Later. After a short nap. And we're off the deep end again. Where does all this hate for the gods come from? Because I cannot condone such blasphemous behavior. It goes against every tenet. Heck, it goes against every instinct of basic gratitude and decent human behavior. The gods created civilization by clearing the dark forest for us. They put the beasts in their place and made a region for us humans to prosper. It's not a paradise, but we are just guests here. Heck, they're the ones that judge our souls when we die and put them back into the cycle of life. Elia cleared her throat and spat a mouthful of blood to the side. Someone put me here. Someone will pay. Please don't tell me that you're dying again. Not now. She laughed, immediately regretting it as a piercing pain spread from her chest. Now? No. In an hour. Or 2. Maybe.
We need to get you patched up. Back to the healing cup? Elia turned to the door where her old friend had made her sudden entrance. The metal was bent, but the mechanism had pushed the door shut again.
The surviving spiders were having a good old time hanging out in front of it.
No, never back. Forward. With a sigh that could have been mistaken for a death rattle, she pushed herself up one limb at a time and staggered to where her souls still lay on the ground. You have regained Bone Shard, Common, times 11. You have regained Soul, times 7,176. Soul count, times 11,176. Shard count, Common, times 21, Uncommon, times 6. New high score. Neat. As her cache of souls flowed up her arm, she felt a pull like a second weight from close by. It came from the giant's chest, and, on a whim, she tugged at the air, and something came loose. A ball of fire or water, a mixture of both, swirled above her hand. It was the size of a pea, and so weak it looked like it might have winked out at the slightest gust. You have gained Soul of the Forlorn Giant. Oh. Rye wasn't kicking up a fuss about morals this and ethics that, which meant she was probably not paying attention. Elia was entirely fine to capitalize on that, as she dragged the soul orb into her pocket and gave it to Quibbles. Hold this. If you eat it, I will be very sad. Cowed by the need to not disappoint his friend, Quibbles accepted with a quiet grunt. As for the rest of the loot, her bone shards were enough for another common boon, except this time she was kind of hoping for a useless boon. She had to sacrifice one, or the next death would take more than just her time and sanity. It would take her strength, or her speed, maybe more of her sight or the ability to reason. Permanently. The problem was that she needed to do so at a checkpoint bowl. Need to find. Checkpoint. You have fused Bone Shard, Common, times 12, into Bones of Boons, Common, times 1. The die fell. The result failed to surprise. You have gained Sense, Weather Sense, Common. Much like the aged and crippled, you feel the changing of weather as a painful sensation within your joints. Bless the gods for their gracious gift, Rye muttered in prayer.
May the rivers flow and cities reach to golden skies. Rain's comin', Elia barked a laugh and spat some more blood. Arthritis boon, got. May the sun never set on Lofton, our blessed city. Was debating theology worth it if she drowned in her own blood as a result? Inwardly, she chuckled. At least this life was too important to waste on a joke. After checking the fallen bodies for useful weapons, there were none beside a round wooden shield with holes, which she took. She tried to lift the giant's sword, and when that failed, that of the maiden. She didn't have the strength left for either, or maybe she never had it in the first place. Round shield. A standard wooden round shield, heavily worn after weathering an overwhelming force. This shield is light, reliable, and protects surprisingly well against magic. Great. She could have used this before fighting the giant. Then she'd just have run past the magical spider. God, fuck you. La language. With ambling pace, she walked to a great gate that towered in the same green as the smaller one before. She looked for a keyhole, and after brushing away a patch of dried lichen, found a place for a key. The door ground open to the sound of an unseen mechanism. The key was the first to give her a name for this place. A garden. Out of a passing curiosity,
She used her psychometry on the key. Key to the undead garden. Key to the undead garden, once known as the Great Maze during its construction. Made of wrought iron, yet held in pristine condition by the forlorn giant. Though meant as a jailer for the accursed and unwanted, he saw himself as a judge, and would have once granted the worthy passage both in and out. Huh. Elia watched curiously as the words formed in front of her, but dismissed them as soon as the door had opened wide enough to let her squeeze through. She didn't look back at the lifeless corpse of the old maiden. It hurt to simply think about it. She was part of the past, and now her eyes needed to focus on the future. The view was breathtaking. To her left, the world just seemed to end, a sudden cliff trailing for miles down until it terminated atop snow-covered mountain peaks. To her right, the path continued, and her heart beat painfully as she spotted her goal. A temple flanked by toppled towers, nestled under the overhang of a great mountain that she knew had always been to her right on her journey, but had never bothered to think much about. As she got closer, she noticed a giant bell resting where it had fallen upon the domed rooftop. The statue of a bird cresting it seemed much larger from this angle. Elia eyed it suspiciously for a moment before carrying on along the path. The exhaustion and her wounds made the trek uphill an ordeal, and not just a physical one. The dream of an outside without undead died as she spotted a desiccated body here, a broken cart there, and found the general vicinity heavily neglected. A single fight in her condition could undo all her progress, and so she snuck past all of them, past the moan of another undead coming from behind a bush, from around a corner, or down a dip in the mountain, swerving in between rocks more frequently than was to her liking. After over half an hour of slow, quiet ascent, she made it to the temple's doorstep. If God willed it, she would die of a heart attack a foot away from her goal. Luckily, she felt no sign of divine pettiness. Civilization at last. But I don't see any smoke, and everything is quiet. Don't care. Water, Elia said, conjuring up warm and fuzzy ideas. Bed, bath, hamburger. As she marched past a row of gravestones and took a moment to catch her breath near a shriveled tree, a dark figure peeled away from its shadow. What have we here? A late arrival. A low voice sounded out from an armored man squatting upon the tree. Not a dreg, but not truly alive either. Curious. Ack! Gah! His armor reached from toe to the top of his head, and his face was obscured by a great helm with two round cutouts for the eyes, black voids revealing no hint that there was a person on the other side. The drooping metal muzzle, shaped like a dog, was in perpetual displeasure and was blackened like all the rest. He rustled ever so slightly when he cocked his head, and neither of the two girls failed to notice the belt of curved knives, nor the twisted two-handed sword. Who the hell are you? Another obstacle, another creature God put in her way to mock her. There was a tinny chuckle, like she had just said the funniest joke in the world. I won't give you my name, not that it'd be any use. I came here to hunt demons, and you're not one of them. Move along. Not a demon? Wait, there are real demons here? Fire! Attack! Alarm! Actually, how does he know? Which order or lord or god does he serve? Does he have a boon? Maybe he can smell it. I've never heard of any order that wears all black or looks like an executioner, but his voice sounds scary, and knights aren't supposed to be scary. Elia gave her best approximation of a smile. Good doggy. Now go. Leave.
The man chuckled. On the other hand, you are an accursed undead, and still with your wits about you at that. How a frail little girl like you made it out of the maze, I have not the faintest. But you did. How much did it cost? Who had to die for you to live? Oh, I see. What a poor, wretched thing. There was something vexing about the man's tone. It was not completely arrogant, but his condolences carried more than a hint of condescension. His words, on the other hand, had a bite to them that felt all too piercing. Shove your pity. Ah! Elia bent over to retch blood against the tree trunk. He laughed again, movement setting his armor into a disharmonious clatter. I won't stop you. Go on. Join the mass of lunatics, sycophants, and misguided fools. I'm certain you'll fit right in, just as deluded as all you unchosen curselings. Elia wondered whether lethal force was a moral response to trash talk. With a deadpan expression, she turned towards the wide-open entrance to the temple, ignoring the cackling laughter from behind. She was way too tired for social bullshit. She'd come back to push his face in the dirt when she was feeling better. What a rude fellow, and with a weird accent as well, almost as weird as yours. I don't hold it against you. We can work on your crude tongue together once you give my body back. Not in a weird way. I mean, unless... No, wait, how would that even work? I could have phrased that better. The smell of old stone laden with lichen and dust filled the room as Elias stomped down a winding set of stairs. 1 bet. That is not true. You died 1, 2, 3, 10 times. That means you lost. 10 or less. I never agreed to the bet. Complaining was quite easy from Rye's spectator back seat, especially without the need to stop and breathe. You pushed it on me. It wasn't fair. I had no idea how anything worked, and I still know frighteningly little. Are 10 deaths little or a lot? Where even are we? What year is it? Why am I undead? As Rye continued listing questions of decreasing importance, Elia entered the main chamber of the temple. It presented a rough circle, with stairs leading up and down a single story, and hallways branching off at each and every level. Walls made of large hewn stone slabs, or seemingly carved out of an entire solid piece of bedrock, enclosed the dimly lit room. A smell of age clung to the architecture, and in the middle was a bowl she instinctively knew to be a checkpoint, though it was as large as a small swimming pool. For a place in Fantasyland, Elia had expected there to be more elves, dwarves, and all the other staple races.
There was a person with 3 arms who regarded her behind a stone mask like a globe. And from somewhere else, 3 rather loud voices rang throughout the temple walls. But them aside, only undead humans milled about. One was even lounging in a little nook in the wall it had filled with pillows. They seemed non-hostile, all prostrate and either mumbling in delusional prayer or completely silent. None bothered looking at her arrival, like nothing mattered more than counting the cracks in the stone floor. The water tasted like cranberry juice. A familiar feeling of coolness washed through her, and the pool lit up for a brief moment before the light faded with a distant gong she could have imagined. Gong. Checkpoint. Got. Feeling the bones in her ribcage crack and twist to reconnect on their own wasn't comfortable, but was more easily ignored when she considered how the healing water would soothe and stitch her body back together, inside and out. Sacrifice a random boon to gain absolution? But here it was, the world's way of telling Elia that she couldn't have nice things. She had 3 boons divided among the 2 of them, psychometry and weather sense for her,
alternating Ruther's Day vigor for rye. Elia bet that it would take her psychometry because every gambling system in existence was rigged. There was no point in crying about it. Boons could be gained again, but degrading her body lasted forever. It was the way the world ran. God hated her, and she simply had to deal with the consequences. You have offered a boon. Alternating Ruther's Day vigor, common. Undead curse, quelled. Elia stared at the message for way too long, water slowly dribbling from her mouth. What did you do? Oops, she gave a weak laugh. That was, unexpected. That was my boon! You just sacrificed my boon! Look on the bright side. She gulped a mouthful of unflavored water, mouth moving before her mind could sign off on the following words.
At least we know this can happen for future reference. I had that boon for less than a day. It was mine. Mine. My first ever boon, and now it's gone. This is horrible. You're horrible. You owe me a boon now. Sure, but since you owed me a boon, that makes us even. Now, enough business. Time to find a bed. You could at least say sorry. You're such a rude, inconsiderate... Greetings, lost undead, a gentle voice like honey said to her left. Welcome to Crossroad Temple. Elia didn't notice the woman approach her, though when she looked up she met a face that welcomed her with closed eyelids and the slightest smile on a perfectly symmetrical chocolate face. She reminded Elia of a nun, if habits were made of tightly knit silver chainmail, and they automatically applied the newest Instagram filters. Her face was too perfect, uncannily unblemished, like an idealized version of herself. It seemed such a surprise to see someone not afflicted by signs of undeath that Elia couldn't help but be suspicious. At least she carried no obvious weapons with her. After a cursory inspection deeming her a non-threat, Elia returned to supping on the cranberry goodness of the healing water. The only thing annoying her more than base envy was the seeming intent of the woman on standing in her way, or worse, having a conversation. Wow, she's so pretty. I am a humble servant of the cerulean waters, and bound to them as I am bound to thee, forlorn undead. You may use me as thou sees fit, for that is my purpose as an attendant. Allow me to lighten thy burden. If thou wishes to look within thyself, nope. I simply offer. Elia was already leaving. Why are you so rude? That was a real person. She didn't even look like an undead. She was nice. She can help us. She uses too many thous and thines. I don't trust people who speak in Shakespeare. She climbed a set of stairs, peering into one of the halls. It was collapsed, gray roots digging into the rubble. She turned around, stomped back to where the woman was patiently waiting. The mailed nun blinked only once. Hast thou come to gaze within thy reflection, to nourish thy inner strength? Where are the beds? Elia said, while pointedly ignoring how the woman didn't have any eyes. She pointed down another of the halls, evidently having no problem seeing without them. A weary soul may find humble chambers for rest and respite at the end of the hall, she said. But thou art welcome to wander the premises, or give sacrifice to the gods. There is an altar in the garden, though I implore you not to approach it alone. Cool, neat, spiffing. Do you have food here? Burgers, fries, a stack of pancakes, maybe? This time, the attendant pointed to the swimming pool-sized bowl. Maybe she had a form of echolocation or a third eye hidden under her faded headband. All undead may take their nourishment from the cerulean waters. No grub, then. At least the beds were still available.
"'Kay, thanks, bye," Elia said, and speedily vacated the premises. "Rude." "If thou requires water, warmth, or affection, thou must but call," the woman called, but her gentle tone fell on deaf ears as Elia raced towards the promised dreamland. Rooms were a dime a dozen, and instead of a door, a cloth divider hung airily from the frame. But she didn't care, as she practically stripped mid-run and flung her body into the feathered sheets, but found it to be stuffed with straw. "Oh my God, this is the best bed I've ever," she said, and promptly passed out. "Language! I'll keep yelling if you keep swearing. Don't think I'll grow sick of it. Hello? Are you listening?" All that came from Elia was a quiet snore. "How are you already asleep? It's been 5 seconds. And why am I not asleep? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Anyone? I didn't know that I snore this loud. Are you awake yet? Okay, no need to panic. This is fine."
I should just offer a sacrifice to the gods for advice on how I can get out of here. She tried to move, but found herself still limited to a single limb at a time. All right, this is still fine. Elia's head hit the floor with a dull thud as Rai flopped her out of bed. "Oh, Beans, oh man, I am so sorry. Here, let me just fix this." Elia didn't wake up over the long time it took Rai to lift most of her back on her bunk. By the time she was finished, the ever-present snoring had taken on a soft, calming note, and for lack of anything to do, she let herself relax in turn. She never noticed when she nodded off, only that she felt herself drift off into an oddly angled dreamland as she grew smaller and smaller and smaller. The heat of summer burned down onto rubbery pavement. A nearby truck momentarily drowned out the laughter and cries of children before it disappeared into the distance. The playground was alive with pent-up little kid energy. They stuck to slides, seesaws, and the sandbox, and the sand responded in turn for the snottiest. A giant construction of twisted metal and blood-red lacquer towered as a challenge to all who dared approach. The monkey bars. The big kid version. A 6-foot fall onto dried rubber awaited as punishment for failure. But today was the day it would be conquered by Elia. Mighty Elia, great and beautiful. She put down her Robosaurus princess doll, scratched her head and wiped away her snot, distributing it liberally over her face. With practiced ease, she climbed up the ladder part until she was eye to eye with the 10-foot-long danger dangle. That's what they called it on TV anyways. She saw it on a show about ninjas and warriors, with real people and real ninjas once. She didn't know what a ninja was, or what it meant to be ninja, just that she wanted to be one herself. And this was the final test. After this, she would be ninja. The ninja-est. The most ninja-y. She pretended to spit into her hands. She saw that too in a cartoon, and actually spitting was icky, and grabbed for the first horizontal bar. Everything good so far. She grabbed the second, feeling very ninja. Then she swung forward, letting go with one arm and skipping an entire bar before grabbing the next. There was no time to scratch the itch on her head. She could feel her feet dangling under her, but didn't let that stop her progress, and only cried a little when she spared a peek downwards. The other end of the monkey bars was within reach, and she put all her little child ninja strength into throwing her feet forward and latching on to the other end. She dangled over the precipice, straining every muscle in her body, slowly pulling herself forward. And then, it was done.
Success!
Elia was now a ninja. She didn't feel much different, but let her cry of victory join the playground ambiance.
Liberated, she climbed down, but noticed a group of giggling kids pointing fingers at her. "Monkey girl! Monkey girl! Come on down, we're playing tag! You're it, monkey girl! Monkey! Monkey!" Monkey Girl wasn't her name, but saying as much had only gotten her into a fight with this gaggle of goobers before. Elia pretended she didn't hear them. They didn't really want to be her friends, and they were only mean to her because they were too scared to become a ninja themselves. She blew a wet raspberry towards them, delighting in their screeches as she carpet-bombed them with spit. One of the kids, a snivelly one called Tony, who always sucked his constantly runny nose in instead of blowing it into his hand and wiping it on someone's clothes like a normal kid, held up her Robosaurus princess doll. "Is this yours? She's so ugly. My brother has a cooler mecha." "He does not," Elia yelled. "Does too. He has 100 of them, and they don't have stupid dresses." How dare he? Robosaurus Princess was a Disney princess, and just because she lost her head during a little accident involving a runaway skateboard, and just because her dad glued the head of her favorite plastic dinosaur, who also was involved in a similar accident involving her tools her dad now stored out of reach, on top of it, didn't make her any less pretty. She immediately grabbed it and flicked a switch on the back. The battery-powered dinosaur head roared to life with the sound of cheap servo motors and chomped Tony's finger. He started crying, of course, and that's when parents got involved. His parents. Elia's were off at work, and she lived practically around the corner. Her grandma always told her to play nice after dropping her off. But nice clearly never worked out for her. Being told off by other people's parents either made her cry a lot or not care at all.
It made her mad, seeing Tony being peppered with nice words and promises of ice cream. She wanted ice cream too, especially since she was normally not allowed to eat any. "Come on, let's get you home," Tony's mother said, and then added in a whisper, "You don't have to play with her if you don't want to, just because she's sick." She never understood why adults did that, whisper so loud that everyone could hear them anyways. And sick. Elia wasn't sick, just weird. She couldn't eat ice cream, or drink milk, or have pudding. That wasn't a sickness, just a weirdness. And weird never hurt anybody. She scratched her itchy head as Tony was escorted out, and the rest of the kids went back to playing in the sand or picking their noses. Maybe it was something else. Her hand came away with another few loose strands of ginger hair. No, it was definitely the ice cream.
Chapter 10. Adventure Waits.
Some hours passed, and Rai was not yet going insane. Waking from the oddest dream just to find herself still unable to move her full body, while Elia was peacefully imitating a sawmill, had turned from novel to annoying to viscerally terrifying. What if she was going to be stuck like this forever? How would she ever live a normal life? What would she tell her father? She should write a letter, maybe find out where she actually was, and then she would need to set off on the way home. A sacrifice or two would have to be given to the gods, just for good luck and safe travels. Yes, she would find a place to give sacrifice, find a map, and then head on out, back to Arvale, back home. After she was done pondering that, the only thing to do was distract herself from the existential horror of being trapped inside her own head. 2,683 grugs. 2,684 grugs. 2,686? Oh no, I lost count. Rai pushed open an eyelid, peeking around the room. Everything was quiet,
No undead in sight. Time to start again. 1 grug. 2 grug. 3 grugs. 203. 204. I sure hope Elia wakes up soon. That was a weird dream. A shudder spread through her body, and for a moment, everything felt the way lightning tasted. The first thing she noticed was the sounds, echoes of murmuring voices filling the temple with much more clarity than before. As she marveled at the feeling of warm bedding hugging her tight, her arm stretched out, and she saw that she was still short-sighted beyond it. Elia! Oh my gosh, you're finally awake! Elia, I had the weirdest dream ever. There were metal carriages, the ground was made of a dark, hot stone. Everyone wore such colorful clothes, and there was glass all over the place, and ack! Rai massaged her throat, finding it dry and painfully raspy. Ugh.
You should do something about my throat. It feels like sand on paper. Also, what's in Minja? A moment passed. I can talk? Rai sat up, opened her hand, closed it. It obeyed as if it had always belonged to her. I can move. I'm me again. I'm me again! A small, happy dance ensued, which is to say, Rai happily wiggled in her bed, leapt over the side, and promptly fell into the intimate embrace of the cold stone floor. Head buried in her hands, limbs entangled in her sheets, she tried to figure out what just happened. Her arms felt like they had sacks of grain tied to them, and she was feverish. When her finger brushed against her temple, it felt cold, clammy. Something's wrong with me. Very, very wrong. Could undead become sick? Possibly. Everyone knew that bandages needed to be cooked in hot water before they were applied. Everyone except one obvious culprit.
Elia, she hissed. Elia, answer me. What did you do? Silence. Was Elia dead? With a sniff, she tried to dismiss the thought. Why should she care about the person who misappropriated her life? While she wasn't a demon, she lied and thieved and killed without blinking twice. But she also ferried the both of them out of that terrible labyrinth. She wasn't evil, but also not good. She was just uncivilized, from a faraway place, most likely outside of the Empire. Provincial. A barbarian. But then there was that weird dream. A weird dream where nothing fit quite together. And some dreams were just like that, but carried with them a weight of reality. Could an undead dream? What is she? Rai unclasped her overly tight arm guards, the skin beneath shriveled and sewn in a rainbow of bruises on purple flesh. What am I? One step back at a time, she set out to the last thing she remembered. A hot day in summer. Wind smelling of sweat, dirt, grass. Disjointed images, like pages from 10 different parts of a book glued after another. Home, city, home, road, bed, grug. Home, home, home. She had unclothed herself in the meantime, her body holding its own reins while she was busy pondering, when the realization of heavy amnesia truly set in, with the fact that she was undead, up and down. She pinched her skin, barely feeling a thing. I look like a prune. Tears were forming in her eyes as she tried very much not to fall into a spiral of abject terror and disgust. It didn't help how she was still dirty with the ick and grime of a dozen deaths. She had already made a lot of unnecessary work for someone in the future with the her-shaped, brownish-red imprint on the ruined bedding. But she didn't ruin the bedding. Elia did. But they shared the same body. Every action Elia took reflected on herself, and whatever she did on Elia. Elia could have at least taken a bath. Rye took an unladylike sniff under her armpit and recoiled. Elia could have taken 2 baths, 3, a dozen. Filthy, filthy barbarians. I hope your silence is an admission of guilt, she mumbled, as she sorted her clothes and armor into neat piles for washing. The only piece of clothing she had that was worth mentioning was a simple brown tunic reaching from shoulder to above her knee. It was of quite poor quality, rough, frayed, cut up, and inundated with icky liquids to such a degree that it felt more like cracked leather than cloth. And the smell! Ugh! This was a lost cause, and so was much of the rest. Forget armor. She had to find something to protect her decency. Her loincloth and wrappings that were meant as the last line of defense wouldn't have looked out of place on a mummy. We're burning these later. I'm burning these later. No, we. Just me. As for armor, at least her helmet was nice. A solid piece of metal that protected her entire head besides the eyes and mouth. It was quite banged up, well worn, so to say, but still able to be put to the good use of keeping her head in one piece. But the chainmail.
The chainmail that she had worn under her now destroyed chestplate was torn to absolute shreds by the giant. She could trace the line where Elia had been bisected from hip to shoulder, chest to chest, head to groin. Rye threw it to the side. No piece could be salvaged, and it wasn't worth the bad memories. Her vambraces and greaves were still in one piece at least. The curved pieces of metal around her forearms and shins, while hard and reliable, didn't cover her most important bits. The wooden shield looked usable if one ignored the sizable rent that split down a third of it. As for weapons, well, Da had always said that to keep away people with bad intentions, you didn't need the sharpest sword, just one that was sharp enough. Rye had half a sword, and nothing to trade for a real one. She was coinless, possibly lost in a foreign land with peoples she didn't know, and to top it all off, everyone was undead. This was a disaster. Where would she get food? What about clothes? How would she pay for a night in an inn? How could she even begin to fathom planning the way home? Home. Rye swallowed the encroaching anxiety and pushed her focus onto immediately necessary tasks. The roads were dangerous, and therefore she needed a new weapon. Armor wouldn't be as necessary unless the entire world somehow devolved into madness. It's the end of the world. The medieval post-apocalypse, baby, Elia's voice echoed in her mind. Distractions. Oh, distractions. What else was there to think about? Boots, sandals, shoes. Wherever this place was, it was hopefully not too far away from Arvale. If she could get to the largest city near her family's farmstead, she could navigate home from there by memory. It would take a lot of walking, which put boots at the top of the list. But first, she had to find a way to get out of her room without flashing the entire temple. After rummaging around under the bed, she found a second pair of cleaner bedsheets. They would have to do. She folded them this way and that around her body in a practiced ritual. The improvised toga was too tight around certain places and much too loose around others, but it would do. Now all I need is red rope, and I'd be set for penance day, she mumbled. But while her hands folded and fastened cloth along her chest, hips, and legs, it became harder to hold back hoarse sobs. I look so ugly. Oh, gods, why me? Why me? She kicked the helmet and immediately regretted it. After a short, impromptu one-foot dance,
ending once again with a sudden meeting with the floor, she sat back on the bed. Worries and what-ifs were pulling her mind apart. She needed to center herself, or else nothing would get done. I'm not afraid. I am an ocean, and oceans are calm, clear, focused. Rai shot to a wobbly stand and brushed aside the dividing cloth. I'm in control. If Elia comes back, I'll just tell her that it's my turn. My body. Yes, in fact, it should always be my turn. Sit back and see how you like being stuck in the nowhere box. Boo! Ack! Rai jumped in her place. Please don't hurt me! Sheesh, calm down. You're back! Regrettably, I see the turns have tabled. Whoa, I can see through your eyes and hear things while stuck in headspace. It's like watching a movie in an open-air theater. Lots of empty space is what I'm trying to say. Hey, do you have popcorn in here? Holy shit, you do! As Rai's head was filled with crunching noises, some part of her would have preferred if Elia had just disappeared. Rude. You can be insane and all in your own corner. Meanwhile, I am going to get things done. Implying I didn't literally save our collective butts by martyring myself against a 10-foot dude with snakes for arms? For which I am endlessly grateful. Rai took one deep breath and mustered all her courage. The ocean was not enough, not the right mindset. She needed something harder, something unyielding like stone. Channel the disapproving Da. Channel the discipline, the stoic poise, the voice like hardened steel. Setting aside how you even got us into that ridiculous situation, I am happy to inform you that we will be doing things my way now, the civilized way. That means making friends, being polite, and no, I repeat, no wanton killing. Sure, I'll take that as a thank you. Guess I can watch you fuck up from the comfy back seat for a change. Should make for a good vacation. The sound of chewing was briefly interrupted by a derisive snort. I give you 3 days tops before your ideals bend and break like a wet cracker. No, never, Rai said through gritted teeth. I am not a murderer. So, the bet's on? It would give Elia the greatest vindication if she accepted. No doubt she was the kind to gloat about her victory at every opportunity. Not that she'd get the chance, because Rai was civilized. Rai had standards to live up to, and Rai knew how to spell the word empathy. I'm going to make you eat those words. She fasted the last bit of bedding around her shoulder. For breakfast. Cool. Winner gets to front for a day. Front? As in... Rai walked out of her room, arms full with armor and clothes ready for a wash. Oh no, we are not setting a precedent for who gets to front my body, as you so nicely put it. What, afraid to lose? I think I hear a chicken. Bagawk! Cluck, cluck. Bagawk! Bagawk! I hope this somehow penetrates the cultural barrier, but in case it doesn't, I'm implying you're a coward. I know what a chicken is. Scales, bipedal, breathes fire. But just to prove a point, I accept. You'll see who's better at being me by the end of the day, for sure. And with that declaration ringing true, she missed a stare and sailed down the entire flight. So, the first step of doing business the not me way is taking a bath? I think I should feel offended, but I won't. Consider this graciousness a gift, oh my zealous pacifist. Rai stepped out of the bathing room, draped in her bedsheets and with a 1,000-yard stare. I'm undead, she muttered. Even the important bits. Hey, There are perks to being undead, mainly the not dying part. Though I think our little time loop business is a bit separate from that issue. Still, what's an immortal life without getting to live the life, if you get what I'm saying? I look like a shriveled prune, a pickled pickle, a slab of meat someone left in a hole in the ground and unburied a year later. Sounds about right. It is not right. She rushed over to the checkpoint bowl in the middle, disregarding the stares her tantrum was drawing. My skin, my beautiful bronze skin. Look at my face. I'm a monster. No one will ever love me like this. The gaunt, skull-like visage with drawn-back cheeks and muddled blue eyes was a face to frighten children and scare away dogs with. The allure of her blue eyes, her pride and the jealousy of so many was now a thing to frighten children with. Now everyone would laugh at the girl with a face like a shriveled fruit, if she ever found a way back home. She had no idea where this temple was, how to get home, or how to get that damn deathly face off of her, face. Why am I like this? She stared daggers at her reflection. What did you do, Elia? No comprendo, señorita. She wanted to scream, to rail against her ugly fate, to cry. Someone cleared their throat right next to her, and she didn't even have the energy to jump. The dark woman in mail and faded blue looked at her with the warmest, most understanding smile ever. Thou'rt undead. Thou'rt forlorn. It is blessing and curse. Thou'rt among the last of a great score of champions returned at the end of our age, called to take on a great pilgrimage.
She spread an arm, gesturing across the assorted undead touting clothes from tattered rags to wildly outlandish. I arrived long ago with my flock, yet those too feeble or too afraid to carry are now but dregs. They are gentle, and I ask that you do not plunder them. Their souls are worth a pittance. Rai looked like someone had slapped her in the face. I would never! They can keep their souls, and I don't want their shards either. I mean, I ought not to take any. I ought to leave them all and keep only my own. She knew she had said the right thing, as the woman smiled thinly, as warm as apple pie. All undead crave souls, for it has always been that life seeks death, and death seeks life. It is not a crime to be undead. Not a man or woman may tell thee as much. Not a lord, not a god. A familiar mania spilled over from her cranial companion, making Rai feel ill at ease. Quest? Oh no. Rai, don't listen to this quest dispenser. This is a classic setup. First, she'll ask you to bring her 10 boar pelts. Then after that, 30 crimson nern roots. And before you know it, you're fighting a massive personification of all evil in the world, God himself, or environmental pollution. Rai toned the insanity out as far as she was able. A champion? Her? Impossible. She was Rai, an undead with 2 minds and so many holes in her memory, she wasn't even sure she did grow up on a farm anymore. But one thing was true no matter how she turned it. It's true. This is me now. Undead Rai. Unalive. Not dead. She felt a little better. Thank you, Miss Attendant. That is my purpose, to attend to all undead. I require no name, for I am but a humble servant. If thy journey turns hard, pray, allow me to give thee comfort. I can offer thee many a service if thou but speaks the word. The woman was from far away. It showed in her accent, but it did the opposite of chafe against Rai's ingrained need for propriety. It was nice. Where she came from or what she did didn't matter. Rai was just glad to see a friendly face. And a pretty one. I too am undead, the attendant said, plucking the next question from her mind. Even 'neath the mail. Rye was not planning on asking that, but she did think it. A blush rose to her head. Does that mean there's a cure? A cure to this? She waved a gangly arm. How the heck did Elia beat a giant while looking like this? She must have cheated, definitely. There is a saying as old as the ages. All paths must end in Lofton, our holy capital and city of the gods. And all undead march towards it, seeking glory, seeking the past, seeking their fate, or simply following rumors of a cure to our eternal curse. Curse? As in a magic curse, or a we don't understand biology curse? Oh, I know that! Undeath is a curse, and every creature can become undead when they die. It just happens, you know, and there's no way to stop or cure it. There are signs, of course. Cats cannot stand your presence, your bones cannot be burned, you start smelling like gone-off milk and old leather, you wake up in odd places, you have a black or white birthmark you can't remember. Rye trailed off as she realized it looked as if she was talking to empty air. Damn. Wait, you knew all this and didn't tell me? I shall never forgive thee, treacherous cur. I am not a cur, Rye hissed, shooting a glare at her reflection in the water. The attendant probably thought she was crazy now. Sorry, I, have a boon of invisible friends. Rye's smile looked the opposite of convincing. She was a terrible liar. Anyways, do you know a place where I can find some clothes? And armor? And a weapon for self-defense? The woman nodded gently. There was a man among my flock who has made his home among the pillows. He will sell thee what thou requires for a modest exchange in souls. I'm sorry. Rye cleared some water out of her ear. Did you say souls? Souls. The energy of life. All undead crave souls, and thou must have collected quite a few. Perhaps thou would offer some for my humble services. Oh, neat. Should have guessed souls are money. Rye guiltily summoned her handy haze, trying not to think about what kind of services she was implying. Soul count, times 11,176. They weren't even technically her souls. Elia stole them from the other undead. Souls were holy and part of a cycle. Everyone was supposed to have a single one, not 11,176. Maybe she could donate them, return them to the cycle of life and death, back on their journey to the mountain of gods. It was better than having them caged inside herself, doing nothing. But on the other hand, she really wanted some boots. Shopping spree, shopping spree! And there was the anti-conscience. It made the answer clear, because it was always the opposite of what Elia was pushing towards. Over her dead body would she barter in souls, in lives. Thanks, Mrs. Attendant, but I think I'll just stitch something out of this bedsheet. She twirled in place and immediately felt her improvised dress loosen dangerously in 3 places. The attendant kept on smiling. What did she offer in exchange for souls? The more she thought about it, the more her lidded stare became unbearable. I forgot to bathe my toad, so... Thank you very much. Bye! Rye wanted nothing to do with souls, or undead curses, or anything. She really just wanted to go home. Her family would accept her, even hideous as she was. Hopefully, she could say the same when she was on their doorstep. But one thing after another. First, she had to find out where the heck this place even was. And then, it would be time to plan out her journey. Chapter 11. Diplomacy and Other Ill-Fated Ploys. "Excuse me, sir. May I have a minute of your time?" Rye asked a man with a brimless, pointy hat.
You, the man babbled, half curled up on the stone floor. His hat sloughed off the side, and he went to grab it with slow, jittery hands.
Hello? Are you all right?
The man was clearly not all right. He looked like a scholar, clad in flowy robes that ended above curled toenails and dirty feet. The way he shivered and his eyes rolled up and down, something was definitely the matter.
Can you understand me? I am looking for a way to our vale. Stone, wand, beach, berry. Our vale, without an M. Can you tell me how I can get there from here? Marble. My marble.
The undead man let out a hollow moan. He returned to drawing jagged circles in the dust. This was the worst. Every person she tried talking to was either incapable of answering, talked in tongues she didn't understand, or proved entirely too insane for conversation. Degrading faculties came to every undead when they lived for too long, or came back more than once. It seemed less cruel than that a person returned from the grave was expected to stay not more than one night with their loved ones before submitting themselves to priests or the nearest guard for their true final rest. They were supposed to ensure they didn't come back a second time, or a third, fourth, fifth.
Elia, can I ask you a question?
Long as it doesn't involve me doing anything on my vacation, sure. She took a deep breath, steadying her mind for what was to come.
We're not like the other undead, are we? They don't wake up at the bowl thingies when they die. Heck, most of them can't even string two words together.
It took a long silence until Elia had gathered her thoughts.
We're not. As I said before, whenever we die, we turn back time, back to the last checkpoint we touched, with everything on our person as broken or whole as the moment we croaked.
But that's ridiculous. The whole world turns back? That's unheard of, even for a boon of any kind.
And Elia did not have a single useful boon besides her psychometry, Rye was sure.
You must be mistaken.
An ethereal shrug tickled against her real shoulders. Unlike her, Elia seemed entirely at ease, which meant she either believed she was telling the truth, or she was a big fat liar.
I don't know what to tell you, other than some things don't reset with us. I once found this absolutely wicked shield, metal, thin and light as paper. I used it for 5 years maybe? Realized I'd walked in a huge-ass circle by the end of it, got a bit pissed, and did something stupid. In the end, I got yeeted by this great fuck-off bird. Birds don't exist, Rye grumped. Definitely a liar. Shush, you can learn something from this little story. Anyhow, I got yeeted, and when I woke up, I thought, crap, I let go of my shield. I don't know what counts as on my person, but when I got to the place I dropped it, no shield. Went back to where I initially found it, and no shield either. Bingo. Took it off a corpse to begin with, so I went back to that, and you guessed it, nada, nothing. No respawn for things I pick up from the ground, but if it's on a person, live or undead, yeah, that comes back, because rules don't need to make sense to be followed. Anywho, if some dude had been carrying it, I could have just yoinked another one, since they do respawn with all their gear, but that's just one of the many idiosyncrasies. What? Why? Rye groaned, the inside of her head like a swirling thunderstorm. This isn't another one of your horrible jokes. Why me? Did I do something horrible? Did I disrespect a god in mortal form? Oh gods, I'm stuck in a cautionary tale about hubris and cowardice and... No, I'm not special enough for that. This is horrible. This is the worst.
Listening to Elia talk just made the wish to go home all the more powerful.
Having to worry about this whole loopy business only added to the hollowness growing in her stomach. She missed out on breakfast, if anybody even served breakfast to undead. They definitely should. Let's focus on getting home, all right? You're the boss. I can't exactly say no, can I? Good. Great. I mean, well, not so great, but now you know what it feels like being me. She sighed wistfully and drank another mouthful of the bowl of respite water. It tasted like berries this time, with a hint of sugar. Tasty. It's been so long. I can barely remember what home looks like. Actually, I don't remember what it looks like at all. Oh gods, is this normal? Am I sick? Now that's the undeath speaking. Probably a side effect of having a rotten brain. Or the repeated decapitations and concussions are at fault. Nah, what can you do? Probably the concussions and decapitations, judging by recent experiences. Losing a head every hour could not be healthy at all. Rai slapped her cheeks to regain focus, chanting her ocean mantra all the way as she discerned a group of 3 men talking somewhere on the first floor. Their mutterings sounded coherent, and her pace quickened as she got close enough to make out entire sentences spoken in the language of her homeland, Empyrean. And I'm telling you, we do it like in 177 and build a wall to starve 'em out. And then a wall behind us so we don't get ambushed up the rear. The first voice was low, loud, and had an accent so thick she could stir it. A second, puffy voice chimed in. You're an idiot, Tertius, and a double one at that. They're all undead. They don't need no food, no water. And what do you want to make the wall out of? Got an axe, but no carpenter, no engineers, no slaves to carry wood and such. Would take weeks, months, decades. I bet 1,000 souls these guys are planning a coup.
Shh, quiet. We are not establishing souls as stakes for a wager, Rai hissed as she rounded the corner, coming face to face with a triplet of Legion soldiers, the smallest at least a head taller than her.
Hello, hi, how are you? What are you doing? Rai nervously waved at the 3, the same hallmarks of undeath as her own marring their faces. Their armor marked them as low-ranking troops, and compared to the officers, those were always known for being loyal, supportive people. Her Da said so. He was a soldier, and so was his father, and therefore it had to be true. They are clearly playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons. I can't believe you don't recognize it. See? They even made their own models out of twigs and pebbles. The rather stout one turned from their extensive model of a castle to her, but a larger one interrupted him before he could get a word out. We're planning a siege. Rai jumped back a bit, the voice just that hair too hard and loud. Oh, apologies, miss. The name's Sextus, soldier of the 41st Legion ever since I've been 12. And this is me, Decurion Tertius. 41st Best Legion! The rather portly soldier bumped fists with the silent one swaddled in his scarf, who flashed a complicated array of signs and... Oh, he was mute. 41st Best Legion, Sextus echoed. The silent one's me mate Alexander, like the famous poet. Come on, after me. 41st Best Legion. 41st Best Legion? Rai was immediately greeted with a riotous clamor, and whatever the hand sign for whoop whoop was, as the 3 broke out into a marching song. It was loud. They smelled as mucky as all undead, but the way they took one look and let her partake in their camaraderie made some of her tenseness bleed away. That was, of course, only if she ignored the riotous laughter echoing inside her head. What a time to remind her that she was odd, that she was different, and would likely never fit in anywhere again. Ever. "Stop laughing, Elia," she hissed.
I promised not to interfere when you were fighting, so the least you can do is show some respect and not distract me while trying to mingle.
But his name is Sextus! Sextus!
Ah, what a child. You said you were planning a siege? She asked. More of an infiltration, actually. The rotund one, who cultivated more of an air of command than the brute and the mute, said. Glenrock Castle blocks the way to Lofton, headed by some lord or knight or what other, with mages, warhounds, and a horde of guards. We heard our capital was under attack, came here, but that rat bastard closed the gates, won't let any undead pass, which is just right screwed, I say. Who cares if we died before? We can still give a life or three for our home when duty calls. Isn't that right, boys? The boys nodded, and Sextus broke out into an impromptu marching song. Rye thought it might have been a fine tune if someone with a sense for rhythm and volume had sung it, and the rather raunchy lyrics turned her head into a beat by the end of it. You can see the castle if you take a step out along the Temple Pass, Sextus said as he finished the last refrain. Right next to the damned swamp. Can't miss it. It's one of a few ways in, but we haven't heard about the others but in rumour. Haven't heard? Rye asked. Not a word. The grim expression littering his battle-scarred face said it all. A small mercy in face of his rather rustic enunciation. Oh. Right, she was talking to them for a reason. Well, this is all very interesting, but I need to go home. Do you know how to get from here to Arvale? Actually, where even is here? Edge of the Great Maze. Tertius gestured on the faded map they had built their model on. Past the mountains, there lies Lofton, city of the gods. We're here, next to the Northern High Road. The Northern High Road? I have to go to the southern one. That's thousands of kilometers away from home.
Rye rummaged through her memory, trying to remember all the geography she once had to learn long ago. The Great Maze didn't pop up anywhere on it, but the quickest way was not around the mountain range cradling the Empire's and God's capital, but straight through regardless. With a sigh, she buried her head in her hands and despaired. This was the worst day of her life. How did she even get here? Even if she was found to have the mark of undeath, she should have been buried near her hometown, which was south of Lofton by a good bit. Getting this far up north wouldn't have been easy, even on the most direct route. Elia couldn't have walked thousands of miles through a deadly maze. It was just impossible. For the time, she set her mind on idle questions to stave off the encroaching apathy. Don't you need more people for a siege? The three looked between each other, as if they hadn't considered it. The mute Alexander made a gesture, and at that, a grin spread on their faces. Sextus put two meaty hands on her shoulder. Aye, glad you volunteered yourself. We were missing a scout, and you look weaselly enough. Reckon most of the drags'll just look right over you, eh? Together, we'll forge the way forward and retake our capital yet. Rye blinked in disbelief as Elia's cackle renewed in the background. These people only appeared sane, but in truth, they were as kooky as the rest. Better to politely excuse herself and not talk with them again than take part in something as suicidal as a three-man assault on a whole hecking castle. I will think about it. Think about this siege business very long and hard. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must prepare my scouty things. Quibbles croaked from the side, and, together, they excused themselves from the group of lucid lunatics. Holy shit, I'm dying. These people are delusional and hilarious. Can we keep them? We are not taking part in a siege, Elia. Sieges are an unproductive use of our time.
They involve little talk and a lot of unsolicited killing.
Sure. And Rome was built on the back of handshakes and mutually beneficial business deals. Rai somehow got the impression of someone wiping a tear from their eye. Hey, at least we're making friends, right? That set Elia off on another bout of laughter as Rai grumbled on her way to the next person. They couldn't all be terminally insane. There had to be at least a single reasonable person among them. The bedsheet dress was just not doing it for Rai. It was dirty, it constantly slipped down her shoulders, and worst of all, it didn't technically belong to her and was borrowed without permission. The belt with 2 pouches containing shards and about 30 pebbles. Who needed so many of them, and why? In one, and a now sufficiently moisturized toad, thanks to her care, in the other, was the last line of defense in the fight for her decency. A sorry state for any true civilized citizen of the Empire. The torn mail and padding was gone, and she almost felt regret. Instead, she let Elia convince herself to at least peruse the merchant's assorted wares. He had everything, from weapons and armors to jars of bugs, salt, and ground herbs. Lavender, black poppy, spikeweed, crib's rest. She made a mental note to find out how much an undead differed from a live human. They could still bleed, but, as an example, could they catch a fever? Could they heal wounds without the miracle water? Could they get pregnant? She poked the merchant. Sadly, he was fast asleep, and no amount of hellos and polite prodding shook him awake. Oh well, guess we're not trading our common shards for some uncommon ones. I really wanted to feel the disappointment of rolling a useless uncommon boon for a change, too. Shush you! We have no money, and we are not buying anything with souls. That would not be ethical or moral. Also, it would be breaking the cycle of souls, the turn of life to death to life. A great taboo, the kind that would find quite a few people asking quite a few uncomfortable questions in uncomfortable ways. She wanted no part in that, not for all the massages and apple lemon juice in the world. She knew how to get back home, though her knowledge didn't reach beyond follow the high road south. For a journey that far, she would need funds, and, lacking the will to do something drastic, she decided on trying to see if anyone was willing to help her, or would pay for her help. She was willing to do near anything, as long as it didn't involve murdering people or whoring herself out. Hello? Can you understand me? Rai tried to enunciate every word as slow and clear as empirically possible. This pygmy woman could talk, which truly came as a surprise, but like so many others, spoke in some barbarous tongue. She excused herself, mind empty with exhaustion born in part from frustration and in part from the constant fever-like existence of an undead. All right, I'm starting to get bored. Let's go and find some food. As tempting as the idea was, Rai didn't let that keep her from trying. One last person. Hello? Excuse me, miss. The tall woman finally reacted, looking up from where she had been staring at a puddle. Her hair fell in a long stream down her shoulders, and every part of it was white, from the head to the brows and whimpers, though 2 pale blue eyes floated beneath like reflections on the water's surface. Her deathly pale face made for a frightening first impression were she not oozing a steady stream of melancholy. 2 arms cradled a used spear, and a third the smooth stone mask, round and pockmarked like the moon. It looked more impractical than anything, especially given the lack of any eye slits. 2 left hands? Yeah, Rai whispered. She's a pasty. They have 3 arms. Whoa, hold it right there. Is that a slur? It's what my mum called them. And perhaps that meant a lot, or it meant nothing. She could not remember, and at the moment she had rather more important things to concentrate on. Now shush, you're making me look weird again.
Oh, apologies. I did not see you arrive, the woman said, in a morose yet perfect Empyrean. Though I'd say that today is a poor day indeed for celebrating newcomers. My companion has left me. Without him, I find myself unable to carry on. I suppose I will sit here and wallow in my misery if the world allows it.
Great. She's all doom, gloom, and goth in spirit.
Oh no.
You poor! Is there something, anything, I can do to help? Draw a mustache on her mask. I'm sure it'll cheer one of us up. The woman stared longingly at her stone-carved mask.
Perhaps. Could you sing something for me?
Rye shook her head.
Pity. I haven't heard a song in ages. But I can dance.
Rye tried to lower her hips and shift her balance on the balls of her feet. She nearly fell over from the attempt and tried not to show her shock that she both lacked the strength and had somehow forgotten how to dance altogether.
I cannot dance.
With a sigh, she sat next to the woman and brooded. And brooded. And brooded. The woman looked like she could use a hug, but she couldn't hug a person she had just met. Mum would never approve, no matter how much the hug might be necessary for either party. What could she even say to take the edge off of a bit of the tragedy of losing a loved one? By the end, it felt like steam was coming out of her ears. She shot back up and turned to face the woman. I'm sorry, but maybe you will find a new companion and another way. Life goes on, goes the saying. Who knows? Maybe the gods will reincarnate him or her as an animal nearby to watch over you in their second life. The woman seemed lost in thought, as she didn't even bother to turn her head. When Rye was standing there long enough to have made it awkward 3 times over, the woman finally spoke up. Perhaps, knowing that he has passed on, I may return on my path. 'Tis true. However, I find myself clinging to strings of the past. He asked to smell the roses one last time. He is still there, I fear, in the garden out back, gone in all ways that matter. Please, put an end to his sorry existence. I don't have the heart to do it myself. Ha! This place has side quests. What next? A door that says you need to be level 30 to enter. An in-game shop for cosmetics and funny little pets. Microtransactions. Rye touched her throat, finding it dry. He is gone. But he is still here. He is undead, but not like us. He is a dreg, I suppose you'd call him. A mindless, shambling undead without purpose or place, yet still a danger to people like us. I suppose it is the fate of all undead to lose their minds. Like you. Like me. A cold shiver dripped down her spine. If this was true, then Rye herself was already well on her way to the end. The dull sickness, loss of memory, and the way she was shriveled and wrinkled like a knotted oak could be explained by a decay of her body, now little more than a vessel for an errant soul. Or 2 souls. Though the way Elia was handling all this was lending credence to the idea that she either didn't have one, was ignorant of it all, or simply didn't care. None of these answers was in the least comforting. None of them would explain the idiosyncrasies, the horror of being stuck in a hoop of time, Come on, this is an easy one. In and out, 5-minute side quest. Maybe we'll get some good loot. The lack of fear for inflicting death and dying herself. Even if it was an undead, Rye could not do the deed. She started crying every time they had to butcher a chicken. How could anyone expect her to grant the final mercy to a person? I'm sorry, Rye said, and got up to leave. Don't be, the woman said.
Not all of us are set to complete our journey. It appears I was simply not enough. I need a moment to myself. She half flew up the stairs, stumbling over a curled-up undead muttering nonsense in a disjointed prayer as she gasped for fresh air. Vertigo played a drumbeat inside her skull. They were out of the maze, but the nightmare wasn't over. The outside greeted her with a fresh breeze. A terrace spread around the back of the temple, and a once great tree stood hanging off the infinite drop. Its trunk was flayed by wind, dead like all the plants around it. Here and there, slightly green ivy searched for purchase between the brittle mortar of the wall.
It must have taken an immense number of chance encounters just right for that plant to grow here, where it could find barely enough to survive. She could almost imagine the invisible struggle of the vines and roots, prodding and running up against solid rock all around, until finally, a hair crack gave it purchase. How many seeds must have come this far, but failed on the steps below, on the swamped gardens outside, or been simply blown off the edge without a chance for recourse? Rye stared at the set for much too long before tearing her gaze away and out to the endless maze that stretched beyond the horizon. Now was not the time to be empathizing with plants. Elia? Yeah? She swallowed heavily. You sound awfully chipper for being stuck in my mind. Why aren't you angrier? Oh, I wasn't expecting your inevitable betrayal this soon, but I did get to sleep in a bed, so that's worth it. I don't have to worry about any spiders crawling over me while I sleep. Could probably organize some food from somewhere. All in all, I've achieved the dream. I'm quite happy as things are. There was a pause, interrupted only by a gust of wind and an awkward cough. Also, I might be in need of a major vacation. A break from all the everything. The undead, the life or death struggles, the concept of birds. Real nice of you not to threaten to get rid of all my hard-earned souls and shards. If living inside your head every now and then is the price to pay for this life, then I sure as hell am not gonna skimp out. Not being inside that god-awful maze is the life. Everything else is dressing. Rye's guilt for trapping Elia didn't fade. Not much. Who knew? Maybe she'd be insane too if their roles had been reversed. Still, no matter how much she wanted to believe her, there was always a nagging feeling that Elia was lying, or at least withholding a part of the story. It just seemed like so little to desire. She chose not to dig further. I see. She took in a deep breath. Are you responsible for possessing my body? I'm not the one who's responsible for landing me inside you, that maze, or this depressing medieval zombie apocalypse shit. That dirt's on God's hands, or whatever bitter architect decided it would be fun to make an escape room the size of Texas and fill it with every hostile intention the world could cook up. This isn't the afterlife I was dragged to church for. The answer was delivered with a familiar bitterness that spoke of honesty, Rye hoped. You aren't, then. I didn't want this either, and you just want revenge. She hemmed and hawed, head tilting back and forth. You're not a bad person, just unlucky. Grown up under bad circumstances. Rye. No, you listen to me. Let me help you. Get you your own body, fix your bad attitude, your murderiness, and all those weird words you keep on using. I don't know how I'll help you do it, but I promise I will. Rye left. Education, that's all you need. The pen cuts as deep as any sword, and violence is a last resort. Take me as a good example to follow. I'm happy to exhaust every other option before I even think about taking up arms. Don't you worry, I'll make a good, civilized person out of you yet. And then you can help me get home, and everyone will be happy. Rye, dodge! Rye jumped in place, which was not an effective measure for dodging the spear thrust coming from her left.
She fell to the ground, clutching the oddly wet side of her stomach. Her hand came back nearly black with blood. Then the pain hit, and she screamed. Her right arm moved on its own, scrabbling for a rock to throw at her assailant, but the blinding pain caused her to convulse, the stone to miss, and her assailant to gain an easy kill. A second stab grated along the vertebra of her neck as darkness crept in, until it was all she could see, feel, or hear. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 11,176. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 9. You have lost. Bone shard, uncommon, times 6.
Chapter 12. Constitution spells friendship.
You're ruining my vacation here. Rye was curled into a ball on the floor, filthy and back in her ragged bits of armor once again. Opening her eyes entailed accepting reality, and reality was decidedly unfun. Next time, listen to me when I say dodge. Or is letting yourself get stabbed also a part of your so-called civilized behavior? Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 15 minutes. The ethereal smoke didn't care about her feelings, wafting in front of her face even through her eyelids. Neither did her barbarian companion. Get up. But she didn't want to. You can sulk later, Rye. But she was feeling horrible right now, and later would come later. You lost a lot of souls just when we found out what they are used for, and bone shards. I owe you a boon, but you can't cash in on it when you let us both go broke. That was fair. True. A good appeal to logic. Rye was not feeling logical, not right now. Dying hurt too much. Undead? A silky voice asked. Does thou require aid? Rye opened her eyes a crack. The attendant stood over her, hands clasped, and with a tinge of worry on her face. She couldn't just keep lying here, not when someone was watching. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 13 minutes. Finally. Now go get that bread. I'll get up under one condition. Her throat felt dry again. I need a hug. Certainly. A pair of lightly jingling arms enveloped Rye. The attendant's embrace was warm and caring, washing away the mental fog and worries. She leaned into the embrace. Perhaps she enjoyed it a little too long. The attendant smelled wonderful. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 8 minutes. They separated with a sniffle, leaving a Rye-shaped imprint of blood on the attendant's clothing. Sorry. Don't be. Mail is surprisingly simple to clean. That was a lie, and they both knew it. I'll make up for it, somehow. She couldn't meet the woman's eyes, and settled on watching the slight upturn of her everlasting smile. Does thou possess the breath of Menses? Menses? Rye asked. Perhaps you know it under another name? The Grey Order, the Blessing of Uovis, Hansarp's discerning vapor. Close enough. Rye nodded. Don't remember who I learned it from, but I have it. Very well. If thou art willing to listen, I ask thee to peer within the depths inside me. Is that a euphemism? Sorry, is that a euphemism? Rye asked at the same time. They looked at each other for an awkward moment. The attendant lifted her up, but only insofar until Rye settled into a kneel by herself. Offer thy hand, and let me search wherein thy path shall flow. She did, and the world turned dim, as if she had just rolled a bone dice for a boon, until the focus was only on the attendant and herself. A gentle, warm glow radiated from where they held hands. Now breathe, and see what you are, what you were, what you may yet become. Rye did, and the fog arrayed itself into a completely unfamiliar set of lines. Name, Rye. Age,
23. Soul count. Time 0. 11,176. Bone shards. Common. Time 0. 9. Uncommon. Time 0. 6. Undead curse mark. Quelled. Greatly diminishes soul. Moderately diminishes body. Slightly diminishes sense and mind. Vessels. Body. Your body is weak, like a sickly human. Sense. Your sense is slightly worse than the average human's. Mind. Your mind is above the average human's. Spirit. Your spirit is pitifully weak, like that of an unlearned child. Boons. 1. Empty. Rai stared at the panels in wonder. They had so much color, so advanced, so wow. No. The attendant's voice came like a distant ring of a bell. This is the depth of thy soul, as represented by a string of breath. Though it differs for us all, thou canst now discern thy fate with ease. No. Within thy bosom, 2 receptacles for the soul. Thy boons, wherein shards crystallize and take on the color of thy being, and thy vessel, for nurturing wandering great souls, to lift thee to greater heights.
No, fuck, shit, ass, humus, god fucking damn it.
Rai ummed with increasing nervousness as Ilya exploded into an avalanche of expletives in the background. This doesn't look like my breath at all. I only know about the boon part.
No one told me I could level up. I lost so many souls, hundreds of thousands, millions.
Rai tried to focus on the barely moving lips of the attendant, learning a heap of new words from both ends. It has been some time, then, since thou hast learned thy breath. As an undead, thou yearns for souls, and souls yearn for thee. Thou art a vessel for 4 facets, each in turn strengthening themselves and another. Thy body builds thy sense, thy mind, thy mind, thy spirit, thy body. She offered a hand, and a shining object floated out of her pocket. Quibbles looked like he had been in the middle of a nap, and an object like liquid flame, or perhaps flaming liquid, glowed where his stomach was.
Quibbles, stop eating my shit!
Did he eat something important? The attendant was somewhat hampered in her speech as she rotated the rotund individual with her mind. To his credit, Quibbles didn't make a single peep. He was a dignified toad, rotating on his own terms.
Squish him!
Mr. Toad, sir? Rai asked, though she didn't feel her mouth move. Could you perhaps give up what you have swallowed? I promise to feed you any tasty-looking insects we find on our way. The rotating toad hung listlessly in the air for a minute. Then he opened his mouth, and the light flowed out of it. It was an ethereal color, a light shade of red with dancing white swirls on the inside. It felt mesmerizing, so much that she barely noticed her finger touching it. It was warm.
"I is a great soul," the attendant said with a schooled face. "Souls are the energy of all life, yet a strong soul carries great power and will distinct enough to share with thee. I will boop this." As Ilya possessed an arm and used her psychometry on the soul, another window of haze layered itself over the others. Soul of the forlorn giant. Soul of the forlorn giant.
It is said that the giants of Morgenthau are a violent and uncaring folk, yet one found friendship with a misbegotten false serpent can be crushed in hand for a large amount of souls. This is a soul? Rai asked, finding its weight more than she could handle, even though it floated on its own. What if she dropped it? Would it break? Rather, would it die? It is, and thou wast blessed with a most wondrous boon. However, not all things are revealed so easily. She smoothly blew the smoke away, feeling like a dew-laden breeze on Rai's cheeks. With a flourish and a blessing, I may yet find within it hidden strength for thee to ingurgitate. The smoke rearranged itself once more. Soul of the forlorn giant, uncommon, 0/4,000. Moderate increase to constitution, 0/. Moderate increase to strength. Numbers. Words, even. Rai still had no clue what this all meant, but when the attendant leaned down close enough that she could feel her breath, she was half inclined to think this was all a dream. Does thou wish to accept this soul, for all its flaws and worths, and nurture it within thine bosom? Yes, yes! Level up! Come on! Rai blinked herself out of the enchanting moment, doubts forming at the edge of her awareness. Before she could voice them, her hand moved at blinding speed and grabbed the soul. She watched in half horror, half incomprehension, as it dissolved along her arm and swam up through her nose before settling into her chest. Vessels. Soul of the forlorn giant, uncommon. Your body is weak, like a sickly human adult. 0/4,000. Moderate increase to constitution. 0/?????. Moderate increase to strength. Your sense is slightly worse than the average human. Your mind is above the average human. Your soul is weak, like that of an unlearned child. Feed these souls a score of sovereignless ones, and thou shalt grow to withstand the hardship of thy holy pilgrimage. For thou art undead, and a vessel to hold within thyself those forlorn souls which cannot find their way to Lofton. More souls? We need more souls. Rai, ditch this frivolous hug dispenser and get our souls. Shh, quiet you. I am? They can't? But that's horrible. If they can't return to our gods, then that means no cycle of life and death and rebirth. Her mouth was going 1,000,000 kilometers an hour, even as she stood staring at the ground. It was the only part of her world that wasn't spinning. Would that explain all the undead? It would, wouldn't it? But... The attendant put a single finger on Rai's lips, causing unsung panic to rise as a rosy tint on her face. In truth, the cycle of souls has already ground to a halt. The age of gods wanes, a cup leaking through cracks drop by sorrowful drop. No longer do souls return to our gods and the grail of ages upon death. No longer have they the strength to protect all humankind from the dark forest, encroaching upon our lands by the day. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 3 minutes. All right, screw this. I'm getting those souls myself. As it turns out, having 2 minds tearing one body in different directions didn't end well for either side. Elia possessed a leg and found a surprise challenge in just trying to stand. She fell forward with a surprised squeak into the waiting arms of the attendant. Get up! Come on! You can snuggle or do whatever you want with the pretty woman later. Will you stop? She's saying some important... Hey, that tickles! Ah! Rai whispered as he extricated herself from her compromising position.
Elia yanking on a different limb every second to get her to move. To outsiders, it must have looked like a particularly poor puppeteer was pulling her off stage after a performance gone awry.
Thank you for your help. I'll come back, I swear.
Thou art undead, and thou must seek Lofton. All paths must end in Lofton, the attendant called after her. Pray, be careful on thy journey. They reached the stairs, mostly because Rye preferred walking in tune with her invasive companion to repeating the romance of head meets ground again. The moment she had a wall to lean on and her legs set an involuntary foot on the first step, she pulled back, leaving it to scrabble and stomp in annoyance.
Come on, you need to go. Go, 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 go! No! Elia, you can't just pull us, around like some doll. It feels horrible, and I'm not ready yet.
Tough luck. How could any one person be so lacking in empathy? She barely died 10 minutes ago, and this time, death actually hurt. Just the thought of it twisted her stomach into knots. Aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Aren't you supposed to be happy that you can fix your woefully inadequate body? Or that you have it back at all? She was not woeful or inadequate. I would if you'd stop pulling my legs and arms apart, says the girl who tried to stab me, multiple times, after I saved our collective lives. I apologized, something you still haven't done. Eee! Elia tickled her. Unfair, she couldn't even tickle her back, and within minutes, Rye relented. Under protests and complete silence from Elia's side, she reached the top of the stairs with trembling legs and a heart pumping at 100 kilometers an hour. The balcony where she died showed no sign of violence, as if the world had invalidated her suffering with a snip of its fingers. There, see that glowing orb thing? Go grab it before the spearman comes back and plugs you full of holes again. You're making me cry. Her vision was already turning blurry. It didn't help that her armor still smelled of fresh blood. At that, her possessed leg calmed down, and she was left to eye the short stairway leading down the terrace into the garden. Flashes of the wide-open cliffside and the struggling plants filled her mind. Then it ended with 2 sharp, painful thrusts. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 1 minute. She wiped her eyes and choked down a sniffle, painfully aware of how pathetic she was. Elia fought a giant and countless other undead in the same weak body as she had now to get her simple wish of a bed and food, and she couldn't take a single step forward if it meant saving 11,000 souls. 11,000 lives. The pressure lessened. Her legs stopped shivering. If it was for someone else, then the choice was easier. The souls are right there. Nothing can go wrong, right? If only you knew how much bad luck you just summoned down upon us. She took a cautious step forward, keeping her shoulder against the wall. A raspy moan caused her to freeze up, lips pressed together, and eyes bulging until she looked as stiff as Quibbles had moments ago. The murderer, the fiend, was right around the corner. Right there, she whispered, reaching a hand from behind the old statue she was pressed against. The message popped up, and she frantically dismissed her smoke before someone took note. Another tense moment passed. She let out a breath as the undead moaned again, this time further away. Congrats! You solved a problem caused by your own ineptitude. All you had to do was take 30 steps and reach out your hand. I'm fucking impressed. Rye pushed down the gall that was gathering in the back of her throat. Elia was insulting, infuriating, crude, and bereft of all niceties. Even her congratulations were soured by a heavy layer of snark. Half of that was true, but the other half was just the anger at herself,
looking for someone else to blame. She sunk against the wall, trying to separate two strands of sticky, dark blonde hair. "Elia, can we talk?" "No." She took another much-needed breath. "We can't keep on going like this." "You're tearing us apart, Rai, not me." I am, right? But you're not helping either. You could stand to be less sassy." An ethereal snort rang in the air, followed by the sound of slurping? Was she drinking something in her head? How? Where did she keep on finding these stage props? "I am not sassy. Just tired that I have to do everything by myself and that you've interrupted my vacation with babysitting." "Right. You're the one doing babysitting." Another deep breath, in and out. Be the bigger person. "This is not working. You can see that much, I hope. We can't make it through this if all we treat each other as enemies or begrudging travel companions. We need to be better. Do better. We need to be friends." Gee, a friend? I don't know. That sure is a lot of commitment. Not like we're stuck in the same body. Not like I've tried to help you every step of the way. "You say that, but your voice says you want to stab me." For all she knew, Elia would have were the circumstances different. Perhaps they both had soured their first impression. If this was going to be a state that was extended in any frame of time, it would help to have similar interests, interesting conversations, and a willingness to listen and care. "I think, above all, friendship needs to come from both sides. So? This is me making the first step. I know we got off to a rocky start, but Elia, I would like to be your friend." It was hard to tell whether the silence afterwards was born of shock, awkwardness, or deep and fulfilling introspection. Rai really hoped the latter. Even if they did become friends, sharing a body was not going to be easy once they returned to normal, day-to-day life. No, especially because they shared a body, there would be conflict. Pain, too.
But in a strange land, with a strange prophecy proclaiming undead, the outcasts of society, as carriers of the last embers of civilization and destined to meet their fate in the city of the gods, a friend tagging along would be nice. She was certain that alone she would not be enough. "You're being awfully serious. If there's a thing I hate, it's serious." Her heart stopped for a beat. "But I do love me a good buddy cop TV show. Guns, action, drama, pew pew pew. You can be the no-fun cop, and I'll be the one that hogs all the trailer punchlines." Is that a yes?" "Precisely, my little brain bud. We will form an unstoppable duo. Elia Rai, I'll teach you how to survive in this cutthroat, woman versus undead world, and you can teach me, I don't know, culture and language and whatever." Uh-huh. Rai had no idea if she would ever get used to this, if this level of weirdness was par for the course. "There will be blood and leveling and hamburgers, too. We shall bathe in the blood of our enemies, clad in nothing but body paint and the will to survive like the old Germanic and Britannic tribes." I don't know about that, Elia. You're starting to scare me." "Scared? Scared? Rai, you haven't witnessed true horror. We just beat level 1 of this goddamned stupid world." "No, we just finished the tutorial level." "But don't worry. Together, we will learn to brave every challenge, every wretched foe thrown against us, and they shall break like uncooked spaghetti." Rai chuckled nervously. Spaghetti was a funny-sounding word.
And for the first lesson in my infinite repertoire of tricks... Oh, fuck. Dodge!
Rye had just enough time to wipe the lingering wetness from her eyes before an unwelcome figure stood on the stairs next to her, holding a spear and staring with muddled eyes.
Oh, no.
You have died. You didn't even try to dodge. Disbelief oozed from every pore of Elia's voice. When in threat of dying, Rye had a remarkably easy time of freezing up and letting death take her. This didn't speak well to her continued survival, and when the attendant came around, worried about the undead curled up in fetal position, she lunged for a hug.
Really, I'm amazed. I thought I died easily, but wow. Just wow.
Quiet. She nuzzled her face deeper into the fine chainmail, soft like a baby's bottom. It was easier to hide her tears this way, and her anger. Anger that she made the same mistake twice. Anger that where Elia made it look easy to dodge and weave between strikes, she had the mental fortitude of a day-old kit and the self-preservation instincts of a particularly delicate flower. The gentle strokes of the servant, whose name she didn't even know, were dulled through her helmet, but soothe her they did regardless. She wanted another bath.
Come on, brain bud, get up. You survived 2 deaths. What's a few more?
5 more minutes, she mumbled. Sure, 5-minute break. And then we get the souls and start buffing up. To her infinite regret, 5 minutes had the audacity to pass. Rye got up, surprising even herself with how little she was shaking. One look at the attendant's inviting smile was all it took for her thoughts to be tugged away from fear and back towards embarrassment.
Sorry for getting you all dirty again, and thank you for the hug, miss. I am the attendant, a humble servant of the cerulean waters, and bound to them as I am bound to thee. I have no need for a name. I welcome thee to the crossroad temple undead. I only hope thou hast found comfort within mine embrace.
Rye stood still for a moment, brows furrowed. Didn't she already say something like this before? She did, Rye was sure. She took a step back.
Elia? Do people really not remember us when we die?
There was a heavy silence, followed by a sigh. Go get our souls back, Rye.
Oh, okay.
Rye turned to the staircase and nervously made her way up.
But we have to talk about this later. Friends tell each other everything, right?
Right. The souls in Sundry were almost laughably easy to find and easier to retrieve. They were a few feet closer to the entrance this time, and she scooped them up, turned on her heel, and bolted back indoors before the undead could even get within hearing distance.
You have regained...
She cut off the smoke, heart pounding as she reached the bottom of the stairs again. Only then did she breathe out, a fine film of sweat covering her brow. Undead could still sweat, apparently. They weren't so different from humans after all. Geez, you can run, girl. Isn't so bad if you're quick about it, eh? Now, go touch the level-up lady. Stilling her breath, she tried to look as presentable as she could be before talking to the attendant. Her ratty wraps and torn armor probably stunk to the heavens. Kneeling like before was a good way to hide her shame.
Offer thy hand, and let me search wherein thy path shall flow.
Soul count, 11,176. Body. Soul of the forlorn giant, uncommon. Your body is weak, like a sickly human. 0/4000. Moderate increase to constitution. 0/?? Moderate increase to strength.
Oh, okay. What now?
Rye whispered, though the attendant was close enough to hear as well.
Let thy seeded soul fill with the strength of the lesser. Allow them a path, and thou shalt unravel strength hidden within. There are choices to be made. Feed thy physical strength, feed thy constitution, feed both or none. The attendant bowed in reverence, more to the process and idea than her. Whether thou would trust me with the procedure of transmitting thy souls or not, thou must but say the word. Rai blinked some of her spiraling worries away. It wasn't difficult, the attendant could handle it, and souls didn't disappear. They were just converted. Yeah, this wasn't so bad. It couldn't be.
She was planning on passing Lofton and dropping them off anyways. Having them work to make the travel feasible was only fair. All right, put 4,000 into that first increase. And then everything after into strength? No, just constitution is fine. You think I died against the giant so often because I was weak? I died because after a minute of exertion, an ankle gave out. My arms cramped or turned into spaghetti after a dozen stabs. We're fighting undead, too. But we have to win every fight where only one of them has to succeed to force a reset. You're gonna thank me later, believe me. Constitution is worth it, especially if you want to wear armor, which we will also have to buy, because nobody we fight has anything fitting for your height.
Tell me about it,
Rai whispered, then turned to the attendant.
4,000 souls into my constitution, please.
A flow of wispy light exchanged between their hands as a notable change grew throughout her body. Her breath came deep, clear, and without a rasp. The humming fatigue in her joints melted away, and some of the feverishness disappeared as if it had never been. Soul count, 7,176. Body. Soul of the forlorn giant, uncommon. Your body is weak, like a sickly human. You have the constitution of an athletic adult human. 4,000 over 4,000. Moderate increase to constitution. 0 over dot. Moderate increase to strength. She took a deep breath, feeling it go, and go, and go on. Rai tugged at her tattered clothes, staring at the muscles underneath. All doubts and insecurities were washed away once she laid her eyes on the change. Her muscles didn't bulge, but in tandem with her other tissues, they appeared much less malnourished and diseased.
My skin! Look, Elia, my skin!
A few specks of healthy bronze were shining through, and bone showed only where bone ought to show. Congrats. Still convinced souls are holy and shouldn't be used for anything? Rai tensed, a tinge of guilt worming its way through the curtain of joy. It was nice, yes, but if the conversion rate of souls was 1-to-1, then it took 4,000 lives to elevate her just this little bit. She would have to offer a sacrifice for all of them as thanks. Well, they are technically still inside me. I can still take them to the gods and hope they will, I don't know, reincarnate them? Elia let out a derisive snort. Is there anything you'd like to say, friend? Just that you've fallen for the oldest trick in Hollywood history. Trick? The oldest trick. Quests, prophecies, weird level-up magic. Wake up, Rai. They're grooming you to be their dedicated errand girl. You'll see. Soon you're going to stumble upon a quirky mentor who'll teach you the secrets of the world, only to mysteriously disappear or get tragically murked because old men toting wands and wisdom attracts murderous master plans like cheese does the lactose intolerant. Rai smiled, finding pleasure in the simple act of breathing. That was a very long sentence, and I understood not one bit. Now come on, let us trade in some soul. I mean, bone shards. Bone shards. You didn't forget that the next one is mine, have you? Of course not, my silly little friend. It's time to buy you some real equipment.
Might even sell the broken sword and shield. Where'd you put them? Rai thought back her own first death. I forgot them in our room.
Does that mean they're gone now?
Yep, lost in the cracks of time. Shame about the shield. Oh well, it was high time to get you a new weapon anyways. And we'd trade with what? Souls? Rai crossed her arms in protest. No, not with me. Damn it, Rai. Money doesn't just disappear when you spend it, it stays in the economy. And the economy is a cycle. She stood in silent, awkward contemplation. Okay, just this once, I will close an eye or two, even if I feel like you're trying to manipulate me. That's what friends do. Looking out for you, Rai. Now we can finally get a new sword, shield, armor, and stuff. Oh, and new clothes. Food. Boots.
Chapter 13. The man formerly known as Harris.
This time the merchant was awake, owing most likely to the fact that Rai did not sleep after returning from death. Physical exhaustion was a trivial concern. A single sip of the water from the checkpoint bowl made sure of that. And in hindsight, it did seem silly for an undead to require any sleep at all. Or maybe it wasn't that unusual, given how mental fatigue could build up even without heavy exertion. However, Rai never once saw the sky grow dim, and they had been out for more than a day before reaching the temple, too. Their inner sundials possibly gave a rhythm to those undead who did sleep. Rai walked up to the scattered merchant's stall, feigning disinterest. Oh, she would buy something for sure, but the undead merchant didn't need to know. Every trick in the book was valid when confronting his ilk. Merchants had no souls, as was commonly known. She channeled her best haughty princess, then toned it down to merely snobbish merchant nobility. She wouldn't want to kill the man with her performance. He might have a heart attack. It happened before. It was not her fault, Da said, but better to be safe and tone down her charm a notch. Sir, are you in the business of trading shards of boons? The scraggly man looked up. He had a round hat neatly fitted to a skull unusually replete with hair. That I am, a trader in souls and goods. I am the man formerly known as Harris. Rai pretended to look over his wares. Formerly known? He nodded solemnly. Best you don't pry further, unless it's to inquire about my wares. I can only hope you find something among my modest selection. Modest? His stall was anything but. He himself sat comfortably amidst a pile of old pillows and upholstery, some holding wares, while others supported his own atrophied body. They looked comfy and, above all, expensive. One even embroidered in red and purple, while the rest were done up in the more common shades of gold. The mishmash of styles and faded garish colors reminded her of a bazaar, even if it was confined to a single corner. He was the only person around who seemed willing to buy or sell anything at all. Though with all the madmen around, she wasn't exactly spoiled for choice. May I touch them? The merchant nodded. Elia went right to work. Boop! Red tunic. A short red tunic, commonly worn by one of modest means. She leaned down to inspect a small sign of carved wood and recoiled. 200 souls for a tunic! Beep! Longsword. A straight and widely used sword with a straight double-edged blade, favored for its flexibility by those who know to wield it properly. 5,000 for a longsword! Rai, this man is a thief, and a vile one at that. Look at all the souls he is holding hostage. I bet they're all children. We must secure them. Stab him in the face! Shh, quiet. Maybe we can get something cheap, or cut a deal. Her eyes fell on a pair of wonderful boots, made of hard leather and with a slim fit. She would look great in them, and they would protect her feet, no doubt.
Boots. Boots made from hardened animal hides, comfortable to wear and insulated against the cold and rain. Exactly your size. 2,000 souls. They're exactly my size, Rye whined. And they look so comfy. Mug him. Do it. No, I would never, she hissed. Shut up.
Excuse me? The merchant asked, slightly offended.
Not you, it's... I need that longsword and the kite shield. The boots. 2 sets of underwraps, 2 red tunics. Rye, I hate to be annoying, but we need some armor. Anything that'll stop a dagger or spear tip from instantly goring us. Right. Her eyes caught 6 sets of armor leaned against the wall on display, from chainmail hauberks to scale and half-plate with matching helmets and all. One look at the prices, and she considered searching for the nearest authority and reporting him for racketeering.
After some perusing, and as the realization of the scale of this soul-sucking economy dawned on her, she happened upon one of the cheaper armors. This armor, right here. She pointed to a discolored yet fine chainmail hauberk, padded with pelts that someone almost certainly had died in. It protected her torso, upper legs and arms, as well as her neck. At 5,000 souls, she could probably haggle the total down by a bit. Are those dried fruits? Food! Get his fruits, now! And a bag of fruits. Rye had to admit, she was in a breakfasting mood as well, feeling somewhat peckish after dining on nothing but flavoured water. She was feeling many things. Foremost, that this man didn't care about what she needed, just that he got paid. Cruel and heartless, like any person that made a living by extorting souls. He had a look of greed about him, an overly defined jaw mixed with the long and pale limbs of the strange folk living to the far, far east. And he smelled of ick, of snails and dye, caustic soap and dead leather. "Are you from Morefurt?" she asked. The man did not appear surprised. "What's it matter to you?" "What it matters? Well, I thought, you looked a bit like... Is it still the year 576 of our holy empire?" The man looked up at her from where he was adjusting a dagger and chuckled. "Time's gone down the drain, much like any empire you or I may have lived in. It died, as did many things, and unlike us, undead ideas don't listen when brought to heel. Though I suppose you may assume and do as you well please now. None left to watch over language, nor passage of the years, nor the origin of pilfered goods." He was a thief of the dead. Did nobody in this place besides her care about the decency of those who passed? What if their belongings held sentimental value? What if they woke back up without a tunic or that new fashion from over the Ferrish Sea? Pants. He couldn't be trusted. He was from Morefurt, and the people there were the most vile, deceitful, and foul-smelling kind. Because of the swamp and the dyes and their tendency to lie, and not at all because of some rivalry with our Vale about a stolen goat that went back 25 generations. It was an important goat. It laid golden eggs and foretold the weather. At least, that was how Dar had told it, in between teaching her how to haggle on the local markets. Armor, sword, shield, tunic, boots, underwear, fruits. The merchant counted. That makes a total of 14,000 souls. 14? 10 plus 4 times 1,000. They do educate common folk on addition and multiplication outside of Morefurt, do they? Yes, Rye cut herself off, biting her tongue before she said something she couldn't take back.
It was twice her remaining souls, and though she thought herself a good haggler, it would require a miracle to reduce the price by half. "Are these bone shards worth any souls?" She pointed at a small bowl adorning the top of a pillow, a dozen shards lying in a heap of grey and green. Bone shard, uncommon. The shard of a divine soul, undefined and undeveloped. The strength of a shard is directly correlated to its rarity, for only the rarest moments crystallize to mark a person's soul indelibly. Combine 10 for a bone die of appropriate rarity. Ooh, rarer shards require less shards for a boon. Sure hope that trend continues. Trade only for other bone shards. 3 common to an uncommon, 4 uncommon to a rare. Souls for everything else. Your budget? Soul count, 7,176. We have 7,000, she said, and immediately bit her lip. She screwed up. Rule number 1 of barter: never reveal your cards. She blamed it on her headache and the lingering fever. Without a frame of reference, she didn't even know by how many levels of magnitude he was overpricing his equipment. The merchant looked pensive, scratching that pointed chin of his.
"I'll cut you a deal. Instead of the sword, take this hatchet here, plus this soldier's armor." He offered her another one of the cheaper armors. The cheapest armor, to be precise. "I can comfortably sell you those two for 6,000 together. The fruits are another 1,000, as is the other pair of used boots, and if you want a shield, it's 2,000 for this here buckler, instead of 4 for the kite shield." Rai didn't trust this man, and she searched for the price tags in the hopes of catching his treacherous designs in motion. Conscript set. A set of cheaply made armor from a faraway land that may protect a life, but not much else. The lamellar plates are brittle, and the mail roughly joined, yet the people of the East often marched to war with even less. 3,800 for the armor. Hatchet. Commonly used to chop wood, a hatchet can become a deadly tool in the right hands. Due to its top-heavy nature, care must be taken not to overextend after swings. 2,200 for the hatchet. All was in order, except for her purse. Spending all her money, her souls at once, was not a smart choice, but it was one she had to make. Now that she knew just how dangerous the undead out back was, she wasn't justified in ignoring the issue, and no one else seemed to bother with anything beyond their own petty desires. For that, the armor was serviceable and a weapon mandatory. The hatchet would do. Maybe. She was still hoping that Elia would somehow solve that problem. But that was a worry for future Rai. Present Rai had to make the most of over 7,000 people's worth of souls. "Buy the fruit! I haven't eaten food in so long! Have mercy! Mercy!" 1,000 for half a meal, barely a snack. She sighed. The things she did in the name of friendship. 7,000 for armor, hatchet, 2 tunics, underwraps, and fruit. The man nodded, and a quick shake of hands settled the deal. "If you don't turn dreg, come back any time. Got a feeling you'll be coming back soon enough."
The glint in his eyes betrayed quite the opposite. He sold poor-quality items at overly high prices. Then, when the person died, he took the gear off their corpses and sold them to another. It all made sense now. And then she saw his legs and realized they were charred up to the knee, blackened stumps without feet. Harris the merchant was crippled. He would have had no other choice than to sit here and barter for his dear life, even if he wanted to fulfill his duty as an undead. Not a thief, but a redistributor of scavenged goods sat in front of her, one whose life was held up entirely by the willingness of others to trade with him.
and Rai had thought he was selfish. She was a horrible person, the worst. The embarrassment, the guilt and shame filled her thoughts with an uncomfortable buzz, though that was an order of magnitude less than what she was setting out to do. Everything would be fine. The undead outside, companion of the sad, white-haired lady, was a threat not just to herself, but to others. Someone had to do something about it. Looking at the positives, if she succeeded, she would gain the souls he was preventing from moving on and put them to good use. They would help her in exchange, either as currency or as part of her strength. Hey, is that an actual toga? Are you Roman? Semper Victoria, am I right? It's not a toga. Togas are for important meetings and ritual holidays. This is a tunic, made in the Empire and a glorious sign of our wonderful civilization, Rai said, before noticing that somehow everything was perfectly her size. That never happened outside of custom-tailored clothing. The man must have had a boon. I still feel a tad too small for my shoes. Soles. Cool. Now, food. I'm going to implode if I don't get something in my mouth in the next few seconds. Speaking for the both of them there. Take control of my mouth, and I'll feed you. If that's all right with you, Elia. Elia did, ravenous for sustenance with substance. Having to feed her own face while it belonged to someone else, revelatory and most awkward. It turned from awkward to downright mortifying the moment she heard herself moan loud enough that even some of the mindless undead sitting about turned their heads. Honestly, hearing Elia eat made her think she was enjoying an entirely different kind of activity. A vague shape played upon her mind, the hint of a curve, of eyes. But every attempt to give it color or a defined edge only led to a minor headache. Remembering things was hard as an undead. Maybe that too could be fixed with souls. Thoughts for later. At the moment, she had to try and mime to Elia that she wanted to try one too. Elia understood eventually, but she was a thorough chewer. It took her a minute to finish with the disappointingly small fruit, and Rai found out why the moment she regained control and tried on for herself. Oh, this tastes pretty good. This is the stuff. This shit tastes better than sex, on which I am a qualified expert. You could sell these for a kidney and a half in a back alley and still get your door run in by ravenous customers. Wonder what's inside. Oh, wait, I don't have to guess. I have a thing. Sugared apricots. Apricots from the plantations around Lofton, sweetened with red sea snail sugar. The sugar is used in many transmutations and, combined with the sour fruit, offers minor rejuvenatory benefits. Slightly heals wounds over time. Oh, red sugar's a luxury. Explains the price, even if I still think we got overcharged. Rai swallowed, but found her arm paralyzed as she reached for a second helping. We can't eat these like popcorn, Elia said, her voice shaky. This is good. Too important to waste. We might need it later, like the Beatles. Don't want to get stuck like in the maze. A fair point. At the moment, the all-healing water was within walking distance. It wouldn't always be that way. All right, I'm going to take a bath first.
And then I'll teach you the art of re-deadening the undead.
Yeah, that...
Do not fret, my dear little procurer of fruit and ambrosia. I shall impart upon you wisdom hardened over 1,000 lifetimes. By the end of our training, you shall be forged into the likeness of a great warrior, a master of puns,
and preemptive self-defense. Look forward to it. The twisting knots in her stomach cried to object, but she knew she had to do it. She'd have to live with murdering a murderer, and maybe more after. Dirty work always made its way into her hands. Someone had to do it, and she wasn't quite willing to let Elia take full control just yet. Besides, he was holding souls hostage. Freeing them couldn't be so bad, right?
The temple was quiet, but for the clamor of the 3 soldiers above. Rai sat on a stair, listening intently to her hand, which Elia had possessed, miming a talking sock puppet. Rai gave her best to settle into the mindset of a good student, which meant to trust the teacher, listen to everything said, and make notes. Lacking paper, she just hoped the lesson wouldn't drag on for longer than she could memorize. Okay, first lesson of the day, initiative is king. Initiative is king? Yes. Assume this. You find a soldier walking down a corridor. You step into a shadow, wait for them to pass, and take a stab at their neck. Best case, your enemy dies. Next best case, they are wounded, crippled even, and you're right in range for a follow-up strike. Hit 'em with the ol' 1-2. Hit 'em with the ol' 1-2, Rai muttered, tracing imaginary notes in the palm of her hand. And the worst case? Worst case, they stab you back. But when has that stopped anyone? Rai chose not to interject that many dead people would disagree if they could. I'm going to fight the undead, the dreg who killed me, the murderer with the spear, the lost friend of our 3-armed lady. Any advice for him specifically? Who? Oh, the side quest. Yeah, without an ambush, you'll need to get past his reach. Second lesson. Reach is queen. Superior reach means you can safely poke without fear of being poked in return, as long as you don't screw up your position horribly. Thereby, positioning in relation to your own and your enemy's reach is a prince. And let us not forget, speed is a princess, strength is a jack, and I think I lost my metaphor. You get the gist. Okay, so fighting involves a bunch of royalty. No, wait, that's just a hierarchy, like in a card game. Okay, I think I can remember that. Idly, she scratched at her cheek. She'd probably have to take a bath afterwards again. But no, she shouldn't think like that. She was about to take a life. It deserved more attention than a wandering acknowledgement. So, what happens if I don't strike first? Then you better not get hit. But what if I get hit? Like, right here. She pointed to the side of her belly, a phantom ache pulsing once where she was stabbed a lifetime ago. That's why you have armor. Sheesh, don't make me spell it out for you. Yes, O wise teacher. Would the wise master kindly tell me what to do if I get wounded? Getting cut hurts. Getting stabbed more. I know. Startled, Rai waited for Elia to recollect her mind. I know. If you get stabbed, leave it at that and act. Getting shanked hurts, even through chainmail, but you know what? You can either succumb to your owie, lie down and die, or you can retake the initiative, or run to fight another day. Now, let's dunk this dweeb. Oh, okay. A big clump got half stuck in her throat. I can do this. I can do this. She waited behind a statue that marked her last point of death, waiting for the rasping breath of her enemy to come closer. The statue depicted Ruthe, god of peace, and she was well aware of the irony. She knew that his peace needed to be kept somehow, in spite of the machinations of evil people, beasts, and worse things. She just never expected to play the keeper.
This three-armed dreg, he had to be evil. Cold, plodding steps ascended the stairway round the corner. A moan, then a sound like wind whistling through a crack in the wall. Wait for it. Wait for it. The face of the undead came into view. The same spherical stone mask crowned his head, and beneath his yellowed clothing the jingle of mail rang clear in the crispy air. One of his two right arms clutched a well-used spear, two winged spurs threatening to tear the calves from anyone foolish enough to think they could dodge a simple thrust. In the left, he held nothing, and that was her only saving grace in this horrible situation. Now! With a cry that would have made every warrior avert their eyes in shame, Rai jumped out of her hiding spot and flailed her axe towards the undead. It chipped the mask, more a helmet as it covered every part but the nape. It was quite a poor strike. The undead turned, and Rai had moments to notice that with the twisting motion, the spear was already well on its way. Closing her eyes was a very poor choice of defense, and the kind of reflex that got her killed the previous 2 times. This time, she stared bravely as the incoming spear punched through her face. "Why didn't you dodge?" You have died. You have lost. Soul times 176. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 9. You have lost. Bone shard, uncommon, times 6. Chapter 14. Dooge! The undead spearmen moved up the stairs, slow, trotting steps building up to frightening speed and agility. He was no simple undead militia. His spear was nothing special, though skill made it bend and bite like a living creature. Rai was ready, mentally prepared to do the deed. He was a danger to everyone, not just her. This wasn't murder. This was a community service. She took one step, right onto a sharp rock, and yelped, advantage of initiative and surprise slipping from her grasp like sand. The undead turned. The undead speared. Rai moved, but not enough, and in the wrong direction. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 176. You have lost. Bone shard, common, times 9. Uncommon, times 6. At least she picked up the bone shards beforehand. I'm starting to believe that your capacity for violence is negative. Ack! Rai spun out of the way of a wild swipe at her legs, only to stumble into a thrust to her chest. The spear tip plunged into her stomach, and she reeled back in shock. The metal platelets and mail saved her life. She was still in the fight. If only it didn't all hurt so much. Help! Sure. Her arm flexed unnaturally, and she took another stab to her mail. This time, the spear didn't retract, as Elia grabbed it right behind the barbs. Now, initiative. Without a word, Elia relinquished control, and Rai held onto the spear, using it to pull herself forward, right into the waiting backup dagger of the spearman, who plunged it through her neck and out the back. That feeling, metal on bone. It would haunt her dreams, and some waking moments, too. A second dagger pierced her heart, as even in degraded undeath, none of his 3 arms ever remained idle. You have died. Dodge! Nice! Again! Her breath was coming short, but this was it. This was the one. The spearman hit her in the chin with the butt of his spear, knocking her head all the way back, leading her in a stumble towards the edge of the terrace. She staggered against a stone pillar and gripped for dear life, the endless fall onto mountaintops like snow-peaked pebbles just visible in the corner of her eye. An imperceptible weight drew her down, a blur forming at the edges of her eyes. Don't fall. Whatever you do, don't.
get stabbed before that because we will not be able to recover our bone shards." Rye didn't, but only because she scrambled away and towards a number of successive spear strikes, which she only evaded in part. 2 hit an arm and leg, 1 pricked her in the abdomen again, but not enough to knock the breath out of her. Her vision only grew more blurry, her hands only more unsteady. A touch to her neck came back dark red. The smallest nick in the wrong place could fell mountains, and Rye felt barely larger than a pebble. She stumbled and accepted that it was her fate to die again. It was almost preferable to watch the spear get her in the neck again instead of the reverse. Almost. "You have died."
Get up. Rye remained where she was, nuzzled deep into the embrace of the attendant. She had no intention of getting up. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 10 minutes. 5 more minutes. Get up, now. The sooner you learn to fend for yourself, the sooner we can get going. Or, switch with me. I'll avenge your deaths faster than you can say pen, pineapple, apple pie. Doing things my way means taking breaks. She turned to peek out into the clear, calm water. Snuggle breaks. Mandatory. An echoing groan bounced off walls inside her head. I get it. You like the level-up lady because she's hot and looks like a 10. People would quarter her just to get at the secrets of her immaculate skincare. Maybe ask her where she gets the good stuff from. Later. Now get up and don't die again. No, make cuddles, not war. She nestled her face deeper, tension draining out of her with a sigh as the attendant brushed her hair. The attendant didn't just look nice, but smelled like roses and a fine hint of earthy cinnamon. Good that no one could see her blush. And here I thought you were in a hurry to get home. I didn't consent to getting hugged, You're just jealous. An exasperated sigh rang hollow. Finally, a sign of victory. Yeah, right. Fine, have your break. But after that, I want to see you do your best. As if Rye had shown anything less.
You have died. Stop taking control of my body.
Not my fault you keep on dying. There's a limit to everything, especially my patience. You blocked that spear with my flat hand. I was trying to parry it. Where the heck did you learn to parry a spear with my soft, delicate hands? Soft, she says. Delicate, she claims. It's better than blocking it with your face, Miss Pickled Plum. Rye shot up, seething with indignant anger. It was the kind of anger that hurt herself, that made her voice hitch and eyes tear up. Staring at her hand where ostensibly no mark showed itself helped little, as the ache of agony still pulsed like a fresh wound. I saw it in a Bruce Lee movie. Enter the Dragon was always my favorite. It's not as impossible as it looks, just a bit of a trick of desperation. Rye listened to her heartless teacher ramble about things she didn't understand. It was a story, at least she thought so, about a warrior who fought without any weapons at all. Maybe he was a famed ninja from Elia's homeland. Maybe they valued individual strength over everything, like the giants of Morgenthau. What exactly is so fascinating about these stories, where one man beats everyone up? 'Cause watching my boy Lee go ham on a gaggle of witless schmucks is awesome. Kapow! Wham! Bazoing! Truly, barbaric in every meaning of the word. She shook her head, a nugget of information immediately lost in the swirl of chaotic memory. And then, she was at the top of the stairs again. I parried a bolt once. From a crossbow? With your hands? Hell yeah, I did. I'm awesome. Never managed it again, though. Was hard without a shield. Iced the Dreg. He never got me again afterwards. The spiders did, but that was after I lost my boots.
I could kill for some boots.
Contrary to most conversation, Rai found herself getting even angrier. If Elia really was from a warrior culture, then why was she expecting her to instantly adapt to the life of a killer? She wasn't used to any kind of violence, and the pain was the worst. The feeling of hard, cold metal against bone was now a familiar feeling, and the familiarity only made the weight more terrifying. She didn't even have a boon. She was short and woefully inexperienced. Elia still expected her to just win against someone with not just 6 feet more reach than her, but what felt like years of dedicated practice under his belt. It wasn't fair, and all the rage fed into that boiling cauldron of undoing, the anger that was antithesis to the realm of controlled, civilized thought. The undead's head peeked up from the steep stone stairway, face encased in the same round stone mask, taunting her to think of him as less than human. It wasn't so simple. He had to die so others could live. His suffering was just a formality then, a prerequisite to getting past this first fateful step. As was hers. Pushed forward by the will to make the world a better place, and held back by every instinct and ideal she had grown up with, she found it hard to move at all. But when she did, it was not in the direction she expected. His spear came quick, a dull moan muffled by his helmet mask, the only reaction as she cleared the tip in a leap, slicing edge bouncing off her sabatons. He greeted her with 2 open arms, daggers a welcome gift that pierced her platelets, mail, and chest as she slammed down on him with all her meager weight. Pain added to the cacophony inside her mind, and in the whirl of blind emotion, her hatchet hit the undead's head with a sickening crack. Stone splintered. They both tumbled down the stone steps, slamming into the ground near an abandoned, wilted garden. Their short roll trampled desiccated beauty as they came to a stop in a rosebed, the spherical mask shattered. Rai turned to face him and found his eyes a piercing yellow. She knew it. There was a man behind the mask, an undead man, hollow eyes and skin draped over bones, but still a man, a person. He was still twitching, moving. The hatchet fell. It rose heavily. It fell unaimed. Viscera and snot and tears carved her screaming face into mayhem. As the world grew quiet and her arms refused to move, only tears remained. Her stomach was cut open, a rent in the mail on her side. A dagger was sticking out of her right bicep, still loosely gripped by the undead, whose face now resembled a mashed ruin. Her smoke's tally put the last nail in Denial's coffin. She killed a man. You have gained soul times 800. Soul count, 976. You have gained bone shard, common, times 2. You have gained bone shard, uncommon, times 1. Ever the crude, uncaring brute, Elia's tone was nearing jovial excitement.
Oh, holy shit, Rai! I knew you had it in you. You were like a fucking raptor. Just pounced and then boom, dead. Bit overkill with the axe afterwards, but there's kill in overkill too. Now, let's get back and heal up again. You hear me? Rai? Rai?
I'm sorry, Rai muttered, tears streaking her face. The act of killing made way for an altogether different pain than being on the receiving end, and it was no less horrible. The first one in the maze didn't feel real, as if she had still been in an ugly dream. No matter the justification, or how much she tried to delude herself into calling anyone evil, they were still human, even in undeath. As was she.
The healing waters wouldn't mend this wound, she feared. The adrenaline faded, and blood loss left her feeling drained and cold. She huddled up into a ball under the nearest statue, a statue of Warga, goddess of conquest, scourge of the dark forest, Alpha Bella. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rai was no daughter of the goddess of war. Ruthie fit her like a glove. Ruthie, god of peace, architect of civilization, alpha genius. Yeah, she was more of a Ruthie person. Rai? Hey, you don't look so hot.
A tingle ran through her arm and retreated just as quickly.
Ouch! You don't feel so hot either. Can you stand? Come on, that was a real good showing. Let's not waste this run. It was quite obvious which side her companion preferred. Rather, would prefer if she cared a lick about their great gods. Some part of her mind wanted to lie here and let death claim her. A payment for sins committed, a futile symbol that violence solved nothing. The problem was that this time it did. Would it be the only answer in the future? One time was enough. Something soft touched her lips. She opened it without much thought, and a chewy sweetness entered her mouth. Her possessed hand pushed it all the way in and closed her mouth for her. She didn't dare bite down, didn't dare taste it. A filthy person like her didn't deserve treats and sweets. Another chewy fruit came, but this time her mouth remained closed. The hand retreated, climbing back into her pocket, rummaging around before stilling. A wet something rubbed against her arm, then applied itself more liberally to her belly. You have used wax. Fucking, this would be a lot easier with 2 arms. Help me out here, brain bud. It stung, but pain was good. A memory, fleeting and cut, drifted through the fog setting on her mind. This would not be the end. Ever since she was little, the reward for a done chore was another. The reward for pain and exhaustion, the outlook for more. Like then, she could push her feelings down, let them mingle in the bottom of her stomach, while her face remained placidly neutral, focused. Unlike Elia, she would never enjoy killing. Today merely proved that she was capable of it, and if even she was, then so too was everyone else. Innocent was not a word that held much meaning anymore. With enough incentive and a knife, anyone could become a killer.
Not just anyone could show a level of remorse like her, but that too was just a pain that could be swallowed, could be ignored and forgotten, though she failed on the should more than the could. With a quiet sigh, her eyes drifted shut, willing the world to let her sleep. Let her other half take over. Let her enjoy what Rai had to suffer through. Elia was right. She wouldn't last 3 days. She didn't even make it past lunch. At this rate, she was never going to cure her undeath, or make it home, or see her family ever again. Hey, don't go sleeping on me. You're still bleeding out. Her stomach grumbled. Thanks, stomach. At least one part of herself had a straight bearing on what it wanted. With a quiet sigh and less apprehension than she felt was appropriate, Rai began chewing and slowly let herself drift into dreamland. Don't sleep with food in our mouth, or we're gonna choke. Hello? Rai? Brain bud? Holy shit, you snore loud. Well, this is ironic and mildly terrifying. Can I even sleep like this? Shit, should have asked Rai. Should have asked a lot of things. Ugh. Elia's gaze swept from one corner of darkness to the next. It was kind of cozy in here. Peaceful. She leaned back in a metaphorical sense,
and whistled an awkward tune. What a vacation. And then the floor opened up, her apparition of a body screaming down into the land of dreams and memory.
With a shock and a shudder, a girl woke up, wrapped in warm sheets of feather-stuffed bedding. A tired face under a disheveled mop of straw-colored curls shuffled out from under the covers, the dull, red-tinged sky torturing her even through a hefty squint. Sunrise. She overslept again. "Rye," a sonorous voice called, followed by another knock. "The mistress wants you up and at it." A cry of a rooster directly outside her window announced its tardiness, the early sun striking off its coat of translucent scales in a brilliant display of colors that vaporized her eyes. Figuratively. Groaning, and with all the inertia and impulse of a 10-legged slugopede, she flopped out of bed and struggled to right herself before the polished tin mirror. "Come in, Sam." A yawn stretched wide as the embroidered cloth divider parted, the servant with black hair done up in a bun peeking through, mischief hidden beneath sharp, dark eyes. There was no need to have Sam help her dress at all. Today was a normal day, filled with chores, studying, and work, which, for the grand harvest at the end of long summer, meant that a simple tunic laden with colored stitching at the rims over the usual summertime underwear would suffice. The winter year would sweep them all away if they didn't all work themselves to the marrow. But a little vice was acceptable if it kept them all standing. She chose her newest tunic today, red stitch arum flowers and green olive branches on beige fabric, and let Sam get to work. "Oh my, you look to have been out late, Bean," her servant cooed in a sing-song voice. "Was it that centurion's son, Avitus, this time? Or that merchant, the one with olive skin and a pretty face? Or maybe Hannah? You'd have to have gone far for Hannah." Rye managed a strangled sound as she let Sam brush and order her hair. "I was studying, thank you very much." "Ah, yes, studying. And I think I might know with whom." Rye stayed silent, knowing full well that she knew that Sam knew that she knew, though the act she was putting up for all the world was quite convincing. "We should call it something less conspicuous than studying," she muttered as she leaned into the careful brush strokes. Sam soon caught her nodding off and pressed her hands to her neck. They were icy, eliciting a squawk and a friendly bat as Rye stood up to let herself be dressed. "Is the princess ready to stay awake now?" "Maybe. I'm already ripe for midweek." 5 days of work lay ahead of 1 day of rest, and without Sam's affectionate ministrations, she honestly didn't see how she would make it through. "You've already been up for long?" "Not at all," she said, and smiled, puffing up Rye's hair before letting them rest in a bun. "Thy hair be brushed, O great one." "Very well. This shall be sufficient." She raised her chin, continuing in a mock commanding tone. "You may take your leave, O loyal knight of the horsehair brush." Sam rolled her eyes, bowing with an overly elaborate flourish of her hands. A small antic before each had to see to their respective duties. Her best friend wasn't technically a servant as much as she was technically not part of the family, because Mom and Da for some reason decided that 18 was a good number of children to have, not one more. Even with that much help, everyone, from her brothers and sisters to the servants and harvest hands to Mum and Da, was running on fumes. Only a couple weeks until the first signs of fall, so the oracles claimed. Breakfast was served at differing tables, one for the little children, shepherded by Sam and a sleepy-headed servant from the Thalian Islands, and one for the young adults and above, namely third-born Califer, second-born Marcus, her parents, and herself. The farm estate was more of a small village, and during harvest season it truly came alive, as it housed the full family of 20, 6 servants, and the seasonal helpers by the dozens in a barracks off to the side. As the oldest one, she was the first to help set the table, and the last to sit down after all else was cared for. Porridge was on the menu, thick with oats and milk, yellow and orange bristleberries sprinkled in between spoonfuls of jam. She made absolutely sure everyone else had their portions before filling her bowl a modest amount. She couldn't summon much of an appetite after yesterday's impromptu feast, but failing to eat now would lead to regret later in the fields. Mother could have been less generous with the honey. Her mother sat down with her, taking one last dismissive look at the servants wrangling a noisy Liara and cranky Fia fighting over a spoon before taking to the meal herself. Rai didn't look her in the eye because her face was an owl, rings around her eyes barely hidden by a mask of orderliness. "Mum, is Da not joining us?" Rai asked after swallowing cleanly and not pointing out in front of everyone how Mum's hair was looking more frazzled today. Wouldn't want to get accused of behavior unbecoming of her, the firstborn. Not first thing in the morning. "He left in the morn, inspecting the harvest of our client farmers. He will return in 4 days, after visiting citizen Paulus, the elder, father of Paulus the younger. You know the one." She yawned, but her tone was much too jovial for the sapping questions that soon had to follow. "And your studies? How are they, dear? Will you be set to take the exam fall next year? Or is that asking too much?" "Yes." "No, I'll be done with Mr. Marksworth's assignments right on time." Cries in the background forced her to stand up and put an end to the bickering before Fia went on another of her famous tantrums, or someone lost an eye. Sam looked truly grateful. Her natural glare just managed to scare them, and the maid responsible for the young ones was fast asleep, face first in a bowl of flour. "Wake-a," Rai mouthed, before returning to the breakfast table. Bless Sam, she was already 5 steps ahead. Back at the table, the talk ran circles around her studies all over again. In truth, she'd be done a bit early with last week's assignments, a small reward for pushing herself so fervently these past 2 months, and completely skipping on more than a few days of sleep. Getting a tutor to come this far out from Arvale was expensive, especially considering that during the long summer there was seldom a job as well-paying as bringing in the harvest. Everyone pitched in, from the landowners themselves to city folks swarming out in the hopes of getting good donors for their muscle and a head start on their own stores for the winter year. For herself, she could only laud herself in silence that a teacher of philosophy, arts, and sciences had deigned his time worth spending on her rather than wrenching tubers from the earth. The way she practically consumed each reading assignment, each scroll and book, was the only reason Mr. Marksworth had even accepted, and Da would not have been moved to pay for him without her promising initial results and the good deal he managed to haggle. There was definitely something more going on there with the amount of attention Marksworth deigned to give her. Either way, she was getting results that set her up to either fail catastrophically down the line or, as luck had a twisted sense of humor, condemned her to rise above them year after year. The prospect of falling behind, of wasting all the good grace given, gave enough anxiety and impetus for extended studying even after a day standing bent over in the fields or politely yelling at the workers and her siblings to pick up the pace. In exchange, she felt just about ready to collapse. Next to the steep pile of trigonometry, algebra, history, religion, the 7 dialects and philosophy, the farm work formed a pile that never seemed to shrink, only stay the same or increase. The exam that would determine her degree of competence wasn't for another year and a bit. She'd have it in record time, yes, but only if sleep deprivation didn't kill her outright. Could she make time for an evening at the long summer festival? Likely not. With a strangled sigh,
She returned to her lukewarm porridge. Good. That we get to see you go beyond your origins makes me and your father very proud, even when you'll eventually have to move into the city. Now come, stop martyring yourself at the breakfast table. I made enough for everyone. Her eyebrows had to be reined in from arching up, just as her owlish mother spooned another dollop into her bowl. Now she was obligated to force that down too. Sickly sweet. The best kind of horrible. The moving out part was new to her, but it was soon washed away by the thoughts that she should have seen this coming. That of course she couldn't stay a day's journey from Arvale. Her mother moved on to other topics, her window to mutter a, "Thank you, Mum," passed. Sophia was blessed with her first soul shard. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, and before I forget, after consulting with your father, we have decided to free you of all your evening duties until the end of the year, perhaps longer. That means no dilly-dallying with strapping young farmhands or anyone else this season. You're our firstborn. You need to look and act the part. Are we clear? Rye nearly sputtered, but kept her composure on the outside. She had ostensibly used less cribs rest than usual this month. How did she know? The particular implications aside, if Mum really meant all chores, that would even leave her with some time for other pursuits. This was great news.
Suspiciously great. A quick glance toward Sam told her that the younger kids were still not seated nor ready to eat together.
Chores still need doing, Rye said, earning her a glare from her brother and half-brother. Only then did her mother turn to the second and third-born. Marcus and Califer will take over feeding the grugs and cleaning the stall for you, starting today. Actually, me and Callie wanted to go out to the festival today, with Emmy. You know, the Tenders girl. They've got a fortune teller and a Becky who can spell words into the air with fire and make them fly, like a bird. Birds aren't real, Callie added, around a mouthful of bread. Everyone knows that. Only things that fly are rocks, dragons, and those serpent things. Yeah, sure. Except I saw one yesterday with my own eyes, real high up. Heat stroke, Callie shrugged ineffectually. An onset of lunacy. Marcus's response was choked in his throat with his bread as he saw Mum's penetrating glare. Talking back to Mum. Yikes. The lecture that followed was one that Rye toned out all too readily. She finished her porridge, excused herself from the table, and headed on out, ready for a day of drudgery. The sun burnt down on sweating brows and well-worn sandals. It was much too hot to be picking tomatoes, but the tomatoes demanded to be picked. It was harvest season, and everyone had to pitch in, even the firstborn. "I'm ripe! I'm ripe!" one of them squealed. "Quiet, you!" They were a needy vegetable, or maybe a fruit, possibly a berry if one was generous. Rye only cared that they were quiet once plucked from their life-giving stems. It was all in her mind, that she knew. Why the gods gave this lineage of tomatoes telepathy was a mystery, but she'd rather they hadn't bothered. It ruined a lot of meals for her, eating something that had talked back the day before. "Pick me! Pick me!" Rye rubbed at something in her eye, but sweat and dust only made the touch sting harder.
She didn't notice Kelly and Marcus sneaking away. Not until they were well outside of the range of her sling.
"The heck?"
she yelled at them, watching as they turned their heads.
"Marcus, I can understand, but Callie? Et tu?"
In his defense, Califer's face did betray some guilt.
"Mark says they caught a witch, a real one. Seen Becky plenty, but not a half-human, half-beast. They're going to parade her around as a trophy, then sell her off as a slave or release her into the wild if no one bothers to take her." "And you're just going to leave your sister here, alone?"
The question was rhetorical, though Rye would have never left them to go see some stupid heretic.
Who's going to keep watch?
There always had to be someone to keep watch. The dark forest was far away, yet sometimes things from it escaped, managed to swim across the ferric ocean, and then proceeded to wreak havoc in the Empire heartland. Just last year, 2 poor washerwomen were pulled into a stream, leaving nothing but blood, unwholesome fluids, and unwashed laundry in their wake. It made her fear for Sam, enough that she had bought her a rather large knife, even though non-citizens were not allowed to carry one. Marcus gestured somewhere up the tomato vineyard. Antonius and Claudius got our crossbows. That only got her to gape in exasperation. The seasonal helper with the crooked eyes and the 12-year-old? Yep. Don't be such a pansy. Nothing's gonna happen, and they'll have the harvest done on time. We've enough helpers this season. Won't miss us for a day. Marcus yelled as Califer mouthed an apologetic, "I owe you." A single favor was not enough to make up for an entire afternoon, but they were already off, disappearing in between long lines of tomatoes, clamoring loudly in a contest of who was the ripest fruit in town. Vegetable. Ugh, it didn't matter. The blame would fall on her head as the firstborn, and the one overseeing this section of the harvest. Always her. No one worked as hard besides Mum and Da. Maybe that was to be expected. Maybe she deserved it, for lying to them about what she really got up to nowadays, instead of chasing boys. She sent a quick prayer to Rue, the kind man, to give her the strength not to rat on them later. They wouldn't be coming home in time to do their evening chores either, which meant she'd have to clean the grug stools as well. As always. She got back to work, ripping every second tomato off its stalks with a muttered curse. The wooden table was not a good place for a nap. Rye blinked blearily, wiping a dripple of drool from her mouth as she looked outside. The window was open, a stuffy night's breeze wafting through. It was still dark out. Her candle had burned mostly down. An open book offered vague recollections of the latest assignment on trigonometry. The assignment was done, but her fingers ached. Her arms burned and shook as she relit the candle. Enough. For today. With limbs dragging her downward the entire way, she stumbled from study to bedroom. Too hot, too humid. Didn't open the windows, of course. She fiddled with the latches, breathing in the cool air as it swept the room, before laying down on the hay-stuffed mattress. Bed. Soft. Wonderful. She was feeling dizzy and cramped in 7 different places. Its embrace was welcome, like the hug of a gentle mother. Maybe a few hours to sunrise. A few hours would have to do. But sleep would not take her. Writhing, twisting, she failed to find comfort. Sweat clung to every part of her body, even though she had bathed before. What was that smell? Iron? An eye cracked open, fearful of what she would see. She dabbed her nose. It came back wet, but she couldn't care any longer. The ceiling was spiraling, twisting, turning in a freefall, dread drizzling down in a torrent that drowned her muttered groans. Why was she working so hard? For what? For whom? Herself? No, not herself. Always others first, Rye last. Rye was a winter grain, after all. Why was she here? Where was this? Home, where tomatoes talked at night and rainbow chicken scale gleamed bright, where family hemmed her in from every side, but she was left all alone. Home. She sent a prayer to Ruthie. Her mouth didn't move. Jaws settled in around her bed, a yawning hole scraping at the footposts, grinding, chewing. Danger. Danger. Home wasn't safe. Nowhere was safe. Safe as a concept didn't exist, not without... A weight settled next to her, the scent familiar, comforting,
a blanket on her mind. A hand brushed along her hair, a voice whispering sweet nothings into her ear. The twisting stopped. The ceiling went back to a stable, geometric construction. The struggle was over, for today. Would tomorrow ever come? Best not think about eventualities. For now, it was just herself. Just them. Just us. Us. Two, at least. More than one. And that was enough to not feel alone much longer.
Chapter 15. Friend. Elia awoke with a shudder, shedding memory and cold sweat like a dirty raincoat. Nothing made sense, and at the same time, an attempt had to be made to order the pages of her memory before they slipped through the cracks. Elia was Elia. She grew up in Portland, Oregon, not a farm. She didn't have brothers or sisters, and neither did she go out feasting, most likely this world's equivalent of partying. Nor did she spend her time foreshortening her lifespan by studying like an academic zombie. She was a normal zombie, thank you very much. She didn't need to go to school. The dream belonged to Rye. It wasn't hers, and neither was her body or her voice. She was living life on a lease, though it made for a familiar experience, coupled with an ever-present exhaustion seeping from her deepest pores. Elia was not many people. She was one person, stuffed into the hardware of another. She wasn't even paying rent. She took a breath, and for a moment felt like she could run a marathon. The impression lingered in lieu of the vague smell of dried flowers and cinnamon from the nearby flower beds. She didn't think sleeping on the ground could ever have felt this comfortable. She even had a pillow, a blanket, Elia was not in the garden. Her eyes shot open. No sky, no cliff, no clothes. She was in a bed, and the bed felt soft enough that she might have drowned in it. "Has thy sleep been restful, undead?" the attendant woman asked as her heart-shaped face crept into vision, string and needle in hand. "Art thou of calmer mind?" She traced a hand across Elia's chin. Elia punched her in the face. Out of reflex, a bit of surprise, and mostly panic. She toppled out of her bed and performed an impressive, albeit quite useless, series of evasive rolls until her head cracked against the far wall. Her armor was in a neat set of piles by her side, followed by her clothing, her gear, and Quibbles sitting in a bowl of mud and water. The brown toad was giving off an air of smugness. His opinion was unwarranted and unreliable. He had been bribed with bugs. "Apologies. Thou must have been startled." The attendant's voice betrayed no sliver of pain or anger. It was the exact same gentle tone her words always carried, seeming ethereal, almost out of this world. Equally unnatural was the fluid, graceful motion as she cupped her eye with a hand. No trace of pain marked her face, a state Elia tried to copy. "The fuck?" was all she said, belated realization dawning that she was in control again. "Thy wounds required care, dear undead. Thou wouldst not drink, and thy sleep appeared disturbed. Thy thoughts ringing of discomfort, thy body cold from lack of life." She lowered her hand, revealing a faint blue bruise growing around her left eye. "I only sought to bring thee peace." "Don't fucking touch me," Elia said, adrenaline still pumping as her eyes flicked to the bandages around her arm and stomach.